Greetings, PUBG Mobile players! The long-awaited Frost Festival is about to commence. In the new version 2.9, we'll be introducing battles filled with a frosty atmosphere. Snow Battle is coming to town. Furthermore, you'll also get to experience updates to World of Wonder and Classic Mode. So let's dive right into it. In the Frost Festival, we'll be bringing you a series of snow-themed content, including a new Snowy Village-themed area, fun interactions with snow pals, and snow-themed items for more gaming fun and excitement. When miraculous December comes, the frosty world will undergo some magical changes. Stay tuned for updates. Don't miss out. First, let's take a look at the new themed area, Snowy Village. The village covers a wide area of 280 by 150 and has loads of supplies. It's located near Stalber in Erringdale, Iceborg in Livik, and Goroka in Vikendi. In addition to the buildings on the ground, the underground area of the Lucky Ice Tower is also worth exploring. Make use of the two-story layout to experience a completely new battle experience. Sound the bell in the Lucky Ice Tower, and you can even summon rewards. Additionally, the village also has a snow rail, which can help you quickly move around and gather supplies. It allows you to navigate flexibly between different areas of the village and also swiftly relocate to advantageous positions during battles for your team to counterattack more effectively. Of course, you should always remain vigilant to avoid becoming the target of an ambush. What's more, the village also features a special two-seat vehicle, the Reindeer. It's also a great choice for transportation as it allows you to swiftly move all over the map. For intense battles, we've also prepared festive and practical battle equipment for you, the Snowball Blaster and Snowboard. The Snowball Blaster can be used in many ways and has loads of functionality. When you aim it at the ground or a building, it can create a snow pile cover for you. When used on enemies, you can temporarily transform them into lively snow pals to restrict their movement. When facing bodies of water, you can use the Snowball Blaster to freeze the surface so that you can walk on it. It's definitely a practical yet entertaining weapon. After transforming into a lively snow pal, you will be unable to use firearms to do battle. You'll only be able to rely on basic actions such as walking, running, jumping, and swimming to evade enemy pursuit. It takes some time before you can revert to your human form. Let's build a snowman together. The snowboard will also bring you a whole new experience. Apart from helping you glide and move on various surfaces, it can also be used with the Snowball Blaster. Explore the many possibilities and use these two items to have all kinds of fun. We've also designed various interactive mechanics, such as searching for snow toddlers, lucky ice, and the snow blast zone. When you encounter a lucky snowman on the map, don't be in a rush to leave. There are 4 lost little snowmen hidden near the lucky snowman. Search for the 4 hidden snow toddlers and bring them back to the large snowman. You'll then receive a token of gratitude. There are lots of lucky ice scattered across the map. Shatter the ice to get the supplies inside. Try using a melee weapon to break the ice more easily. Furthermore, you'll find that snow has engulfed some red zones on the map, and the falling snow will bring about many interesting effects. Players within a snow blast zone will be transformed into a lively snow pal if they're hit by the snow. If the snow lands on the ground, a snow pile cover will be created. In this World of Wonder update, we'll be introducing a brand new transformation skill gameplay and a catch me hide and seek gameplay for you to enjoy the transformation skills to the fullest. Of course, you can also use this skill to create more interesting creations. We've also added a Snowy Village map template to celebrate the Frost Festival with creators. Additionally, we've also made some updates and improvements to gameplay devices, game parameter settings, and the editor. For more details, please follow the official PUBG Mobile community. We'll continue introducing the latest WoW content to everyone. As for Classic Mode, we've also made some improvements to vehicles, firearms, creation mode, emotes, settings, and more. First, we've enhanced the designated marksman rifles. Some DMRs can be equipped with the full auto mod to fire in full auto. We've also improved the attributes and handling of some vehicles to enhance your driving experience. We've also added a new garage mechanic. From now on, you can choose your dream ride during matches. Meanwhile, we've also added a custom SFX adjustment feature. You can adjust the volume of some sound effects to whatever best suits you. As for creation mode, we'll be introducing some quick view features for watching the victory dance and fireworks displays and the new Frozen Kingdom themed performance in order to provide players with more possibilities for creative content. Furthermore, we've expanded the emote backpack. Now you can equip more emotes before entering the battleground. That's a wrap for the main content in this new version. In addition, new content will be added to the Popularity Battle event, Metro Royale, and Season Rewards. For more details, follow our official PUBG Mobile community. Snow Battle is coming to town. Winner, winner, chicken dinner.
past 5 years, we have witnessed the birth of countless excellent teams and players in all 5 major regions. They are still remembered by us to this day. At the same time, we also remember our fans who loved us from the very beginning. On the occasion of this 5th anniversary, let's turn back the clock to the starting point of PUBG Mobile esports, the Southeast Asia region, where all the stories began. As the first world-class event, PUBG Mobile Star Challenge gathered professional players from all over the world. With continuous development, the 2019 PUBG Mobile Club Open Global Finals is undoubtedly the most exciting event.
2019 Fall Split Global Finals, ladies and gentlemen, give yourself a round of applause!
Among the countless rising stars, one shined particularly bright. Bigatron Red Aliens, a team from Indonesia,
Bigatron Red Aliens
just got first place in the PMCO Southeast Asia Fall Championship, earning the chance to compete in the PMCO Global Finals in Malaysia. In the subsequent prelim stage, intense competition kicked off immediately. And finally, they advanced to the Grand Finals in 2nd place. BTR demonstrated impeccable strength in the competition. By the end, BTR was leading the lobby by a significant 106 points, bringing the first ever championship title to the SEA region.
Di saat itu siapa yang gak kenal dengan nama Bigatron gitu? Tim yang punya segudang prestasi, mereka juara dunia di PMCO Global Finals tahun 2019. Mereka banyak banget melahirkan pemain-pemain berbakat, Zuxi, Luxi, Ryzen, Microboy. Terus habis itu Zuxi, Luxi juga saat mereka menjadi juara dunia, mereka berada di masa prime-nya mereka banget.
PUBG Mobile Esports always strives to develop and grow year after year. That's why we made sure to continue the support and build the SEA region. In 2020, the improvement of the competitive schedule introduced the World League, which later became the World Invitational. We also launched the PUBG Mobile Pro League, where even more outstanding teams joined the competitive stage. In the 2020 PMWL, BTR once again clinched the championship in the East. This had given Southeast Asia the title of the strongest region in the world. They hoped to continue their legacy at the PUBG Mobile Global Championship, the pinnacle of PUBG Mobile esports. However, BTR was not able to repeat the performance from the previous year.
Top 2 teams is going to this round, winner with a chicken dinner, Nova XQL.
With the rise of Team Nova, countless brilliant moments were had, but this also left many players with regret.
After BTR Red Alien won at the Global Championship in Kuala Lumpur, we thought C region was the best. We thought nobody could beat C region except maybe RRQ Athena, maybe Illuminate the Murder, maybe Mega Conqueror, but C region was the best at the time. And we get to the league. We heard of a team called Nova. We thought maybe this team is not that good. On the contrary, they owned all the teams. They were very good.
Let's move forward to the year 2021. With continuous efforts, more teams and players joined the Pro League. For example, Xavier, who placed 3rd in the 2020 PMWI East League, also secured 2nd place in the PMGC East League. FaZe Clan also made their debut on the world stage.
Có thể nói 2021 là năm thành công nhất của Dingo Xavier trên đấu trường quốc tế, khẳng định vị thế và tên tuổi của Việt Nam vô cùng mạnh mẽ. Còn với FaZe Clan, đây là năm đầu tiên họ đặt chân đến với giải đấu cao cấp nhất của PUBG Mobile, nhưng lại khiến tất cả những đối thủ khác đều phải dè chừng và e ngại.
Undoubtedly, the year 2022 has brought the greatest changes to the SEA region. Vampire Esports emerged, dominating 2022 PMWI, winning both the main and after-party tournaments, while also setting records for most chicken dinners, most eliminations, and more. They were not only facing competitors from the SEA region, but from all over the world. Everyone was talking about VPE and wondering if they can maintain their performance at the Global Championship or if it was just a stroke of good luck. On the last day of the 2022 PMGC Grand Finals, VPE won 3 chicken dinners alone, moving from the bottom of the table to 6th place, achieving the best result for the SEA region. They pulled off another miracle, but sadly, it was not enough to win it all. In 2023, BPE continued their impressive performance. They once again won everything at the 2023 PMWI.
2023 PUBG Mobile World Invitational Champions, Vampire Esports!
ก็ย้อนกลับไปในปีที่แล้วนะครับเอาจริงก็ผมมองว่าน่าจะโอ้โหไม่มีใครที่จะมองว่าทางฝั่งตัวแวมไพร์จะซักเซสได้ถึงขนาดนั้นนะครับเพราะยุคนั้นเหมือนทุกคนจะโฟกัสไปทางฝั่งตัวอินฟินแล้วก็เฟซแคนที่มีแบบว่าผู้เล่นดังๆนะครับแล้วก็ถ้าจำมันได้เหมือน PMGC ปีล่าสุดมากินไก่แบบเบิ้ลติดๆกันในวันสุดท้ายเหมือนเอาจริงน้องๆก็เคยบอกเลยว่าเฮ้ยเราเครียดกันไปหรือเปล่ามันเป็นตัวเองดีกว่าเล่นแบบปล่อยจอยได้แบบจอยเลยสุดท้าย3กระติดจบอันดับ6ของโลกซะอย่างนั้นนี่นะครับแวมไพร์สปอร์ตเหลือเชื่อจัดๆ
But don't forget, Alter Ego, an Indonesian team, showed a very strong performance by winning the Super League twice. The SCA Super League was an upgrade to the previous championship, which by many is considered to be the most competitive league in PUBG Mobile. They could potentially become the next legend of the SCA region.
Untuk dibilang legend, gue rasa belum sih untuk Alter Ego. Walaupun mereka sempat ngedapetin back-to-back champion untuk di PMSL 2023, itu menurut gue hanya sekedar untuk ngasih pembuktian gitu bahwa Indonesia tidak kehabisan pemain berbakat. Ya mungkin contohnya Rosemary gitu. Datangnya dia ke Alter Ego tuh bener-bener jadi ujung tombak untuk Alter Ego. Dan gak berhenti di Rosemary. Masih ada Alpha juga yang didatangkan oleh Alter Ego untuk mengisi kekosongan atau kekurangan dari Alter Ego. Dan gue rasa PMGC 2023 ini akan menjadi ajang global championship pertama gitu untuk Rosemary dan juga si Alpha. Jadi wajib banget kita nantikan performnya mereka di PMGC 2023. Dan please di notes pastikan tonton Alter Ego sampai akhir.
Of course, there are many more teams we haven't mentioned, but these teams will all take part in the 2023 PUBG Mobile Global Championship. So what do you think? Who will be the ultimate winner in this year's PMGC? Will they be from SCA? Well, there's only one way to find out.
이제 한국에서 잘하는 팀이기 때문에 네, 여기다 놓겠습니다.
Oh, XZY absolutely on the swivel.
It's time for them to shine now. Aaron Gale, are you kidding me? I mean, FaZe with a cold.
Level kita orang kat sini lah. So lain lah.
New Alliance might just be going down here and now. These flags is excellent.
ไม่มีนะไม่มีรู้สึกเป็นส่วนตัวกับทีมไหนสักทีมผม
But no time was just
New team? Yeah, they're kind of newcomers. We haven't really met them before. New challengers? Yeah, new challengers.
And in comes Red Force. The Galaxy looking to try and hold them off, but it's not.
Who do you think is the strongest team in Pro?
Next Ruya. To the northeast, but here comes next Ruya. Right on to Nongshim. Red Force, who have tried to send back over the water.
In 2020, while the eyes of most PUBG Mobile viewers were focused on Southeast Asia as well as other regions, there was one region in particular that went under the radar, the 2020 EMEA League. Numerous teams from different regions were fighting for a spot in the 2020 PMGC. Among them, the teams from the EU region were the most dazzling. Kanina Power, which had previously won 3rd place in the 2020 PMWL West League, managed to break through and eventually won 6th place in the 2020 PMGC. Class Dilge Athletics from Turkey also successfully took 8th place. For the entire EU region, this was a great start, and in the future, the EU region would grow into an even stronger region. The EU region seems to have endless potential. They always have a number of astonishingly talented newcomers. in the 2021 PMWI, in addition to the veteran team Kanina Power taking second place, the newly reorganized team in 2021, Next Ria,
Xenox in the smokes, the solo by themselves,
surprisingly won third place.
The EU region seems to just have endless potential. There's always a number of astonishingly talented newcomers coming up through the ranks, developing their skills, and in 2021 at the PMWI, you had some of the veterans there for sure. Kanina Power taking second place, an incredible performance coming through from them to get that second place. But not only that, you had the reorganized team for Next Ruya in 2021 who won PMPL Turkey. They came first in their region and then were invited on the back of that to the PMWI West to take third place. So these new talents working as this new roster at the time, a phenomenal resurgence there, and there's so much more left in the pipeline, I'm sure, for this region. I'm really excited for what the future has, and I can't wait to see what they've got.
In the 2021 PMGC, teams from around the world gathered once again. First of all, worth mentioning is that among all the participating countries in the Grand Finals, Turkey had the most with 3. Among them, teams like S2G and Next Ria finished 4th and 6th respectively. This was a massive achievement. The efforts of the EU region are constantly bearing fruit. Now they just needed an opportunity.
2021 yılında Dünya Şampiyonası istediğimiz gibi başlamıştı. Çünkü West aşamasında 3 takımımızı birden ilk 6'ya sokmayı başardık ve büyük finallere 3 takımımızı göndermiştik. S2G 4. olarak buraya katılma hakkı kazanmıştı ve kadrosunda Rip7, Timber, Kalse, Sylas gibi isimler vardı. Büyük finallerde ne yapacağını çok fazla kestiremiyorduk temsilcilerimizin, çünkü dünyadaki takımların iyi performansları söz konusuydu. Büyük finallerde temsilcimiz S2G 4. olmayı başardı, Nexuya 6. olmayı başardı. Maalesef Fenerbahçe ilk 8'in dışarısında kalmıştı. Ama bu takımın ileride çok iyi şeyler vaat ettiği konusunda herkes hemfikirdi.
Next, let's go directly to the 2022 PMGC. At a time when everyone was focusing on whether Nova could win 3 consecutive championships, a team that was not originally a favorite to win was about to become the focus on the stage. S2G performed consistently in the first 2 days of competition, always maintaining a position at the top of the leaderboard. And on the final day, S2G changed its conservative tactical strategy and sought to gain more elimination points in the last few rounds. And in the last round, S2G secured the championship with 15 elimination points.
Champion of 2022, it is S2G!
They finally broke through and made history for the EU region.
2022 Dünya Şampiyonası bizi büyük zaferler getirdi. Tabii ki Dünya Şampiyonası başlamadan önce bu zaferlerin geleceği konusunda çok bir fikrimiz yoktu. S2G kadrosunda bazı değişiklikler yapmıştı. Takıma yeni katılan oyuncular vardı. Özellikle Reis ile birlikte takımın form seviyesi gerçekten çok yüksekti. 2022 Dünya Şampiyonası finallerine 2 takım göndermeyi başarmıştık. Bir tanesi S2G, bir tanesi Fireflux. Maalesef 2 takımımızın kaderleri birazcık farklı oldu. İlk günden itibaren S2G sürekli olarak zirveyi kovalarken Fireflux için işler iyi gitmemişti. 3. gün geldiğinde S2G güzel maçlar geçirdi ve şampiyonluğu Türkiye'ye getirmeyi başardı. Bu Türkiye e-spor tarihindeki en unutulmaz başarıydı.
This year, the EU region has continuously produced even more strong teams. First of all, G Gladiators won first place at the 2023 PUBG Mobile Pro League Spring Regional Championships and third place in the 2023 PMWI. Veteran teams like Next Ria and Kanina Power have been performing better and better this year and successfully qualified for the 2023 PMGC. Subsequently, hot recent teams like Mad Bulls, BRA Esports, Major Pride, Elise Esports, Demorte, among others from EU, have also successfully gotten a spot in PMGC. They all look forward to continuing the success of the EU region in 2023. There are many questions surrounding PMGC. Will S2G successfully defend their championship? Will another EU team lift the trophy? Could it even be a team unexpected to win it all? Let's witness it together in Turkey.
Hello everyone and welcome back. If you guys weren't watching yesterday, Day 1 showed us some of the most devastating circles we have ever seen in PUBG Mobile history, alongside the prowess that all of these teams here in Group Yellow has to offer. Tash Bunny here over on ground for the PMGC 2023 PMGC, in fact, where there is a lot of high expectations for Vampire Esports, the back-to-back PMWI winner. But it seems like they seem to struggle to find their footing yesterday. And with me, I have Tony K to share a little bit about what happened yesterday. First of all, Tony K, how are you feeling on day 2?
รู้สึกยังไงบ้างคะในวันที่2ก็รู้สึกพร้อมที่จะกอบโกยคะแนนคืนแล้วครับ So today Tony K preparing for get all the score come back today.
The score come back today. So let's talk a little bit about your performance on data number 1. And I think a lot of fans share this sentiment alongside the panel yesterday that it was not Vampire Esports' usual performance. So can you share with us a little bit about what happened?
คือเหมือนฟอร์มเมื่อวานนะคะเหมือนไม่ใช่ฟอร์มปกติของแวมไพร์แฟนๆก็เลยรู้สึกเหมือนกับว่าผิดหวังเล็กน้อยช่วยแชร์ให้เราฟังได้ไหมคะว่าเกิดอะไรขึ้นก็คงเป็นการที่คาดไม่ถึงครับที่ว่าแต่ละทีมจะเล่นแบบว่าไม่เหมือนแผนที่เราเคยคุยกันไว้อะไรเงี้ยครับเหมือนแบบว่าโดนเข้าหลังบ้างโดนอะไรแปลกๆบ้างครับก็ตอนนี้ก็ไปทำการบ้านแล้วก็พร้อมลุยวันนี้แล้วครับ He said for the yesterday one is what quite like unexpected. So some of the plan they have planned before. It's not like they have prepared. So but today they change order everything and then they quite well prepared.
Speaking of that, I mean, like one of the, you said about not planning or things not going according to plan is that yesterday you were entering compounds without scouting. And as a result, you guys lost a lot of fights. So what adjustments are you guys going to be changing, and or at least how much can you share with us about that today?
ค่ะก็เหมือนเมื่อวานที่ว่าแผนของเรามันไม่ได้เป็นตามที่เราคาดหวังเอาไว้มันมีอยู่ช่วงประมาณ 2-3 จังหวะค่ะที่เราเข้าไปในพื้นที่แล้วหน่วยสเกาต์มันไม่เพียงพอทำให้ท้ายที่สุดเราก็แพ้การต่อสู้ดังนั้นวันนี้เรามีการปรับเปลี่ยนแผนยังไงบ้างเพื่อที่จะไม่ให้เกิดเหตุการณ์แบบเมื่อวานขึ้นอีกค่ะก็คงเล่นด้วยกันให้มากขึ้นแล้วก็รอบคอบให้มากขึ้นครับแล้วก็จะเซฟคนให้ได้เยอะที่สุดครับ He will go through together for all his team, and then he will try to save fight with others.
Saving fights with others, and a lot of changes have happened for the team, and this is going to be very exciting because usually, when we talk about this sort of stuff, if you look at trends from previous years, even this year, in fact, from PMSL, is that VPE tends to have very slow starts on day 1, all the way maybe day 2. So and then suddenly you guys would pop off and just catch up in terms of points. Is this intentional, and why does this happen?
คือเหมือนกับเทรนด์ของ VPE อะค่ะในช่วงเริ่มแรกของลีกเนี่ยเรามีเทรนด์ที่การเริ่มที่ช้าแต่หลังจากนั้นเนี่ยเราสามารถที่จะไล่ตามคะแนนขึ้นมาได้ทันอันนี้ช่วยบอกเราได้ไหมคะว่าทำไมถึงเกิดอย่างนี้ขึ้นก็ทีมเราเป็นทีมที่ถ้าการแข่งขันยังไม่จบก็จะไม่ยอมแพ้ครับbecause of his team train that if it's not the end of the game they will not give up.
If it's not the end of the game, they will not give up. Tony K, good luck for today. Looking forward to see your pop-off moment, hopefully today. And for now, thank you so much. And we're going to go to the action on day number 2 of Group Yellow, dubbed the Group of Death. Let's toss it over to our panelists to see what they have to say for today.
You know, I'm digging those pants, but what I'm thinking really about is, what is he covering? Is there belt bruises on his legs for them underperforming yesterday? Has Sertani been going to town on Vampire Esports? So hopefully we get some answers to that throughout the day. I'm your host, Jason Kappa, joined once again by my handsome gentleman on the screen. I'm not going to call direction this time. Seven Rule Gaming and Cameron Davis. And Cameron, I'll go straight to you, man. Yesterday, had some ups. It was nice to see some teams really performing, but it also had some downs for some others like Vampire.
Yeah, but I do want to focus on the teams that performed very, very well. Obviously, BTR started off the day with amazing performances, right? 2 seconds and a first in a row. Sure, they slowed down a little bit on Miramar, but then that's also when we saw a couple of teams really sort of get themselves into the mix. And I know a lot of attention by us on the panel yesterday was onto BF and MP, especially with Major Pride's 2 4th places in a row on Miramar yesterday. And so those are some teams that I'm looking at to try and continue to push and really challenge BTR a little bit, because there is a bit of a gap there at the top, which we'll see when we do take a glance at the overall leaderboard.
Yeah. Exactly. We'll get into those in a little bit of time here. But Seven, man, your boys, Vampire. Last time I'm going to say it. You said 2 Erangels. They had 3 Erangels and 2 Miramars and a Sandhawk. Do you think they're going to be are they going to bounce back today?
I would be surprised if they don't. To be completely honest, I'll be surprised if they didn't watch the VOD and saw their mistakes. Easy mistakes to point out, too. I was pointing them out yesterday as we were going on, and I went back and watched the map stream again, and it's just blatantly. There were zero scouting, full sense, not really any control. They were full sitting to the middle of the map. They were either trying to play edge, but they were a little bit too scared to take on fights, too. So a completely different Vampire Esports than what we saw in PMWI. As you heard Tash Bunny mention, though, they are used to start slow. In international events, though, that's not the case. I'm used to them starting to dominate right away. I'm hoping that they're going to be able to adjust from yesterday, and I'll be surprised if at the end of today they're still in 16th place.
I think Vampire might have forgotten the device they're using, because the Infinix GT10 Pro was born for professional esports players. You guys can pick one up, drop into lobby, and completely dominate as well. Not to mention, hopefully you guys were checking out TikTok with the tag PMGC 2023 for all the behind-the-scenes action with everything that's been going on at the event over in Malaysia while we're over in the other side of the world. Unfortunately, it's cold. It's early for 2 out of the 3 of us. Another one here was able to actually move countries into Europe, so he gets to wake up at a proper time. But also, while this is all happening, we still have the Frost Festival going on. We had Zombies Edge last time we were doing regionals, but now it's the Frost Festival, and you guys can step into the enchanting snowy village. We can revel in the exhilaration of guiding down these slopes. Not to mention my favorite part, turning people into snowmen. Seven, are you a fan of that?
Yeah, except once you do that, you can't shoot, and then they just start teabagging me. I hate it.
Wow, okay. Well, all right. Well, now I know how to piss you off. Cameron, next time we get into a game, we should make sure to that game. But also, we have the Popularity Annual Gala happening, or PUBG Mobile introduced a brand new competition and exclusive honorable rewards. And for December 15th, if I can even remember dates correctly, players will have to go through 10 rounds of 1v1 matches to compete to become the first ever PUBG Mobile Popularity Annual Gala champion. And of course, for outstanding players, you get some exclusive rewards. You can showcase how good of a player you are. I would be happy just to win one of those 1v1s. And let's be honest, it ain't happening. And on top of that, before we can dive into all this, I'm going to remind you guys about the Pagani collaboration going on in PUBG Mobile. You can rev your engine with the iconic Pagani Imola and Zonda R models. So make sure you guys pick that up. I heard Zute's significant other had some good luck, some bad luck, but luck nonetheless. And even if you fail a draw, you still get a reward. So make sure you guys are trying to open up as many of those as possible, participate in this one. All right, it's time to get into what's happened yesterday as we have that out of the way. Yeah, Bigatron for me, as we were talking about before, the biggest standout, but not to mention teams like Muerte, man. Like a team who I was surprised to hear they won PMPL Europe. I was surprised to kind of see them qualify for PMGC, but I've been really happy with performances we've seen so far out of them. They haven't really... I think they kind of had a couple of good matches and they kind of coasted off of that, but I have some faith going into today that they can continue that momentum.
Yeah, I mean, as you were mentioning, 10th place, only one elim when we went to Sandhawk, giving it Sandhawk, right? And then we were giving a lot of teams a bunch of excuses too when we went to the 2 Miramars because of the circles that were pretty much post with 8th place, 2 elims, 14th place, 5 elims. So you can see this team at least is not finishing those matches with 0 points, which is usually when we start getting a little bit worried for some teams if they're not able to secure any points. Now, something I do want to point out here from Brute Force, you guys were talking about them earlier. I really enjoy how quickly they were able to adapt themselves yesterday. They had 2 horrible Aaron Gale matches, and I feel like them having those 2 horrible Aaron Gale matches allowed them and prepared them for the crazy circles that we're going to be getting in Miramar, because they started rotating very quick, at least in the first Miramar, which helped them out in a big way. Them and the Muerte land very close to each other on the first Miramar. Guess what? The Muerte, they rotated slow, they ended up 8th place, and then you have Brute Force, which ended up winning the match. And then going into the second Miramar, they were able to adjust and actually play the outer edge of the circle, which is good. It's good to see that these teams are able to adapt. I'm hoping that continues on for Brute Force, and I mean, if it does, maybe they'll maintain themselves here within the top 3. I said top 5, but I'm not mad if they do end up top 3.
Yeah, and listen, looking at the overall rankings right now, sure, there's a big gap that Bigatron have ahead of between them and Brute Force, but everyone else down there, it's really, really tight. In fact, in between 3rd and 8th, it's fewer than 10-point gap, so a lot of changes can still be made, which is to be expected because we've only had one day of games so far. But Jason, do you comment about how they, quote-unquote, only had a few good matches that they were jumping off of? You could say that about most teams outside of Bigatron who are in that middle section. So really it's today that I think we expect to see the real separation, the real tiering happen of like what are the real challengers and what are the teams that are just trying to struggle to maintain themselves in the middle of the pack.
And the thing is, like, any of these teams, I'd say, are still easily in contention for top 3 because between 3rd place and Vampire in last place, it's 35 points. And realistically, we know Vampire can easily pull off more than 35 points in a day. And not to mention, going into yesterday, we didn't really know what to expect on a lot of these teams, but coming into today, it's all about which teams have put in that work, which teams have really prepared for what's going to be at hand today and have really kind of changed their style to where they needed to. Surprised to see, though, Major Pride top on damage, considering Bigatron 7 were the team to run around and hunt for eliminations.
Yeah, Major Pride, even though they are the only team in the top 5 without a chicken dinner, they were just very consistent in making sure that they ended up getting eliminations. There was one match where they ended up with 12 plays, 0 elims, but besides that, they were putting up great numbers, especially towards the end too in Miramar. I feel like the Crazier Circles definitely giving them a bit of an advantage. And on this top 4 slingers, I'm actually going to be focusing on D plus Nobu because this team did start adjusting a little bit more. We saw them willing to take more fights yesterday, and that was a bit of a change, right, from what we saw out of D plus at the beginning of the day. They were letting teams just pretty much run over them. They weren't really trying to secure anything. I'm interested to see if D plus is going to be a little bit more aggressive today and not as passive as yesterday.
Yeah, I do want to comment on the question that I actually had at the end of the show yesterday about Nomi, about how Major Pride Nomi was able to be top damage like this despite other teams being ahead of them on the leaderboard, and the par I think was top eliminations. It was actually because of that one South Miramar Island round specifically that Nomi really bumped his damage up. I think he ended yesterday with like 3,500 damage overall. He got about 1,200 of that damage from that one round. So on one hand, it's really, really good to see that when Major Pride, Nomi, and the rest, then the rest of the team are able to really output a lot of damage when they're playing center in a more defensible position with a lot of teams scrambling around them, that they can actually execute on that. On the other hand, it does, you know, we'll see if they have the same opportunities like that one particular round. Their other Miramar was good as well. He had about 750 damage on the second Miramar, so it's not exclusive to that one specific round. It might just be a map all-around thing, but that's definitely something to look at about their Miramar performances coming into today.
I mean, we have to keep in mind, if you guys didn't join us yesterday, we did have a Miramar that was, well, to be honest, both were a little bit wonky, but the first one we had going super south to Los Higos, and it became very difficult for any of these teams to really push through in towards that little island to stay safe. So great to see at least some teams able to take complete advantage of that. But as we look over to Sandhawk here, I know you gentlemen said, you know, Sandhawk, you like to start things off in the day with it. It's a nice little warm-up, get your fingies ready to go. We did see Influence Rage take our chicken dinner on it yesterday, but they also seem to be a team that kind of fell off throughout the rest. But we saw, obviously, Bigatron able to get 6 eliminations. But what I'm curious about is, are we going to have that drop yet again between D Plus and Genesis at Paradise, where both teams, they didn't even fight each other. They just chilled and like, okay, we're just going to sit here. We'll take that side. We'll take this side. Genesis ends up rotating off. We saw Queso come through as well. I'm curious if we're going to see D Plus get a little bit more aggressive, because that's where they lacked quite a bit yesterday.
Yeah. I mean, I think they're going to get more aggressive. We saw that throughout the course of the day, right? So the expectation is that it's going to continue. They're going to start today off more aggressive.
To answer your question, yes, they'll end up hot dropping. They didn't fight, so
yeah. You could fit multiple squads into a Paradise Resort. So GE being able to leave is pretty understandable. And you also remember that the circle was in that area, which gave them more incentive to try and leave because they had priority on getting a different position in the center of the zone. So if the circle is somewhere else, this first Sandhawk, that, you know, might incentivize them to try and fight because they're going to have to rotate way off of it anyway. But yeah, I don't think it's an issue of them dropping in the same spot.
And I think with Sandhawk, it's such a small portion of like all the battlegrounds that we, excuse me, that we play, right? We have 3 Erangels, we have 2 Miramars. I feel like you don't necessarily need to be extremely strong on a map like this. If anything, it's just kind of let's look for limits, like we saw quite a few different teams do. But I'm trying to look towards some other teams here that were maybe a little bit of a surprise, maybe a little bit of a letdown. I mean, we can hit on DRS as well in particular. We got to hear the interview yesterday before the match started. Obviously, a special invite team when they did say for everyone in the lobby to watch out for them. Though the results didn't really prove to go that way. But I think for a team like them, the pressure they have out of almost, I would say almost every team in this group, I think they have the most. The only representative from Nepal, they have consecutively done extremely well at PMGCs, but this is not the DRS that we're used to here.
Special invite too, not qualifying the way the other teams were able to qualify. Their performances, especially recently, have been absolutely awful, and they're currently continuing to do that. Something that I did enjoy watching out of them yesterday is a player called Delta. He was able to clutch up a lot of their fights. Multiple times, which was quite impressive to me because the team overall, I mean, we're talking about it, right? The performances weren't there. The one thing that they do have going in their favor, though, is that we're starting to put up elims there towards the end, that we're able to at least win some fights, and that's what I'm hoping in for today. We'd start seeing a little bit more of Delta. He becomes more of a main character for that team, and maybe everybody starts rallying behind them because this team, yeah, it is DRS, right? They do have that presence, but if for some reason they don't end up reacting today, they still maintain out of the top 5, they end up in the 11 to 16 place. I feel like it's going to start getting to them, the pressure, and just everybody having them on a microscope. Why did you even get invited here if you were going to be performing like this?
I mean, that's a fair question to ask, Cameron. It's a little mean, but it's completely fair in my books. Like, you have to prove you're deserving of that special invite. And even for me, I was super critical about G Gladiators back in EU Regionals, that they looked horrible. And the question in my head was, did they know they were already qualified or were getting invited to PMGC? Well, you know what? That's a question that doesn't need to be answered right now. The question for me is, who's going to perform here in this first match today on Sandhawk? So we're going to send it on over to our commentators to kick off the day with John Allen and Zute.
Of course, another day dawns here in Group Yellow. A real fast opening from Bigatron. Can they keep up the pace? Can Vampire step up to the plate as well? Because right now, they haven't been seen, and maybe it's their time to shine today.
Yeah, Vampire, they got to shine extremely bright. Maybe step out onto the sun and really get that shine on. So, I mean, that's how far down they are. And Bigatron Red Aliens, I don't think they're, or Red Villains, sorry, I don't think they're stopping anytime soon. Yesterday we saw like the last 2 matches, Miramar, they didn't get too many points, but those Miramar circles were just disastrous for so many teams. I think coming back today is a little bit of a reset. BTR going to pick up right where they kind of started off yesterday.
I mean, they seem to display really good fundamental control, off-angle positioning, establishing those crossfires, and they were playing as a unit, which is, it generally didn't seem like a fluke whenever they were in these strong positions. So we're happy to see that, hoping that those Vampire adjustments that were talked about by Tony K earlier have come through today, and we'll see more from them. But I would agree with what they were closing out on the desk with, which is with DRS, that second special invite spot. See, I mean, they both seem to have been cursed, right? Those special invites. Gladiators not doing as well as they would have liked, I think it's fair to say. DRS similarly underperforming so far.
I think at this stage, you know, in the tournament, the PMGC, you get so many great teams with storied past, with, you know, really good performances, that some of them are bound to fail. Like, they're going to fail more than, you know, what people, or to put it in better terms, you know, people expect a lot out of so many different teams here, because there's just so many teams that have had great success that, you know, by the law of averages, some of them are going to fail terribly. And Vampire, yeah, we didn't expect that, though. Not on the first day, but still, you know, it happens. We'll see if they could bring it back. And at this point, I know it's early, right, John? It's only day number 2, but it's like, can they even make it into the survival stage? That's the big question for me right now.
Absolutely, it's going to be pretty tricky. We just saw before there, Major Pride as well. They have managed to jump all the way up to that bubble after what was a bit of a lackluster start to the day. They did very much climb back on up onto that horse and get on a move. Obviously, they were propped up a little bit by the Miramar game that they had, where it all went all the way down to that south side, right down to the islands towards Los Eagles on the south edge, that bridge cover. They were able to get quite a lot of points. They could have probably gotten more, all things considered. We criticized their move out to the west when they made it, and they went down to it. But they were able to get up now into 4th place, a little bit ahead of Weibo
as well, who were able to close out strong to boot. A lot of teams started to pick up the pace towards the end of yesterday, and that's manifested in a pretty tightly packed third place down to probably about 8.
Yeah. We saw just now Weibo Gaming in very high spirits. Yesterday's very last game had to do a lot with that. Sook, just with his nades on top of that hill, got so many eliminations. That team's doing great. We had the scene vibing out, headphones in. Looks like they are getting ready to drop into the first game very soon. And starting it off with Sandhawk, right, John? I think it's great that we start out with Sandhawk on the very first game. Jason mentioned it. It's a great map to just get your fingers warmed up right off the bat, and you really do need to get ready for the entire day because you got 5 matches ahead of you. Every match really counts, and
yeah, I think it's definitely something that you need to find. I don't know if I just lost you there, Zute. We'll have to figure that one out. But yeah, absolutely. You need to be getting nice and warmed up. Looks like the hoods are on as well for Team Queso. They're really trying to get into the zone. Team Queso's position yesterday, kind of lackluster, as similar to the Vampire team. They are down in 15th place right now. 14 points so far for Team Queso, so they are really looking to zone on into these Group Yellow matches. Group Yellow certainly starting to heat it up. Looks like a little bit of confidence for Rook, for Sandhawk as well, coming on through. They finished in 12th place yesterday, so they'll be looking to push up just a little bit higher to get towards those survival stages. Everybody looking to load on in now, getting those fingers nice and warm. Even if Jason did use a different word to describe them, which I would prefer never to hear again. So we'll move on swiftly from that one. Everybody locking and loading 13 seconds before they get in that plane.
Sandhawk, here we go. Yesterday was action-packed. BTR, of course, just leading the charge, getting so many eliminations. And honestly, as far as gunpowder goes and in individual mechanics goes, that player's got the best team out of all 3 groups, in my opinion. They're just a step above, especially with that DBS, right? So many players, almost everybody, I would say, using the DBS. But yesterday, BTR in the DBS, every time they took a shot, every time they took a quick little peek with that DBS, shots connecting instantly. Let's see if some of the other teams could start picking that up. And it was the very first day yesterday for many of these teams, and we see it all the time. Day number 1, some teams just aren't warmed up yet, and it really takes that whole day. And come into day 2, 3, and 4, things really do always change up.
See those changes manifest, I'm sure. One of the things that hasn't changed, though, is Vampire's drop spot. They are going to maintain that ruin split area. No one really contested them on it yesterday, and it wasn't really the problem. I don't think any of their drops were the problem. It was just their paths on out. Megatron might be kicking off the bidding close to Pioneer, down towards Vibes, central area, and he does manage to catch him there. Ooh. Should be able to get this flush on out. Dropping the nade backwards. Okay, I mean, if you're that confident, just throw it on out, see what happens. Has it even gone off? I'm not sure.
Yeah, he just, that was definitely on accident, but BTR, well, I said it, they're going to start off hot today, and they are picking up the first point. The drop and Paradise Resort, the hot drop that is, between Genesis and D+. It is happening once again. Yesterday, we saw a stalemate. This time around, it looks like it might be the same thing, because yesterday they dropped a little bit closer on top of each other, and it ended in a stalemate. This time they've created some spacing. There's a potential, though, for, you know, lines of sight, different angles to get that opening, and they're going back and forth, but you can tell D+, not really wanting to commit to this. They're taking shots back and forth, but both teams probably not going to give way to a free knock to the other team.
I mean, both of these teams will have looked at the hold that they established on Paradise Resort yesterday and seen where those lines of divide changed. But look at the off angle that happens right now for D+ on that northwest side. For Fabian, who's on that northwest corner of the compound, he might be able to catch a player or 2, spots 1, and it's West Carry to go down first. The question is there backup for the rest of the team? Do they try and push on through? But they've lost a player to Fabian on that corner.
Yeah, I don't know if my eyes deceive me, but when West Carry got knocked, it looked like he was able to get knocked and then scooch into the corner, and then he popped right back out. Not sure what was happening there. We do have Major Pride here picking up a point also. So a lot of just scraps back and forth. And wow, the first circle actually didn't even get to talk about that one. It is on the Northwest Island. Now, it could shift off it, but good majority of it is on that Northwestern Island.
Team Queso have Camp Alpha and a little bit of the top of the hill. Weibo have Hatin. So a lot of that crucial area already taken up. Of course, Vampire near that Ruins Bridge. Going to be looking across soon. Influence Rage actually swimming across from boot camp in the meantime.
Very fast.
But BTR are a little bit ahead of them with Superboy, the renamed Yuhai, already on that island. But it's going to have a face-off against all four, so BTR need to respond to that aggression if they want to keep control of the compound on the Northwest Island.
I saw this same exact rotation out of Americas. A Brazilian team took boot camp. I'm not sure if it was Influence Rage specifically. I think it might have been. And every time the circle pops up, they rotate so quickly, and they catch that player off that plays split. You know, the team that drops south of boot camp with that 1-1-1 split, it's a strong split, controls a lot of territory. But yeah, you can't stay split for long, not in a circle like this, not with Influence Rage charging in. The fight right now in Paradise still continues. D+ know they have the advantage, so they're not going to give up this fight for free, as Superboy is getting pushed now. Not expecting that fast push. He's stalling as long as he can, but he's got that DBS. We'll see what BTR can continue to do with the DBS against the 4 players of Influence Rage.
I don't know if he's noticed the player going out wide. He hears those steps, spots the shot on the windowsill, opens the door. Law gets into a bit of danger there, bit of hot water, but they do manage to handle business. And another knock went over to Genfos as Ferral was watching that crossing, stopping BTR from responding to this position. He overextended past this engagement, and a beautiful hold for Influence Rage. They know exactly what to do on this position. That's 2 knocks over to BTR, and Influence Rage handle them.
Ooh, yeah, BTR just a tad bit slow. If the homework was done really in depth, if the coach or players watched every single game in the PMPLs leading up to this, they might have known Influence Rage would do this very fast rotation in this zone like this. But, you know, hey, that's details to the tiniest amount, and it might cost BTR, but they do have a huge lead, so you know they could start off with one bad game. They have 1 point, they still have 1 player up. Maybe that solo could pull something off here, as Genesis still continuing the fight. And now Bino Storm, I think, is close by. Taking a look at my mini map, I see one of the players, just right around the outside.
They actually took down a player from D+, who was trying to move out on that south side. The solo player, Divine, moved on in and caught out one of the D+ players. And now they're flowing into the back of Paradise Resort. I mean, they'll know that this standoff happens, this stalemate, right? So that's what they were looking for, the rags of the fight. And they managed to find just the 1 point so far, but on the south edge, they might even just be able to skirt around and go for a position closer to the circle, because they are going to have to leave Paradise Resort eventually.
Yeah, the stalemates in Paradise Resort, just too costly. That is why Sandhawk of all maps, if you start a fight, you do have to finish it quickly. And I think it was D+ that kind of dropped that ball. In a 4v3 situation at this level, you have to know how to play aggressive and close it out. And at worst, just lose 1 player. I know Sandhawk is tricky, especially in Paradise Resort, but you have the numbers advantage. And at this caliber, you should be able to execute that pretty cleanly, or else this happens, right? You get third party, you take too long. Bino Storm now picking up a 2nd player off of D+, and Bino Storm are, you know, getting the loot too, as Paradise Resort does have a lot of loot.
Yeah, D+ losing too, not ideal. Not quite living up to the mark of Nongshim Red Force from Group Green in the last week's gameplay right now. The Korean brothers are not going to be quite as powerful this time around, unfortunately, so far. D+ sat in 9th, 30 points. It's very middle of the pack. It gives you opportunity to move up, but it doesn't put you in the best spot. And it's definitely not out of the danger zone right now. It's only 6 points above the bubble.
Now, this might come into huge play later, but Brute Force actually took a rotation around the north side, swinging to the west. So they have made it onto that northwest island with that rotation. And I only mention it because Brute Force did really well yesterday, so I am paying way closer attention to them today. If they end up getting a big game out here, that rotation really worked out for them. And with that zone shift, that was a good rotation indeed. We are heading to that northwestern island. Team Queso, of course, the God compound, or not a compound, the mountaintop. No team could really push up there if they are playing that split correctly, but sometimes the circle just does not end up there, which happens more often than not, so we'll see if Team Queso gets favored here.
Nice shot from Divine to find even more this match. They have been a little bit dangerous so far. They're bearing their fangs for Bino Storm. Divine able to pick up 3 eliminations already on his own for the roster, so they'll be pretty happy with him. That is not a good start for Vampire as they try and move up the west coast. They do find a trade, but 2 of them have been knocked and Tony K gets flushed out. Mind moving into position to find the final players. This is not what you want to happen at the start of a reorganized Vampire day. If it's just Newsy now left remaining, Schweppes and Ravenclaw both out, disaster strikes again.
You know, I know Vampires had a terrible day yesterday. They looked so ill-prepared, and I know this looks even worse, you know, starting off day 2 like this, but I can't blame them. They know the drop spots. They know Weibo Gaming drops north, and in a zone like this, Weibo's probably going to lock down that north side, not cut in that deep. No one would expect Brute Force to do that rotation, and it catches Vampire by surprise. So great rotation out of Brute Force. It heavily rewards them. So we do have Major Pride here, down in the water, down to just that solo player.
That is unfortunate. Although, to be fair, Team Queso drop around this area, so they should be wary in the very least. Vampire have still got one to play with. There's Newsy, though, still standing up for the team a little bit. Getting them 2 eliminations so far. And Brute Force are down to 2 on that western side. Weibo looking to pick up the pieces here. Ado is quite low there, but Sook kind of isolated with that high ground position from Team Queso. There's a very difficult maneuver to make to actually go for these peaks.
Yeah. Laser sight trained right onto that magnet of bullets right there. And oh, well, Sook does get a good peek, gets the knock, and that player is not going to get revived. More shots coming in here. IHC in the outside of the blue. We saw Divine take out one of the IHC players earlier. Fight's continuing. This is way out to the east. I can't blame these teams. Getting to that northwestern island is going to be difficult. So if you could get those elim points, go for it.
Bino Storm losing 2 players now. Divine and Nanokuni both out of the running. As rocking your way, got to readjust for that. Realign. Figure out how you're going to make your way to this zone, because it is not going to be easy. Ziol and Demo also caught out. This is over on the East Island still, so they still have to get past boot camp, still have to get over that crossing and get to that Northwest Island. The area around Camp Alpha is a lot more full than maybe you'd expect, so that north side completely open for Genesis.
Yeah, and Genesis are taking their time. They're not sure exactly what's happening. But with what's happening in the elimination feed, you know, you saw Weibo Gaming chime in, you saw Brute Force, you saw Vampire, you saw a lot of teams engaging in combat, and if they haven't heard gunshots yet, they should have a decent idea that this must be way further inland as to like where all the commotion is. Of course, we have the map feed, so it's easy to see that for ourselves, and we do head into the next circle. It does pull down south very hard. Very good for Demorte on the south, and the Vibes team and the southeast at the Trifecta compound.
It's also pretty decent there for Influence Rage, who have managed to get a nice central spot along those hedges, those ridges, those ridges and hills on that west side of that main mountain in the middle of the island. So they will have a lot of control over the teams trying to push more central. But that scrap between Weibo, I imagine maybe towards DRS as well, could be pretty tricky. Newsy being rolled up on, though. 4 players alive for Weibo. Only 2 are close by, so Newsy has a chance, has that DBS, but all 4 of them manage to coalesce in time, and Newsy goes down without too much trouble. And Vampire eliminated 2 points on the board.
Ooh. That's not going to take them out of last place either. Even with those 2 points, every team is still ahead of them. And Vampire, the downfall or the downward trend continues. Maybe they'll bring it back on Erangel. We'll see. Here on that south side, Bino Storm does finally push in to the edge, but Demorte playing very close to the blue zone on the backside. Smart idea on Sandhawk. You'll never know if there's a team trying to wrap around, and that is often the case on Sandhawk. So they keep their backs clear, pick up 2 quick points. Next circle, if it does shift north, though, they do have their work cut out for them.
Demuerte, they play from the south side on these circles, very frequently coming from Hudson. so they'll know how to navigate these bridge engagements. Corker trying to open up towards Sem9. Sem9 lost a player earlier, I believe. They are only on 3 with that 1 knock as well, so if they can get that res, they'll be a little bit more powerful, but a lovely nade over the top from Corker brings it just down to depth for Sem9. The rest of De Muerte establishing control over on the east side of this bridge. They'll look to cross afterwards with DRS in the way, but Sem9 should be going down here. Corker pushing forwards. They have managed to get that res on through, and they find the crossing. Net looks for the flush as well, but he's cowed down. Milky Way emerges from the blue zone. Spotted, though, by Kenny, who did get res there, and not going to be able to be up in time for Furia to be handled. But there's a shot across the way, and they do lose Corker.
Oh, that's Vibes from way down the roadside. Hearing all the gunfire, gets a nice sightline, gets a knock too, not just the thirst. And is Vibes gonna push this now? Well, they're going for it. If they get a second knock, I mean, they are for sure going in for the final blow. Vibes down to a 3-man, so they only have 2 players pushing. The last player in the way back to make sure they're not getting flanked themselves. They look for the angles. They might decide to call this off. We'll see where the zone goes. If Vibes had 4 players up, this would have been a definite finishing blow for the side of De Muerte. They aren't able to get that revive. The point gets confirmed, and that might just prompt the Vibes team to push even closer towards them. And with that circle, I think so. Vibes will take that fight with De Muerte. They know they have a 3v2 advantage.
Getting onto that bridge could be really, really useful. DRS will have their work cut out for them now in their central compound to fend off everybody turning their attention their way. So it will be not the easiest thing to hold, although they do have that inside position. They do have that cover advantage, of course. So they won't be able to as effectively guard out that bridge to the south. But they will stop a lot of players moving to that bridge mouth, giving that crossing opportunity a little bit further on. De Muerte trying to get a little bit of a lead on the swim, it seems, as they throw their vehicle into the water.
You take every little advantage you can, even if it's just a little bit of a boost from the car into the water. Weibo Gaming will probably be watching that way. Weibo Gaming, by the way, in a great position now. They're on that west side on the edge, but they have that giant hilltop in front of them to work with. And I can see Weibo Gaming have vehicles, so the circle shifts away from them. That deadly cross in the open across the road, that can be done with the vehicle very quickly. Not absolutely safely, but way better pushing cross road in the vehicle. So Weibo Gaming, this could be a big game for them. DRS in the center of the zone at a strong and Influence Rage still holding the wins.
It's only Weibo Gaming, DRS, and Rook with 4 players alive. Rook slowly crossing over from that east island. They are still on this northwest island, but they'll be playing outside of the circle. DRS slap bang middle with 4 players. Probably one of the major features of this zone, although Law's been allowed to invade onto that walled compound. And Weibo controlling that western side, as you talked about, with those vehicles and that mobility. But Genesis are moving in. Looks like it's not going to be too much. You've still got Freepod, you've still got everybody else to get out to this north side, and immediately this just go down.
Yeah, Genesis just got eviscerated right there. Weibo Gaming up to 4 nation points now. Circle soon to shift. BTR still have 2, by the way. I thought they would for sure only be down to solo, but they are on that southeast side, and with Sandhawk getting into the end game with this much chaos, 2 players could pick up quite a few points in the form of eliminations. IHC now meeting their demise deep in the blue. Team Queso doing a decent job. You know, they were up here for a while, but they converted some points. They didn't get that zone bless, but they keep 4 up, and they have a nice control on that northeastern side. De Muerte finally trying to finish out that fight with Vibes. It looks like Vibes lost a player here, so it is a 2v2 situation on that southern side of the bridge.
I have no idea how that Molotov works underwater, but it does. And it will keep Malloy closer to the stanchions of the bridge. Looks like we've still got a little bit of life left in Bigatron at the moment, as they have found 2 knocks over towards Rook. Remember, one of the 2 teams with 4 players alive. Nade forwards, a lot of damage, and an answering nade as well. Forces a peek with the nade, and the Molotov over the back. This is pretty well played right now, but you still need to avoid the shots coming back through from Bigatron, and Vibes cross the river. Might be the team to open up here. Another nade towards the backlines, and it's going to find the knock this time around. Just Satala left standing out for Bigatron, and he's got a decent sightline out there. Might be able to pick up a point or 2.
Doesn't go for the instant thirst. He knows there's only 1 player up and his teammate is pinging the location. So if he gets this one, that will be a team wiped out, and the points from all the knocks will get converted. If it doesn't get stolen, that is. He's watching it. He knows the player's there. Patience. Goes for the quick point. Sitar, last one up for BTR right now.
And only one player from Rook to go down. It looks like that point went over to Vibes, though, that second flush that happened. Finally, Prepod goes down, and that's Brute Force out. Team Queso, this is a Northwest Island finish. As the team that drops here, they should be racking up points, right? They should be getting value for matches like this. And they have already managed to get 6 eliminations, as you highlighted there. Will be seeing if they can move further in, because Influence Rage, their position got taken down by that. But with Law a little bit further ahead towards that DRS compound, they are still in it for now. But Weibo Gaming take a shot out that way towards Arturas.
Oh, and a confirmation. That was a very long distance knock. I thought for sure it would just be a knock, but a confirmation. I think that Team Queso player that got knocked probably maybe tried pushing down the hill because they don't have the zone up there. So forced to run into open sight lines. No more safety on top of that high ground. BTR running in. Sitar, the last player, dodging and weaving. Oh, he's not going to make that cross. Yeah, he does get taken down. Vibes and Dormorte on the south side just calling a truce, it seems, as neither of them really trying to bother each other at this point. That's like an impromptu 4-man squad, and with that zone, well, I mean, I think they're both happy with it.
Yeah, you just want to last this one out, right? Weibo, at the moment, though, I think they have got the best position for this one.
For sure.
With that duo position on the south side, they just regroup there after the blue zone start to push their northern point. They've got safe rotational paths around the back of that compound if they want them. It's looking pretty good right now for the Chinese team.
Oh. Long range shots coming out here for Gap. That 6x closing the gap onto Team Queso, getting that knock. Won't be able to get the confirmation, but puts a lot of pressure. Doesn't give Queso as much time as they would like to prep to make it in to that zone. But honestly, with a zone like this, I don't think Queso's making it in regardless.
From that northeast side, will be pretty tricky to navigate for Team Queso, but they're still going. Default goes down. That was the last player from Rook, and 3 players still active. Big Milo, though, spotted by DRS, who've been holding the center of this compound for quite a while. And they will look to try and hold them out fully. Indeed, they do. And it is Team Queso to fall. 7 eliminations, and they will have that central compound that was theirs for so long, but a lot safer now on that eastern side. Clearing out Law as well. That's going to be a little bit more mobility. But Vibes and De Muerte both finding angles to stay alive on the south.
Yanti with a really nice burst fire right there. And oh, DRS with another one, getting a knock. I don't think they're going to be able to close that gap, though. That is a huge open ground to cover. Plus, you have the teams with, you know, an S at the bottom, or at the end, at the bottom of that zone, because that is 2 different teams. They are just acting like a 4-man squad right now. Surely, Vibes and De Muerte are going to clash here and take each other out. But with that knock, DRS is covering a lot of ground. Just off of one knock, the player has managed to run across into the open. I don't know how, but he made a lot of ground, and he's on the ridgeline side to nade and suppress the entirety of Weibo Gaming.
DRS have moved up with another duo as well. So they're now all playing around this hill. The south side of it a lot more treacherous as the move in comes first from Vibes. De Muerte will likely be soon to follow, or at least attempt to. Killer suppressed by the nades around the edge. We saw what Soup could do with a nade in yesterday's end of Miramar. Killer goes down first. That's a spray coming on through. Gap is able to land that nade finally. Weibo controlling the low ground here. They're really much more worried about that than Rules and Delta up on high. Ming is there on that ridgeline to try and control it, but they're losing players pretty fast.
Yeah, DRS just a step behind. They needed the players to get closer to the top before they can answer back with nades, so they do trade it 1 for 1. Oh, Ming from distance gets the confirmation. So DRS will be down to 3. Weibo Gaming getting the reset, and on that south side, looks like Vibes did win out the fight between them and De Muerte. A solo out of Vibes is all that's left. He could play spoiler. He could look for that 2nd place finish if DRS and Weibo Gaming engage here, and the fight is about to break. DRS cresting very close up to the hill.
I mean, with a decent set of nade knocks, it could go their way. I mean, there is a chance, right, for Doc, but as much as a slim possibility as it is, I think Ming is on the hunt right now. Over the top they go, and Delta quick on the trigger. Seven was highlighting his clutch potential for this roster. Looks like he won't let it go down just here. Won't even fall to that nade either. So able to stay alive. Sook is now down, and that gives them a little bit more mobility as two of those players now out of action as this res is enacted. Delta pushing forward through the smoke. He wants the fight. There's Ming on the off angle as well, but can't quite land the DPS this time around. There is a trade coming through in the meantime, however, as Gianti has to step up. The last player for DRS is in, and there's only one player for them to go. And it's a 1 versus 1 versus 1. Doc now has a real chance going into this fight as DRS only have the one player alive. So do Weibo. And he's crawling forwards. He's creeping on in. Can he find the shot? They just are spotted over the top.
Surely.
Step up and get Gianti. DRS are out. He gets the spray. He gets the shot.
Oh!
He's on the swivel. Now has to handle Sook with the DPS. He's moving forwards and it's Doc with a 1 versus 1, but can't quite stand up in time. And Sook closes it down.
Wow. Nail biter at the very end. Doc decides to spoil DRS's day. Did not go left, went right instead. What a game. A three-way battle at the very end. I think all three teams happy with the amount of points they got. I think DRS picked up a lot of eliminations. We saw vibes on the south side. Yeah, I think all three teams towards the end picked up massive amounts of elim points, but Weibo Gaming is the one that will get the chicken. You can see what it means to them. That's 2 wins in a row. Sure, it's separated by a day's rest, but still 2 chicken dinners nonetheless.
Brilliant stuff coming through from Sook to be able to close it down. It did get a little bit hairy. Some decent shots coming through from DRS, and I feel like if Doc had actually got that spray, which by all rights he should have done, on a stationary Gianti immediately, he could have had his attention turned out towards Sook a lot faster, and I think that might have been a little bit more of a balanced 1 versus 1. So maybe a little bit of nerves getting to Doc towards the end there for the Vibes roster.
I think so. It looked like the aim down sight whipped a little prematurely to the left. He might have thought, like, surely, you know, just this one quick burst and I'm done. I'm looking for the last player, but it threw him off his game plan potentially and went prone immediately afterwards. Weibo Gaming, I would say, getting a little bit of a lucky break there, because Doc could have easily swung to the left side and it would be Weibo Gaming going out in third.
Yeah, I mean, you've also got to consider that maybe he thought that the res was being enacted for Weibo instead of going for the push onto the players from DRS, you know, not wanting that 1v1. A lot of moving parts in that final circle, it's safe to say. But the Muerte not able to leave the bridge. Five were able to get up to second, but nobody to take down Weibo on top of the hill.
Obviously, we got a lot to say about Weibo Gaming, but also a lot to say about DRS. I gave them so much crap yesterday, and they come up big here today. A phenomenal push at the right time with initial knock as well onto WBG. Just unfortunate that obviously Doc went towards them instead of the other way around. But gentlemen, Seven and Cameron, Seven in particular, you were very happy to see the way DRS ended up pushing up.
I was. I don't mind admitting when I'm wrong, and I was totally wrong watching that Sandhawk, because I kept thinking, all right, DRS is just pretty much going to be a sitting duck. They're not going to be doing anything. Boy, did they prove me wrong. First of all, I need to point out, Rules, his scouting was exceptional. Not only being able to cross that bridge, being able to push his team towards the West Island and making sure that everything was clear for them to be able to find that position. And then at the end, whenever they actually got a knock, he was the first one making the push towards Weibo and making sure they had a chance to even have an engagement, to even have a chance at winning there towards the end. So overall, DRS, a big surprise. I'm hoping this kind of continues on as we're going through the day. Obviously, Sandhawk is sometimes a bit of a mulligan for some of the teams that they are able to do a little bit crazier things, but overall, DRS, very impressed with how they played this Sandhawk.
Yeah, and then obviously, Cameron, as we look towards how the rest of the match ended up going on here, I know you were a big fan of like the split we saw out of Weibo, the position they had on the Northwest Island to cover all their bases.
Yeah, I mean, it's a weak position on the map in regards to seeing a lot of blend. If on that island you need to go to like the actual mountain of that island, it's pretty weak. But in this position, they found themselves at the good spot to hold it, and those two hills combined together give them so much vision. And that is assuming the teams that are all coming in from the east weren't torn down by DRS before it got to them, so which gave them a very healthy position, not just in terms of physical, body health, but also all their utility, which is one of the big advantages they had at the very end against DRS and for Miracle Vibes.
Well, speaking of ups and downs slightly here, we got to talk about Vampire a bit yet again.
Yep.
I mean, Seven, they pushed into that northwest side, or the northwest island towards the southwest side, and then they made a rotation into brute force without a scout again.
Yeah, and usually don't like disagreeing with the casters, but they were talking about that they were kind of giving a break there, Vampire, because of where they know where people usually land. No, you got to start scouting. That would have been prevented if the team actually. Something to point out too with Vampire Esports is we do have a sub for the team, so we are starting to see some changes for the team. I don't know if it's the panic button that they're trying to do or what it is, but they did end up subbing out Stone, and Newsy, the player that we've been wanting to see since PMWI, has finally made it in, and a couple items there for his team. So maybe it's a bit of an awakening call here, but they need to start scouting. They can't just be depending on that firepower that they have, on the fragging power that they have, because right now it's not working.
Yeah, not working indeed, but we can see Bigatron here. They got a struggle in the very beginning, being caught out. We did see the drop yet again towards Paradise between D Plus and Genesis. This time, a little bit of action going, or a little bit of action happening as they took one out apiece. But Bino Storm was the team to really overpower everyone at Paradise.
Yeah, I was really excited to see that. I mean, unfortunate that they ran into D Plus, because I thought D Plus looked like they were building some momentum from yesterday, but also in the beginning of that fight. But Bino Storm was a team that I believe I commented on very briefly at the end of the show yesterday about how I also saw them kind of getting themselves into it. They were getting warm. They were trying to get a little more active. I'm appreciating the approach that I was seeing from them in the later rounds. And they started this match off very, very strong, going for fights. Very easy pickoffs that didn't give them a lot of risk themselves. The problem is they made that shift towards the south side, and we had Dormarte holding that southern bridge into the northwest island. The fact that the phase 3 shift continued to favor that angle actually was really bad for Bino Storm, because it meant that the team holding that south edge would continue to hold that exact same south edge, and you saw them get torn apart in the blue. So I think another shift, perhaps going on towards the island, further towards center earlier on, we could see Bino Storm's run last a little bit longer.
Yeah, well, at least we're seeing some signs of life in the team. I'm very happy to see it. And obviously, Divine, I think he had like 3 eliminations pretty quickly off the match here. Before we can break down some more from the last match, obviously get things ready to go for our first airing of the day. We got to remind you that PUBG Mobile has been nominated as the best game here at the Game Awards. Make sure you guys check this out and go vote for us to be the #1. And of course, voting is going to end on December 7th. So make sure you get those in. Take a screenshot of it, send it to Seven, and he will actually get you a brand new Infinix GT10 Pro, and he'll send it on your way.
Stop it. I'm already getting way too many messages.
One of these days, Seven, you know, three years and counting, you said you'd follow me back on Instagram. Still has yet to happen. Maybe when you get taller. So never gonna happen.
So never.
By the way, hold on. Let's actually talk about the Muerte a little bit more, because I did enjoy the hold that they were doing, but their timing was so off when they decided to actually put on to Sam 9 that I kind of wanted to point out for the team, if for some reason they do end up watching this. Their timing was so off because Milky Way had the off angle, and he decided not to shoot. That caused one of his teammates to get knocked. He got flushed. Bad timing there for the team.
Bad timing indeed, but it's good timing for us because we're about to head into our second match of the day. John Allen and Zute, take us into Erangel with your fingies.
I will give you none of my fingies. They are staying firmly up my sleeveys for the time being. They are going to stay here, and you're not getting them. You can't have them. They are mine. We are going to be getting into the first of a triple billing of Erangel, of course, in the middle of the day. It's a massive set of maps that we see across all of these groups. It's a really good place to see how teams are developing over the course of this tournament. So we're going to be looking for changes today.
That's not the only thing developing. I think we're just making up words today too. I caught you earlier saying Hidges is a mix of hills and ridges. I actually kind of like that. I kind of like that.
Efficiency, that's what it's all about.
It is. And Hidges is a strong position to have because you get the best of both worlds. So we'll see how these teams go into the second map. But that first game, a little bit surprising for me in the sense of BTR. Right? I thought they were going to just continue it going in strong, but Influence Rage really just blindsided them and stopped, the momentum short. I would like to add, though, they got cut down to 2 players very early. They still made it pretty decently far into the late game, and we're still, picking up the elimination points. So BTR, didn't have a strong start to the day, but with what they managed to do, I'd say that was still a strong performance.
Absolutely. They have had the gap closed onto them a little bit. They got 4 points in that last match from those eliminations, but still with a 12-point lead over Weibo, who were able to rack up quite the count on that last match, the 20-point match that they were able to find, puts them up in and amongst that second place position. A hard south plane path here though, so we could see some vehicle scraps coming on through around those vehicle drops, so we'll be keeping an eye out for that. Vampire, they drop over towards Primorsk and they are going to stay late on this plane. Can they have a better time of it than last time around? Because they got caught out by brute force, arguably in a position where they may not have known there would be players, but in my mind, I feel like Team Queso drop around that area. You know that Weibo's on the north side. There's definitely going to be conflict on that northwest island, and just losing players like potential. It needs a little bit more adjustment. Hang on a minute. Okay, are they all going on the west coast, or is that a Vampire hot drop for everybody?
I think Rook is splitting off a little bit to northwest, probably going for vehicles. And yeah, you're right. Seven also mentioned it. You know, I was giving them kind of a pass, but Seven said, you know, you should just scout. And with the fact that there could be players, you know, ideally, you know, Team Queso does shift up to the mountainside because they have priority, which is what they did, but you never know, so you should always send that scout, and that disaster could have been avoided if you just do your due diligence. And I think that's one thing Vampire's just completely lacking. Not really, you know, following the correct steps, the basics, pretty much, which is why we see them at that 13th place spot right now. This isn't a hot drop, but it is a nice 1v1. DBS versus Grenade. Demo already has the grenade primed, and throwing it through the window does take a lot of damage. Dino has the energy drink, no bandages. We'll boost up a little bit of HP there. And the question is, IHC actually getting caught in another split fight. Wait, was that IHC we saw earlier fighting the other team, and now this is a different team?
This is a 2 versus 3 technically, although it's in the building, it's a 2 versus 2. IHC currently have a 2v2 going on and a 1v1, which means that there is no backup moving to that 1v1 for IHC, remember? So there could potentially be backup moving on through in that other side of the 1v1. So we'll have to see if that comes back to bite them. I think that's close to a Major Pride player, and I think Effect for Major Pride is moving in to help that 1v1 if they aren't just going to get out of there.
Yeah, Effect is getting there, but I think it looks like the other player, not on camera right now, did get in a vehicle, so he's disengaged. So Demo from IHC in the 1v1 we saw in the beginning is fine. He's cleared to loot, but this is the focus right now, the 2v3. One of the players of Rook with a pistol, by the way, so not able to really have any strong weaponry coming into this one. We can almost say it's a two and a half players, but finds a shotgun. That's good. Shotguns, it might not be the DBS, but we've seen players adapt to the shotgun meta. They are able to use any shotgun with lethal force.
Vampire have been looting this whole time. As soon as this fight pops off, there is potential for them to hear that, for them to get involved in this scrap as well. So maybe a chance for Vampire to show us something in this match. A strafe spray with the Vector at that close range. This weapon is brutal. Godless able to get the flush as well, which leaves Punisher down and out. So 3 players active. Seol is there. They'll stop any of these Rook players from moving out the back as well. Who's going to make it harder nonetheless. Default across the hills. He's been running around outside for a while. Might want to get involved.
The players of Rook tagged down a lot right now. No meds for the side of IHC. Man advantage is there. The pressure is on. He dodges so many shots, but Demo finally, and that's Demo, the 1v1 against the Major Pride player. So he did come into effect. It did pan out for the side of IHC. Rook down to just the 2. More likely just down to the 1 player. He has the shotgun. Can he get 1? He gets 1. Can he get 2 and number 3 coming right up here?
Right in through the door. A nice pickup by IHC. Down to 2 players active. Godless can get res. Demo is a lot more isolated and there are shots going at his way. That will be flushed by default on the off angle, but there's no way that he goes in for the rest of this fight. It's just too much. We'll get away with the 1 point, but nothing more.
That is it. The fight is over. Rook with 1, IHC with 3. IHC, of course, coming out on top with elimination points. 3 points for 1 player. Could be worse. But I think with a zone like this, IHC definitely would have liked to just had 4 and play more towards the late game because the circle is on the western side. Could have got a really nice position. Vampire, meanwhile, have not moved at all throughout the entirety of that fight. Maybe it's due to the plane path that they're not exactly sure where these teams are fighting. But if they knew, they should have gone for somewhat of a third party, at least send one player to scout safely to see if something can be done. But Vampire instead is just continuing their loot cycle.
BTR over towards Melter. Trying to move in from this eastern side. They lost a couple of players early to a really fast rotation from Influence Rage. But this time around, they're nowhere near, and it's unlikely that they're going to get clobbered onto either way. So we'll see if they can resurge as the dominant force over on Erangel that they are. I think they had a 17.7 point average over on Erangel alone, which is disgusting, quite frankly. So they are going to be looking to try and keep up that total, keep up that tally. I think yesterday they managed to get a second and a chicken dinner on Erangel, then finished out in 8th place, which was a little bit lackluster, but they still got 9 eliminations on that match.
For the people that missed it yesterday, BTR at, I think, coming into the 4th game, just through elimination points alone, like you take away all of their placement points, which they had a lot of, they still beat out the 2nd place team from elim points alone. So if you missed yesterday, BTR were on a tear. They were just taking out everybody, fight after fight, engagement after engagement. So that is why even after 2 wins in a row, Weibo Gaming is still behind BTR, and BTR kind of finished off yesterday on the last 2 matches with barely any points. So that gap was really big. It's just now being closed, and we're seeing a much closer race for that top 1.
Yeah, it was an 18-point gap at the start of today. After the first match alone, that has shrunk to 12, which means that, of course, they are in a lot more danger. BTR on the south coast have spotted Vino Storm on their rotation. Looks like they're not going to be able to find those shots just yet, but they have tagged on a little bit of damage, and they diverted them from that south coast position.
BTR playing that split on that south side. Definitely looking to just push players away there, or maybe catch a knock on rotation. Circle is about to shift here. Sam9 coming in from the northeast, close to Demorte. One of their players on lagging a little bit behind as Demorte start to make their way in. Weibo Gaming already set up into the center of the zone. Of course, this is circle number 1. It could go anywhere at this point. I do expect to see Weibo Gaming to make another quick rotation should it be favorable for them to do so. Influence Rage with a nice wraparound from Yasnaya, cutting kind of through multiple teams and cutting right into pretty much the center of the new zone.
Okay, a hard west shift. Demuerte moving past the south point of Pachinki now, close to Bigatron. You can see them just on that southeast side of them. So Demuerte a little bit ahead, but Team Queso also in that same position. Weibo going to be looking to guard out. The chopsticks are going to start to be a major feature. I don't think I've seen a Gaka finish in a while in these group stages, so it'll be nice to go back to these fields for once.
Yeah, this is a circle that happens quite often, but so far, not from last week or this week, did we see a zone like this, so I'm excited as well. So many strong positions, and not just strong positions, so many positions where teams, duos, could just kind of stay alive while being very close proximity to one another. This should come out to be a great game, and we might see more players alive than usual into the late game too, given the layout of things.
With a lot of those field positions, it will be treacherous. The hills to the west of Pachinki going to be sanctuary for a while. We'll see how long that lasts. Brute Force moving in past the top of Everest as well. Genesis taking shots over to Bino Storm. Bino Storm have been shot at, I think, by about 5 teams now on their path. They've moved along that south coast. They've rotated up to the north of Pachinki. They've moved through, and now it's D+ taking shots out their way. They're somehow managing to duck under this hail of bullets that's just constantly finding their way through them.
This is why I love this area of the map. You can have so many teams all around you, but with the way the pathing works, if you find a good pathing, you can cut through a lot of teams, and you'll find something that's open. That's given, you know, the fact that so many strong positions here, like I mentioned earlier. Finally, one of Vino Storm gets taken out, but that's after what, 4 different teams taking shots at their convoys, so could be way worse.
Certainly could have been a little bit more heavily punished, but Razzie taking a little bit of a slow swing there after dropping off Nanakuni and actually going down for it. So they do lose the second player. So there's the worst that it could have been.
Yeah, Still could be way worse. You know.
Oh, you've said it again. Why would you do that? Stop it.
Yeah, down to 2. Yeah, I don't know if they're going to be able to even convert a point from this position. They have sightlines to a lot of teams, so all the teams are in, various forms of cover, ridges, hills, hedges, compounds. So with the only 2 players of Beano Storm, that might be the end of it. On the south side, coming in, the stragglers of all the teams, DRS and Vibes. They can engage in this 4v4 if they want to do so. And it looks like DRS cutting the rotation off by driving right into them.
Gonna go for the fight and continue this scrap. It's not going super well right now for Vibes, though. As DRS seemingly holding their nerve. Divine has gone down in the meantime, though, so that forward position needs to get rezzed up. We are stage 3, which means these rezzes can be enacted in the zone, and you can get your players back on in, but 2 knocks sent to DRS. Vibes also similarly disenfranchised, but BTR rolling on out for third party here. From that quarry position to the east side of the mouth of the quarry, they are going to try and control this ground yet again.
Yeah, BTR sees an opportunity. They will take it. The crash is on BNS. Beano Storm down to the solo. Yeah, the solo just hiding by the tree.
Could it have been worse? I'm not sure.
Yes,
I mean,
it could be worse.
It can still get worse. There it is.
There it is. You did it that time. That was not me.
True. That's
16th place. Ooh, yeah, okay.
So could not get any worse, really, for Beano Storm. In the end of it all.
The day could get worse for them. That was just me.
Okay.
That was just me.
Why would you do that?
Right.
Like we've done them so horribly so far, and you had to just pull out. Oh yeah, but what about the rest of the matches? Goodness me. You're a cruel curse of the caster variety on this one.
It looks like Vibes are not getting the better end of this fight. So DRS not losing a single player. Am I seeing that correctly? Yeah, they keep all 4 up. It looked really scrappy. It looked dangerous, especially with BTR coming in to maybe third party. But DRS cutting that rotation off from Vibes, getting the better of that scrap, and coming out on top with all of their players up.
Somehow, they managed to make it work. 4 players, and they are out of there. Low HP bars a little bit, but nothing. A couple of bandages and energy drinks can't handle. They'll be on their merry way up to the east side, close to Sem9 now, who are behind D+ in turn. D+ have got all 4 of their players alive, but they're playing on a bit of a split close to Team K. So Rook going down. That was over towards the north side, close to Brute Force.
On the east side, DRS still having to make their rotation in, and almost every corner of the circle has a team set up in it. So DRS, if they continue to wrap, they'll find something open in the north side, but the zone has the zone's still closing, and it looks like they might want to go for this southeastern position. I would like to see them to keep wrapping, because I mean, on the mini map and with the way the circle shifted going north, that does put more teams on the south coming in. So if they just keep wrapping, they'll find something, and that is what they're going to do. DRS with a good rotation. Can they see it all the way through, though? Beano Storm tried earlier, but they met their demise, and they'll come in at the safety on the very edge as we head into the next circle shift.
Stage about to close still. Keeping the edge of Gatka in, and it goes over to the fields. Demuerte's positioned on the west side of these fields in the hills. Might just be very, very valuable for the next phase. It'll be difficult to make their way out after that, but we'll see if they can maintain that control, or if they're going to look to reposition. Maybe take control of the areas just at the bottom of that hill, at the base of that ridgeline.
The crash is good. 4 players do breach in, and once again, this is the second or third time I've seen D+ do a split, and they are not readjusting fast enough to when the circle shifts. Yesterday, they had a strong position, the 2-2. They didn't group up, and it looks like it might cost them once again. But a third party from DRS looking to take the spoils of the war. They get stopped short real quick by the DBS. It's a scrap.
Tam is down though in the meantime, and DRS have lost 2 players in the fray. Everybody's starting to burn here as Molotovs light up pretty much every single corner of this compound. Kenny getting tagged away as well. Look at the red bars crawling around on the floor. Sem9 just on the 1 player. Gianti on the inside with Mikiao cooking the nade. Could be under danger, but he repositions on the inside. Now gets out for this res. D+, they've managed to find a little bit of a respite here. The reposition actually starting to maybe be thought about, actually going to be turned back. I think they have given up on that. Fabian too low to commit to this res. DRS get everybody back onto their feet again, and now they're going to look to move forwards to get rid of the remnants of Sem9.
Oh, a self-molly right there by Killer. That is not good, but DRS can get that reset back up to 4 again because Sem9 only has 2. DRS definitely playing way better today. Yesterday, they did not have a good go at it, but today, great game on Sandhawk. And this one, definitely doing decent with 4 elimination points. They could get ruined, though. D+ deciding to go aggressive now with their 3 players. No vehicles, though. Looks like they got to run over in the open. Decides better of it, starts running back. That smoke line. They committed a lot of resources to this and decided to, you know what? Let's not.
I think a lot of that resource was actually to get Fabian back up. Remember, he was crawling from this compound, and I think he got all the way back over. So I think a lot of those smokes were for the res, which I think is a lot more worth.
You are correct.
And they were trying to figure that one out. Genfos just went down to the blue zone, got knocked out there. I think it might have been Vampire taking shots out down south because BTR did knock Tony K on that angle, but Tony K did get res. So BTR down to 3 players, so losing Genfos. Far from ideal. I think it might have been a re-knock onto Genfos, actually. No, it was the full flush. He is gone.
Yeah. Getting gate kept out of the zone. Vampire not even playing in the next circle yet, but the circle's right next to them, so they're going to hold that strong compound instead on that far southwest. This battle still continuing. DRS maybe not have the full info that it's only a 2-man team of Sem9 that they're dealing with. Brute Force and Influence Rage on the northwest. This is a strong position. Sure, it's on the edge of zone, but it will give them control of some of the hills.
Around the baseline of that console. Not quite able to tag with the DBS here. Brute Force not quite able to stem Influence Rage. 5 eliminations already for Influence Rage. Koyoski looking to pick up this player around the door at the moment. But the blue zone envelops the fight. That's going to be a lot more pressure on. In stage 5, you do need to be making sure that you're outside of this blue zone. Brute Force on the outside of this building, though. Koyoski opens the door, drops the molly, shuts it again almost immediately, forces the player into the corner. We'll see him by the buggy. And a nade over the top. That finds the player out the window. Mind falls first. Brute Force too split to do anything about it.
Good nade by little boy there. And you see Koyoski still playing this very careful because he knows the rest of the team must be holding the angles for them to exit this compound. The smokes are good, blocks a lot of sight lines, and Brute Force looking like they're gonna have to back off here. Yeah, the players deciding better of it. That buggy missing a wheel, so gotta put it in reverse mode right now as Influence Rage make it out of the satellite tower with all 4 players up.
And a hard shift out their way as well. This circle has shifted west, I think, 3 times in a row to keep the hillside in, to keep this top of the hill that Influence Rage have in this match. So a really good turn up for them. They're up to 6 eliminations now. De Muerte sequestered themselves down to the bottom of that ridgeline into the areas there, to the dips that they hold. And you can see now they're getting rolled up on by BTR, who think this is a good spot, but unfortunately, it's not going to be that good for them, as they are now out. And De Muerte going to play on with 3. Team Queso are going to have a go now. And 2 of them go down almost immediately. That's a 3rd as well. Malloy holding face brilliantly. But everybody else on his team going to go down on 1 versus 1. And it will be just a little bit too much. However, Team Queso losing almost everyone. Big Milo, the only one to survive the explosion.
Big Milo getting revived here. And there's so many teams every which way on that southwest side. No team really able to third party. Both teams almost went out with that car explosion. That would have been some ending. D+ now rotating in. They're coming in from the far east side into the fields. Almost no cover. They will meet that opposition. Weibo Gaming with 4, but 2 are knocked. Vampire Esports, is this their time to shine now? 4v2 scenario. They should be able to clean this out quite nicely. And with this southern position, Vampire could finally get their big game.
One sending down the hill, trying to get an off angle, trying to burn them out here, trying to flush them out of these hidey holes now. Just one player left standing, 2 eliminations found, and the Molotov into the side, out through the smoke, spots the player dropping down, and Ravenclaw picks it up. Finally, Vampire win a fight, Zute. That's 4 eliminations, and they take down Weibo in the process. How much more can they get? Because right now they're on the south side of the circle. Everybody will have seen this. There are off angles to deal with. How much more can they survive?
I think they're good for at least one more zone shift. These players with the off angles can't get too much done because that tower does have decent hard cover for the side of Vampire. Vampire will recover themselves right there, get all their players healed up. New zone is about to shift. Right now, we're down to 8 teams, right? And the 2 teams with 4 players alive is Influence, Rage, and Vampire. DRS driving straight in, taking the 1v2. Does not.
Shots.
Yeah, does not convert that.
Not quite able to get into this ridgeline. Demuerte went into this position very, very early on. We saw Demuerte go down there. We saw the remaining players of BTR go down there. We saw a lot of Team Queso go down there, and now more players have fallen. There is a lot of utility on that position right now. If you take it down, if you use that as a stepping stone, Vampire could resupply really, really effectively and get so much on board to keep them nice and alive. The nades over the top, and Tony K is starting to open up the bidding. 5 eliminations now flowing into the pockets of Vampire.
This is what I like to see. Tony K taking initiative for the team. This is the Tony K that has been talked about so much, picking up those 2 quick points, and now they got to turn their sidelines onto IHC. IHC with only 2, so they've been playing very quiet. Gives away his position. Godless will try to readjust quickly. Wants to run away from the nades inevitably coming in here as Vampire make their way ever so closer to their true challenge, which is Influence Rage, who get the circle once again, and they have all 4 players up on that northern side.
I'll be interested to see what Major Pride can do here, because there's open ground in front of them. I don't know how many vehicles they have at their disposal, but they have to move. It's going to be really, really hard. Influence Rage, you're right, is their major challenge. With Law playing on that off angle there, it's really difficult to move out in the open against this roster. You're not going to commit to Law's position, so you are just going to have to deal with it. Hope you win that trade, get that pick. That will make your approach easier. But it's only really teams like Major Pride and Vampire who are going to have the resources to be able to even think about doing that.
I'm waiting for Major Pride to make their big move. They need a knock, and that is a terrible time to go down there. That revive should not be coming through, not with the blue zone closing in on them. Smokes are down. How many vehicles are up? Actually, blue zone closing very slowly. They could get that revive. Then they got to hop in the vehicles quick if they have any left alive, because from that position, it's really hard to keep all your vehicle tires up. That's 1 car. There's a second, there's a third. I see them all driving out. Where is the shots from Influence Rage? This should be free points for them.
They aren't going to be looking for those shots, seemingly. I mean, Major Pride have managed to get forward, but now the rest of the teams in the center are going to start to open up the cannons. There it is. There's the spray over towards Nomi, who goes down first. Major Pride, I mean, they've lasted a little bit longer than I thought they might have done, but they have managed to get 1 player into position, but that's not going to last very long. 10 eliminations now for Influence Rage, and Vampire up to 9, but I think they've had a knock sent out back their way on the south edge. Just Newsy is there down, but they can get that res. Ravenclaw looking for the heal first. Godless backed off, and Ziol not in the position to go for these nades. Of course, being down already, can't really do anything about it. So Vampire should be able to play on us for that 10th elimination added to their tally.
10 and 10. Influence Rage also with 10, I think. About to make that 11 for Vampire. Doesn't get the confirmation there. Does get a lot of damage, and more importantly, he knows exactly where he is. Tony K with the nade. A little bit to the left, but it could finish them. And yeah, Tony K gets it right before Influence Rage could take it. So 10 for Influence Rage, 11 for the side of Vampire. Tony K stepping up huge. The whole team stepping up big in this match.
This is a really interesting ridgeline for Influence Rage. They can either move across the top of it or go around the side. The side's a little bit more treacherous. If you allow Vampire to crest that ridge that sits in front of them, they will have those down shots and angles onto you, and they will be covered off from you. So holding that high ground, I think, is more important here for Influence Rage, and they seem to have isolated that. Federal also playing on that off angle. This is a 3-1 split that they've been holding. They've changed which players have been on the 1, but I really like how much control the 3-1 has given them.
Yeah, all the players so diverse. They know each position from the previous position. They know how to adjust. It doesn't always have to be a singular player doing the off angles. I think everyone's skilled enough to recognize which positions to move into. Of course, Influence Rage get the zone, and Vampire pushing right past the likes of Brute Force, and this is terrible. They forgot to check, maybe not their corners, but check who they might be driving right past. Brute Force, he's hiding behind the tree, and maybe he realizes, wait a second, let's not do anything here. There's a chance that these two other giant teams might engage, and we could get the third party. So Brute Force holding their fire, but Federal finds one. And now Brute Force down to just the solo player, who definitely should not make any noise, but it's too late. It's a 4v4 for the end.
12 eliminations for Vampire. This is the sort of game we wanted to see from them from the start. Can they take down Influence Rage, who have been on the warpath so far? A full 4v4, it is not something we've seen from this roster. The PMWI champions for 2 years running. Not really having to find that momentum here at PMGC, but this could be the start to it. They've already had a good match. Influence Rage, they've been out in the open a little bit more. At 1 point behind on the eliminations. Vampire, though, they are way more isolated to their position.
There's still one more circle, though, John. So this next shift, east or west, can decide a lot here. Circle closing in. I don't think anybody's going to get knocked, not yet. Not until the circle shift, until something has to be done, until one of the teams have to make more of a push. Kayosky swinging off to the side, though, trying to get a leg up onto the competition, and that instantly presses Vampire to one side of the ridgeline, corrals them with their backs towards the blue now. Law is a little bit isolated, though, and the nades are coming out. Schweppes and Tony K with nades primed.
That's the thing, you give them that ridge side, they have a lot of lateral movement, and Nuzi holds down the backline onto Kayovsky beautifully. Ravenclaw turning the corner, but Law's still in it. Tony K for the backup, cooking a nade to try and launch it forward. Ravenclaw's still there. The backline continues to be dismantled. Vampire marshalling their forces. They have moved across this Erangel. They have had return to power on this map, but it is only the one match. Can they find Federal as they lose Ravenclaw in the process? One player from Influence Rage stands between them and their first chicken dinner here in Group Yellow. And they will be able to find the spray down. It is Vampire to find what they've been looking for so long. Relief thrown into the Vampire camp. They will be happy with that, but they need to keep it rolling.
That is a huge resurgence from Vampire. The 4v4, not just against any team. Influence Rage were the champions of Brazil, followed up with the champions of the entire Americas region. So that was a very tough team that they just went against 4v4. Also, Influence Rage had majority of the control to begin with, so they had all the play options, but Vampire come out on top, and well, with Tony K being the MVP, it does have a lot to do with it. 8 eliminations on Tony K alone.
An incredible player. We haven't really seen him turn up so far. And the Vampire logo with smiles behind it. Haven't seen it yet, but there it is. You love to have it come on through. 8 eliminations, but the damage is fairly evenly distributed there. 4 knockouts for Tony K, so he definitely did go up on just getting those flushes.
Yeah, and it was Tony K just really dealing with teams. He was like the spearhead. He would get the opening, and then the rest of the team would follow up. He puts himself in the most dangerous positions, too, each time the camera's on him. But Tony K, very aware of his surroundings. He knows what he can get away with. And it's a big win, but Vampire were last place coming into this. They still have a long ways to go. Influence Rage much higher up on the leaderboards with another solid finish. And that is the Influence Rage style. They just get these consistent games back to back, and it could be enough to put them in the top 3 at the end of the week.
I mean, they got, what was it, 12 eliminations right at the end there, and a 6 points for that second place as well. Influence Rage doing incredibly good stuff. I praised their 3-1 splits, the amount of control they had over the open ground. But they came across Vampire in a newly reformed, reinvigorated strength, and they weren't able to take it down in the end. Nuzi held the backline. Schweppes and Tony K were able to sweep them aside. Vampire find a crucial chicken dinner.
I never had a doubt in my boys from Thailand here, able to come up big in the first Erangel of the day. I wasn't like my analyst here, 7. He was counting them out after the first 2 Erangels of day 1. I knew they would bounce back. I knew they would return to true form. 7, what do you got to say for yourself?
You know what? I expected this. Just kidding. For them, though, this is the vampire that we've been hyping up. This is the vampire that we've been talking about since PMWI. They landed back on Primors. They had the option to land a Milta Power. They decided to not go do that. They decided to land on Primors. They decided to take it slow as well. And the big difference as well against Weibo, they decided to do a little bit of scouting, and it wasn't just one player, it was actually two players between Tony K and Ravenclaw. They dropped up the car and then they decided to walk around instead to make less noise. It worked out wonders because they ended up surprising Weibo. They ended up taking that position. Yeah. Ultimately, great play by Vampire, and I want to continue to see this. By the way, Tony K with 8 Illims. He's back. He's back.
Yeah. Now, this was definitely a good round for them, starting off with that crash, not really crash, but like that strike, that attack onto Weibo, catching them off guard and immediately essentially wiping the entire squad. They had such a big advantage from that position because half of the lobby or half of the game was in that open field. So they had a really good, strong position to then just pick up elimination after elimination after elimination, leapfrogging essentially from the south side into the zone. I'm saying they had an advantage. It was not easy for them to execute to the degree that they did. 16 eliminations, you're never gifted that straight up. So they definitely had to push it and push it and push it. But what a great, strong round to really get themselves actually into the mix here.
Yeah, we actually have, if you guys didn't notice, we rebranded the entire tournament. It's now the PUBG Mobile Global Championship Invitationals 2023. Where Vampire, I mean, to be fair, right, we're talking about Vampire not scouting. They could have been wiped out by brute force there, the two remaining players. They could have not had a chance to take home that chicken dinner because they didn't scout out that position before full sending. So a little bit of luck, Influence Rage helping them out a bit as well, clearing those angles for them. But in the end, they close things out and move themselves up to 9th place from 16. This is what we're talking about before at the start of the day, Cameron. There wasn't that big of a gap between 16th and 3rd. Now the gap is starting to close here for Vampire. And if you have one, maybe two more decent games like that, we could see them top 3.
Yes, but the real question is they need to continue to hold on to like the solid average games that we're seeing from teams that are currently on the left side of the leaderboard. You can't expect a 16 elimination win to come around that often. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised even if Vampire continue to perform well, even get themselves into top 3. We don't see another high elimination win like that from them because of how many things need to align in order for that to occur. But they're 39 points right now, 9th place. They are in the mix. There is still a small gap before, I believe, between 8th and 9th, which are tied, to get into 7th place at 50, where the majority of that top pack is sort of close together there. But jumping off of this momentum, it's looking really good.
I'm on the hype train.
Okay, choo-choo. You're getting on the trade. Influence Rage as well. Got to give a shout to them for having massive stuff there for this last match. On top of things with Kaiovsky and Law, a little bit of a split with the off angles, catch them off guard, but in the end, they still get themselves a 2nd place finish. And for you guys at home, you can get a 1st place finish by picking up the Infinix GT10 Pro, which was born for professional esports players. You guys can pick one up and potentially do what Vampire just did. Also, you can check out TikTok on your lovely new phone. You can search for the tag PMGC 2023 to find some behind-the-scenes stuff, some potential interviews, some crazy stuff there as well. Make sure you guys are checking that out, and if you ever do post about it, use the hashtag to join us. Also, we have the Frost Festival going on. Like I said before, it was the zombie event, Zombie's Edge last time, and now we have the Frost Festival where you guys can step into enchanting snowy village where you can revel in the exhilaration of gliding down the slopes on a snowboard and potentially turn your enemies into snowmen, which for 7 would be a height increase. Though his head size might get a little bit smaller being turned into a snowman. But you guys can make sure to check that out currently in PUBG Mobile. Don't hate me, 7. Productions tell me to say this, I swear. And also, we do have the Popularity Annual Gala going on as well, where you're going to have 10 1v1 matches, and our top players who perform the best get some exclusive rewards which they can show off as well. So make sure you guys get involved in that as soon as possible. And then last but not least, the new car in the game, the Pagani collaboration, is now live in PUBG Mobile. You can rev up the engine with the iconic Imola and Zonda R models. I know 7, he's going to be picking those up because he likes to have a collection of cars because he can't afford it in real life. But ladies and gentlemen, we have to head to a short little break here we get things ready to go for our 2nd and our 3rd match overall of Erangel. 2nd match of Erangel, 3rd match of the day. You know what I mean. We'll see you in a bit. I told you it was a short break, and we're back. Almost as short as 7, though I don't know why I keep bashing on you. But 7, you were excited for the Frost
Max
Festival.
is up here. Yeah, because hear me out. Whenever I get turned into a snowman, I get to match my boy Maxman by being bald. So it's the only time I get to, relate.
I
can already see the message. I pay your bills.
I can see Kalaris, Jackie, Maxman, and Blank all watching the show right now, invoicing each other. So I wouldn't be surprised if we have someone drop in to talk to us. But we're going to drop into our commentators because our second airing of the day is ready to go. It's match 3, and it's once again with John Allen and Zute.
I'm sure they're going to love that one. We are going to be heading into the next set of Erangel after Vampire's crucial chicken dinner, coming off the first position with a pretty quite high elimination count. Obviously 16 eliminations, really strong stuff coming through. But that only sits them up in 9th, and they have a little bit more of a way to go. 39 points they're on, and 66 points is currently that 3rd place if they want to get one of those direct qualification spots.
Yeah, and I wish we could have the best of both worlds. I would love to have both BTR and Vampire popping off, but it looks like 2 existing in one space just can't be done. BTR have really not shown much today so far, but Vampire is definitely stepping it up. And I'd like to give a shout out to Brute Force. They're hanging in there. They're not getting amazing, game standout games, but it's been consistent and they're hovering in that top 3.
Just trying to keep themselves in and amongst it. That's the name of the game at this stage. You do want those breakout performances where you can find them, but outside of that, you just want that consistency to be stashed on up in the back pocket. Let's head into Erangel number 2, match number 3 of today.
Playing path towards the southern side. Players will have to stretch a little bit if they want to head north, and so far, every time the playing path is even if it's a little bit skewed, we see altercations coming out. Teams not willing to lean way for other teams right now. Even for vehicles, they will contest it if they have to, and I do like seeing that. I wouldn't be surprised if we lose 1 or 2 players early on once again.
On that South Cup playing path, I think it was, the IHC double hot drop over on the west side. It looks like they're going to isolate themselves a little bit more this time around over to South Georgian Hospital. See if they drop even further potentially. I mean, if they want to grab some vehicles and just head up to North George, that is an option. I think it will depend on the circle. Let's see if they want to scrap it out there. Gatka split for Major Pride, Vampire down in Primorsk, Team Queso around that very pier and bridge. Nothing too dramatic in terms of change-ups for the teams over on that western edge. We'll see if there's any more hot drops over towards the east side.
Eastern teams now dropping out of the playing path. It looks like a good spread amongst all the teams, but that circle going hard to the south. Team Queso is going to be liking that one. Same with the Vibes team and Bino Storm. Those will be the 3 teams quickly onto the military base side, and Vampire as well. We've seen a lot of teams rotate into military base from Primorsk and have had a successful end game with that. So I'm looking at Vampire to pull something out in this match as well.
I think the East Bridge is going to be the most hotly contested. It's not quite inside that next circle. Oh dear, this is not good news for Rook. I think this is the second time we've seen players just floating overhead, and Ziol now looking for the shots, just trying to tap away with the DP. And he's got the first tag, needs 2 or 3 more. There's a second tag as well found. He's trying to track it on through. It's easier said than done though, and it looks like might have to hit the deck beforehand or try and get out of range. Spots the player over the top of the buildings, and there's cover. So Rook do manage to keep themselves secure. But that Eastern Bridge, I think, is going to be the most hotly contested. It's right on the edge of this first circle, so teams are going to be a lot more worried about getting across that fast than over on this West Bridge. Team Queso will cross that West Bridge first. We'll see if they hold up for a push in the meantime, if they set up for a bridge camp.
Wow, look at this Demorte. Notice how they're drifting onto the military base coming from Milta Power. So they jumped out so late on the plane because it was at the end of the plane path that the circle popped up in time for them to decide to float into... Am I reading that correctly? Or did Bino Storm just drop out earlier, get vehicles, and drive in here first? Maybe that's the case. Maybe they were trying to get to Novo to begin with, and they were going to float across regardless. But they end up floating into Beano Storm. But with Novo being so big, they will get the crates and they will be able to get a decent amount of loot to put up a fight. And Beano Storm very split. Might decide to give this up because with a circle like this, if you're already on military base, getting that center zone, which is towards the western bridge, can prove to be very favorable.
Beano Storm actually did just drop straight onto Novo. They dropped out sort of over farm. And they floated all the way down to Novo. Demuerte, you're right, we're out very late over towards the east side of the plane path, and looks like they sort of made quite a last-minute call. So I think you read that pretty well in terms of getting to Novo based on the circle.
Yeah, I thought that was the case, but it's not every day you see a play like that being made. So it threw me in for a loop. But for now, nobody going out early. I predicted maybe 1 or 2 players. That is not the case. BTR rotated from Milta across. So BTR have made it onto military base with all 4 players. DRS swimming across, and they swam across very quickly and found vehicles even on the roads of the military base island. So that is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 teams already on to military base.
Already making that crossing. I mean, you see these military circles, and it seems to just be the way you need to go, right? You just need to get across as fast as possible. I'm surprised Vampire haven't made that move just yet, but they do have one of the few botations available in their repertoire, in their wheelhouse. So we'll be looking to maybe wrap around to the south side of the island. Okay, so probably going to look to spot that. In the meantime, Demuerte are still holding on to Novo. The top of the crates will be their playground, and Divine goes down, gets flushed away as well. D+ trying to move in behind Sem9 on this eastern bridge that I said was going to be really quite interesting, but nobody's even stopped to think about holding it out at this point. They are all just getting out of dodge and immediately getting across as far south as they seemingly can. BTR already south side of military, playing neighbors with Team Queso right now.
Yeah, a bridge camp is just too risky in the sense that a team that you're probably looking to bridge camp, you'll get maybe 1 point off them, and then they're just going to turn around and find another way across the bridge, and then you end up wasting your time. We see it quite often here, and it ends up being both teams, eating a lot of blue damage. The botation for Vampire did come out, but Queso already set up. They know a team will definitely look for that botation here, and Queso punishes it. Vampire now caught in a very terrible position out in the water. They're going to have to just swim and make their way on land.
Just trying to get on through. So that is that lookout that Team Queso were going to have on that south side. I like the position from Team Queso. I mean, they've spread out quite a lot, but it's still very early doors. They haven't had much pressure on the south, on their exact positions, but I think it could be a little bit treacherous for them if they are going to overcommit to staying wide split at this point. I think catching just the one team should be good enough for them at this point. And they can look to regroup a little bit more inland, try and get some more power into the later circles.
Also, with 4 players in the water, you at most just need 1 to 2 players to look for the points. The rest of the team should be looking for their back positions, make sure they're not getting pushed from another side. So we'll see if Queso will be able to hold that split that they're doing right now. Beano Storm. This is on the far south of military base, and there's so many teams on military base island. Not a single player, or 1 player has gone down from Beano Storm. We saw that, but that's it. Just 1 player out, and majority of the lobby on military base.
For the time being, certainly.
Oh, no.
Ooh, a little bit of a drop down, nearly almost getting knocked there for Team Queso. That he will be able to swim around and get back up. Team Queso does have that position to hold, so it's not like they're under threat. So a little bit easier. He can just, you see over there, just get up onto the beach and get back through, but they lose their sightline.
Yeah, Reyes, no meds either. Definitely held his breath as he fell down. And one of the players of Vampire did go down to, I think it was drown damage. He was getting punished heavily, but will be able to get revived right there. As you are able to revive players, that go out in the water. It's no longer a instant finish. But Vampire, in their little makeshift Vampire lair, that rock side out there. Oh, that's, imagine the zone ends on that spot. That'd be something else, but less than 1% chance of that happening. Next circle, about to shift out.
Doesn't even
I just said that,
really.
and it was playing out in my head. I was like, man, that'd be kind of cool.
I would
See
like
where
that.
I would too. I think everybody would, including vampires. Next zone, and
It's still in.
It's not gonna happen, John. But this circle, look at how many teams are in this military base already. I will feel terrible for a team who thinks they could get a fast rotation in on this hard shift and find something open, and then just get eviscerated. That is pretty much half the lobby, maybe even more than half the lobby in the second circle already on a military base island.
Big Milo getting spotted. Spray down for East. But that should be resable for Team Queso. And this is what I was talking about. It leaves Team Queso a little bit vulnerable if they maintain that split. They'll need to regroup. It looks like they have done that, though. So I'm happy to see for Team Queso that they've been able to make that one work. East, though, is still posted up on high ground. Souk, apparently immune to bullets right now as he's just dodging and diving through the middle of them. Finally, some start to connect from the rest of the Vibes roster. And there's actually Team Queso looking on the off angle. So it took 2 teams to take him down. However, Weibo lose a player, lose a 4 position, and they're down to 3.
Ooh, nice shots from East. A little bit of a fadeaway. Turned away before the knock even came through. Sook doing some forward scouting for the team. Got a little bit greedy, and like I mentioned, I feel bad for the player or the team that thinks they could do a fast rotation on that hard shift and find something open, because everything is taken. Weibo Gaming will have to settle down in this compound. You can tell from that mini-map, from all the teams around them, that they are not going to be able to move around much more. Rotation across the bridge. Sem9 doing a bridge camp. A very, very poor... Oh, nope, they find one. Okay. That makes it all the worthwhile. Yeah, they get the flush. If they didn't get a single player, that would have been a very subpar bridge camp.
Certainly would have been. I mean, they are taking a little bit of a passive note to it, I suppose. Not spraying down more than one on a convoy like that. I think you're right, though. Should have been a little bit more efficacious, but it's not to be. Naomi going down, however, for Major Pride is a pretty significant blow. They're going to have to play this north side without that 4th player in the mix of things. We still have quite a few teams still left across. I think we're 4 teams on the mainland, 2 of whom are really far away. The most far away is Rook, who have just crossed past Georgopol. So they are way up to the north. They are so far away. Brute Force over on the east just getting past towards Milta right now. They're probably going to look to cross on that east bridge, coming through on that east side. We'll have to wait and see.
I don't know if this is Rook's plan, but the only idea that comes to mind is that they come in so late that they come into the zone on like 4th circle where everything is heated up and chaotic, and they just drive in as a 4-man, pick a singular compound, and hope for the best. That might be the play when you're coming in that late in the zone. Here on the bridge side, Genesis catches one player from Sem9. Sem9 dropping their guard, thinking that was it. One player goes down. That is Genesis opening to push across the bridge, and push across they will.
I think in the meantime, Vampire are also taking a fight with Weibo on the west coast, and it's seemingly going well for the time being. But that west bridge, really treacherous stuff there. And it's going to deny Rook the opportunity to just sail on through, like you were talking about, potentially just playing late, playing slow, keeping those health bars topped up, and seeing if you can stay alive for as long as possible. Brute Force, their health bar, you can see on the right-hand side, the health bars for Brute Force, very low. You're going to have to be very careful there. Get those bandages on board as nades start to be traded. No one going down fully just yet.
Sem9 trying to hold the bridge still. One player gets confirmed. Tam down to 1 HP. Yeah, that barrel's not big enough. And Sem9 trying to do that bridge camp. All it takes is just one player to go down, one player to stop watching the bridge. The other team, in the form of Genesis, with all 4 players, well, 3 up, Smile could get revived here. Pushing across. That nade doesn't connect, but the push should be good here, unless he gets a double with that nade.
Oh, huge nade for Depp, able to find one knock and take the other player super low. Now has the chance to get this first aid off and get these flushes as well. Pick up the points for Sem9. I think that is probably the most important spot. Murnat tries to move on forwards now, the last player active for the roster of Genesis. He's moving on in, but he's spotted across the way. SEM9 still have that high ground position, that off angle, and it might come through here, but Mikiel's very low. I don't know if he has any meds. Doesn't seem like it. Murnat launching the nade over. That should be spotted. Still has his teammate crawling forwards in the meantime. And Depp launches another nade forwards. Pressure onto Mernat now. Nade in hand, but swaps to the Bison. Knows the push is coming. Baits him out for the spray. Depp dancing back and forth, and Mernat descends back down the stairs. Spotted on the walkway. Can he leverage his teammate's high ground position? Mikiel needs to be there. Needs to be in with the angle, as the Bison is going to spray down a lot of bullets in that magazine, but it's just not happening. They're just not landing the damage. Mernat steps up, and there's the knock. There's the flush as well.
Depp trying so hard to play for his teammate. And sometimes, you know, team synergy is good. Playing to your teammates, you know, sightlines is good. But sometimes you just need that killer instinct, that moment where you just will take the 1v1, even if you know if you wait a little bit longer, a teammate might be able to help. In that case, waiting was not the play. Maybe Mikel dropped the ball a little bit, not being able to find the angle, even though he had so much time. Sem9 learned a valuable lesson, though, in bridge camping, and that's to always expect at least one more team to cross that bridge before you turn your backs as we head into stage 4. Many teams on the island taking a look at their positions now. BTR looking like they could thread the needle and get a nice spot in that circle. Circle condenses right into the middle.
That hill that Vibes currently hold, a lot of high ground advantage there for them. May be difficult to hold from the west side. You've still got like 3 or 4 teams there. Actually, you still have IHC crossing the bridge now, but Rook are still beyond them. I don't know if they've gone for a flank around to the east bridge or if they are behind IHC on that west bridge, but there is still 2 teams looking across. Yeah, there they are. They've just poked into the top of the minimap there. And you can see Rook will be behind. IHC looking to push on past. So the bridge camp alleviated. In the meantime, Influence Rage have been spotted. A lot of their players starting to fall. It looks like most of that goes over to Brute Force. Little Boy on the south side, towards the airstrip, close to DRS, the last player to stand for them.
Brute Force coming in so late onto military base from the east side, completely catching Influence Rage by surprise. Influence Rage's setup looked like they just assumed that their backside was clear, but Brute Force at the last second pops out on the blue and takes out 3 of their players, I believe. 3 players of Influence Rage are out. I don't know if all 3 are confirmed to the side of Brute Force. The match will continue with Influence Rage solo out of Little Boy. IHC, they've made it across, coming into the zone late. Same with Rook. Rook will be able to do so as well. And there is still 47 players alive on stage 4 in a military zone.
That is quite an effective crossing, with 15 teams still involved. Normally you see a few more get taken down on that bridge, but a lot of players have been taken out is the main thing. A lot of teams bumped off that 4-player total. I think we're on, what is that, 8 teams or so with 4 players alive out of the 15 still in the scrap. De Muerte, Cork is very low as they try and rotate 2 and 2 and try and regroup. You can see they're trying to diverge from one another. I think that might have been 1, 2, and 1 actually. So De Muerte very much in a convoy, which is nice to see. Cork might just be able to get away with it, but it looks like DRS have other ideas. Is under pressure, but there's a backup coming on through. De Muerte might be able to get away with this one.
They're going to be in sightlines the whole time, though, as it doesn't look like they could go much further. So DRS have the advantage. They have the angle options. Blue zone is closing in. Rook, a self-molly there, or a team molly. Didn't catch that quite clearly, but Rook on the northern side will get the opening and we'll get the spot in the zone. And DRS with the advantage here, yeah. They have the angles to work with. Blue zone is on their backside, but it is closing slow. Allows them to find another knock. Doesn't look like De Muerte should be able to get out of this one.
Pretty tricky stuff for De Muerte, but Malloy most likely going to be flushed here. Milky Way may be a little bit more resible in the area, and Delta actually goes down on the top of this hillside. So attack onto the back line of the rotation for DRS. Milky Way, you can see if Fury can get across there with the smoke cover that exists, potentially looking for this res. Bino Storm, in the meantime, want to try and third party. I'm also keeping my eye on the west side of this circle right now, because Vibes have the hilltop, but Vampire are right behind them on that western edge. Playing 2 and 2 right now, not really having the impetus to push, but I'm sure the next circle might change that.
Next circle, shifting here, as Bino Storm trying to make something happen with that third party, and that might be the opening that they need. De Muerte catch a nice knock, and one of their players goes down. DRS down to a solo. Actually, it looked like they were in good control, but De Muerte hold They hold the line. Rules, last one up. Circle has shifted, I think, more towards that northern side. Yeah. As these teams will have to start moving again. And Weibo Gaming, with that shift, forced to push in the open, a 2v4 through the open, the fields, through the smokes. It shouldn't work here, and I don't think they're going to get much further.
Gap is low, but isn't down just yet. Ming also shredded as he tries to step in through the door. That's just not going to work. Reyes for the final blow, so their Weibo will fall. Team Queso playing as 4. They held that southwest coast for a while, and now they'll look to try and establish a little bit more control to this hillside. A really difficult ascent for this team, but if they time it right, there could be a third party on the cards, because IHC have just tried to move up towards Vibes. Vampire most likely going to try and do the same.
Vampire, I don't know how many vehicles they're working with, because they swam across, so not many vehicle spawns on that beach side. They might just be forced, like you mentioned, to push up this hill. Vampire with 4 players, so in a big chicken dinner win in the last match, that might give them the confidence to go ahead and do this push uphill. IHC helping them out a little bit, you know, pushing in from the north side, and Team Queso could come in from the south. So this hilltop will be heavily contested. How will Vibes be able to handle this situation?
On the rooftop, they've got that one player, but the more angles that get assaulted onto, the less viable that rooftop position is for Baron. You can see him up on the high ground. The more angles he has to hide from, the less valuable it can be. So you might want to drop down in a bit if Team Queso make that move. You can see them in the vehicles on that south side, just on the corner of the minimap there, in the top right-hand side of your screen. So they're figuring out how to make this move. They haven't really gone for it just yet. They might be waiting for this to get a little bit more dicey, because they shouldn't have seen any knocks in the feed.
Nade from Baron towards IHC. Falls too far. That sloping hillside not making it easy to land. Here comes Queso coming in on the south. Now, Queso can play on that south side uncontested. They'll be close to Vibes, but if they don't want to take the fight, they don't have to. So Queso might play this a little bit slower. I see shots and damage raining through, though, so they could find that potential opening. But yeah, they have cover to work with. They don't need to press this unless they want to.
And this is where Baron's position gets a little bit more treacherous, a little bit more dangerous. Vampire, instead of going straight up the hill, maybe looking to put more pressure over onto IHC or just reposition for this ridgeline, which has a little bit more cover for them to make the approach. But the nades have already been expended, I imagine, for a lot of it from Vibes over towards IHC's location. We saw a lot of bombardment out that way. They were able to get a flush through earlier as well. There's a lot of the players from IHC have fallen.
The nades forcing Baron off that rooftop right there. He caught some damage. Ooh, a little bit of a side angle right there. Vampire will find one onto IHC on the north. Rook might chime in here too. As you can see, Rook very close by. And with that new circle shift, all the teams on that west will have to engage in one another. And it is going to be a 4-way brawl.
Certainly going to be difficult. A nice find onto an outside player for Vibes as they go down. BTR looking to try and hold down their quarter of that military base in the meantime. Schweppes marching forwards. Vampire still all alive, but their meds have been torn to shreds. One player trying to go for this res, trying to cover off with the smoke. Ravenclaw's close by, and they still have maintained their strength all together right now, but the meds definitely not there for them. They'll need to conclude this fight as fast as possible until that med drought comes back to bite them. They're repositioning around. They've allowed that res to go through, and Vibes are back up to 4. A nade over the top finds Ravenclaw, and that could be disastrous.
Ooh, Vampire had the advantage just for a split second, but yeah, the meds, the lack of meds, their players being not fully healed caused hesitation out of many of their players, and I think Tony K, one of the spearhead players, no meds, was at like 40 HP trying to push up. Who didn't feel confident enough, and they will start falling. Vibes will hold true with 4 players. It is not done for them yet, because now here comes Rook, a 4-man team out of Rook, heavily equipped. They didn't have any opposition coming in from the north side, came in so late, so they have all the util to work with.
It's all up to Tony K for Vampire if they want to convert on a good performance. But Doc on the inside goes 1 for 1 on the DBS trades. Now Eugene for Rook on the outside, default as well, right up to the wall. A lot of the Rook players have fallen, and it's Apex to stand strong on his side of the building. 4 Vibes, Eugene super low, and he will fall down as well. Apex mashes them against that wall, and it is everybody falling in the face of the hold for Vibes, but Vampire still have Tony K. What can he do? Because he's not got a lot left in the tank here. No util, nothing but bullets, and a dream for Vampire.
He gets a knock. Still 2 more to go. It was a tough task. It wasn't going to happen. Good pre-fires, though. If the player wasn't committing to the revive, those were timed nicely. Vampire not able to continue on their hot streak, or not even streak, just their hot game from the previous match. It was close, though. If they managed to close that out, they have that hilltop position. They'd be up so many elims, but they fall short at the very end. Vibes with 7 elims, 3 players up, and like I said earlier, Queso didn't have to get involved unless they wanted to. Now Queso, or 4 players up. Same with D+. D+, how many? D+ have picked up 4 eliminations so far off screen through all the chaos.
They have managed to keep themselves together. Dino dropping the smokes for Major Pride. A lot of the players in the Sosnovka military base have just been hunkering down for the time being. Most of the brutal scraps have been on this west side where we've been focused, but everybody trying to move through the military base has been cut down in the process. It's BTR on the outside. It's only Major Pride with 2 still left in. Sorry, 3 in there.
Shift. Next circle shift about to come out here. Nobody able to play in the center of zone. Barren wasteland, some trees, some rocks. Those crates might come in huge for cover. And BTR and Major Pride get that circle. Team Queso's got to make a big play here. They have 4 up, but they don't time it correctly. D+ from the north side could just get a side angle onto them.
They need that res first, and they have managed to get it now, but it slowed them down somewhat. Major Pride fully oriented in their new position. D+ starting to move as well. Papi Potro needs to go for some heals. Team Queso weren't involved in that big scrap on the top of the hill. They haven't really pushed up through, so a lot of those crates where they might have been able to find meds, not available to them. That has gone over to Vibes. A shot has been found over to Fabian and the flush as well, bringing only 1 team to 4 players. That'll be Team Queso on the south.
Fabian maybe moving a little bit too early into that zone. Gets caught from the side. D+ down to 3. Vibes will take the position instead. A straight shot down the hill, and they get that ridge line to work with. D+ have a tough task now. No open spots in front of them, and getting a nice knock right out the buggy. That's going to help them out for sure. Vibes, with only 2 players, this is possible for them to push across.
Don't count out BTR, sorry, I was going to say, until the nade landed right on top of them. And now DK can start to move forwards. Another nade from Major Pride. They are starting to extend their influence over the road. If they can move into the position that BTR just got flushed from, they are going to have a much better time here. But Team Queso, they're moving across this ridge that sits there on the south side of the circle, and look at the high ground advantage that that's affording to them. Sure, they're a little bit closer to the edge, but it's going to be a really, really nice down shot towards the rest of these players. D+ moving across. They lost Fabian earlier, but Vibes have been dethroned from the top of the hill as well, and they'll have to move forwards a little bit further. With Nolbu going down, D+ taking the wind out of their sails a little bit.
D+ with a really good push just in time too. Any slower, Team Queso would have been stopping them as well as the Vibes team. We're down to the 3 teams. Major Pride, Team Queso, and D+. D+, not much terrain to work with here. If Queso wanted, they could maybe even find an angle if they swing over the top just a little bit more. Might open up sightlines onto Major Pride though, so Queso have to be a little bit slower with that decision. Circle shift south. D+ not in zone, the other 2 teams in the circle.
The more damage that Major Pride can extract from Team Queso's health bars right now, the better. They're going to have to look to hold on that cross. And they're not going to pull the trigger just yet. An easy rotate forwards for Nomi. I think he has a vehicle underneath him. If he doesn't, it's going to be a lot harder. But tags into the blue, has to step out the back. He's taking a lot of damage there. It's Nomi, but we'll see what they can do. Hopefully, they've been able to run dry a couple of the med supplies for Team Queso if Major Pride want to take this one further. A lot of nades in hand, but no smokes for Major Pride.
Queso does have quite a few eliminations to their name, but I believe it is mostly long range. They didn't commit into any close range fights, so I don't think they managed to loot util from other players, so you might be right about their meds running low. As Milo, once again, in the off angle on the top of the hill, I don't see his HP bar going up. So that might just be the case. See D+ really trying to take their time with it, get as much info, inching inch by inch, just to see what could be played, and also taking their time to make sure no other players are staying on that high ground and getting pushed off the blue as well. And now they have to commit into the opening. The rock is where they'll go for, and 2 players make it there in time, but one goes down, the other at 1 HP. I don't think he could survive for much longer. If he can weather the storm, maybe they could get the reset, but Major Pride come in, and that could be the blessing that D+ needed.
They move across. Major Pride leave the cover of their building. They're putting pressure onto this Team Queso position. They've already found that outpost of Big Milo. Effect down in the grass. Artur's looking for shots, and there's a nade to answer. Effect falls in response, and now Nomi has to move up and into the fray for the backup there. Another nade for Artur's. Looks pretty good and on the money there. Needs to make sure it lands. The damage doesn't quite find what he's looking for, and around the smoke, Effect gets flushed. Reyes and Artur's move forward, and Dino cannot withstand. Nomi now, the last player for Major Pride, and Team Queso might have got this all wrapped up. But there's the crossfire, there's the spray, it's D+, they're still alive and they are still kicking.
Team Queso. I knew what they were trying to do there, but you can't forget about the other team. Now things get kind of reset in a way with Queso with far less players to work with. Maybe they could get the revive onto the 3rd. Blue zone closing in. D+ will have to push over in the open. D+ did lose a player, so D+ not able to work with 2. Queso resets back up to 3.
There's no meds.
There's only 1 for the side of Major Pride.
There's no meds on board. Another knock sent back over to Papi Potro, and that is excellent nade usage now. Every single of those 4 nades from Nomi is going to be so valuable. 2 knocks very, very close by, and that is going to be another flush. Osal has a real chance here, a little bit closer to the center. If Nomi can handle business over to Big Milo, then Osal certainly has an opportunity. I think Nomi's a little bit further away from the blue zone, and Osal's going to have to cross the open ground first. I wonder if they read into this. You could just see the meds are dry for Team Queso. Osal forced out. The nade from Nomi lands out in the open. The spray to the window. It's going to go for it. Big Milo might not even stand up. And now it's all Nomi versus Big Milo. Major Pride want to close it down. A nade out front to stop the push. Looking for that smoke. Looking to bobble it through. But Big Milo's close up. And Personal with the spray with the UMP. And he's able to find it. Big Milo descends for Team Queso. And right the close. Nomi falls. And what a way to close it down. Team Queso made the mistake of crossing without dealing with D+ on the northern flank, and they T-pose for dominance.
I like that T-pose at the end. Queso definitely have not had a great day 1. Day number 2, they are coming out looking much stronger. Even before this match, they were looking better than yesterday. So an upward trajectory for them. Could have ended terribly. It got dicey. It got very close. That nomads really put a hamper on their potential to close the game, but they still get it done. At the very end, 1 HP, and I think, yeah, he's holding his finger up. He's like, oh man, I was 1 HP, 1 HP, and he clutched that out against the almost full HP player of Major Pride.
I have to say, I think Nomi dropped the ball pretty hard right in the
Yes.
end there. But I still think Major Pride played well. It was just that mechanical diff right at the end where Big Milo was able to stand up. And to be fair, I feel like we've given a lot of grief to Big Milo over the last few days. We've seen him get caught quite a few times, and I think it was reasonable criticism, but he definitely turned up for Team Queso just then.
Yeah, Big Milo pretty much makes up for at least 2 times we saw him playing very split from the team, playing that off-angle position and not playing it, correctly. This time around, no off angles to be had, just a straight 3-way 1v1, and that composure out of him, by the way, he could have taken shots onto D+. He was 1 HP, and he had the smoke on the side. He decided better of it, and that let him cover the ground, that let him win the final 1v1 at the very end for the chicken dinner. I mean, it could have also failed, but it works out this time, and a win is a win for Team Queso.
I feel like it was potential that Nomi just didn't expect Big Milo to push up and get right in his grill like that, but you've got to expect the unexpected, especially when you're dealing with Team Queso from Chile. They haven't had the best of performances so far, but today seems to be the day where the bottom of the table strike back. We'll see if we'll have more on the cards. We'll head back over to the desk.
Seems like that cheese has been aged enough here as Team Queso finally strike one for themselves where they looked utterly disgusting like blue cheese over in America's regional championships. Just got thrown by several gaming Cameron Davis, and honestly, Big Milo probably shouldn't have won that 1v1, right, Simon?
Yeah, he shouldn't have, but he got lucky. You know why? Because the other player didn't have a DPS. If he would have had a DPS, it would have been a completely different story. He also helped out that he missed a bunch of shots too. For Team Queso, though, a big surprise. I didn't even think that we're going to be getting close. I think that we're going to end up being in the third place. Good to see out of them. And something that the casters were mentioning, and I'm glad we're going to mention it now, is that Team Queso has had a much better start for day 2. Not just this match, obviously, with the chicken dinner, but the first match, 6th place, 7 Ilims. Second match, 7th place, 4 Ilims. So a good performance out of Team Queso.
And Cameron, if we think back to like earlier in that match, they were gatekeeping out Vampire Esports on the west-hand side of military, and I believe it was Reyes almost knocked himself by falling off the cliff. Like that could have went a completely different direction for them if he got knocked, or you know, Vampire potentially could have caught him and gotten the advantage themselves.
Yeah, I mean, Queso picked up a lot of the early eliminations just by third-partying from long range, and this was a salvage round for most teams, similar to that crazy island Miramar that we had yesterday. The nature of the first couple of zones mixed with the south plane path meant that especially the teams that had to loot towards the north were coming in very sporadically, a lot of chaos, not a lot of options for half the teams to really set up in a way that they would want to, in the way that we saw teams like Major Pride, which allowed Queso to really just pick off teams one at a time and just make sure that they could keep themselves relatively healthy and make sure everyone else was wounded going into these final fights. It did get hectic at the end, especially with D+, just like really edging it out towards the end. It got very, very close, but you really have to give it to Milo. Again, that final 1 versus 1, taking that opportunity to rush forward and take the fight directly to Nomi, who perhaps wasn't even expecting the last Queso member to be right at his door when he was.
Well, look at this, Queso up to 8th place. I'm not gonna lie, coming to this event, coming to this group in particular, I did not expect Queso to be this high up in the rankings, with just performances we've seen recently out of them, but a big step up and a big climb for them so far today. But Major Pride as well, able to get themselves up to 4th place here at 7. And obviously with the way Major Pride have been playing, they've been very content with sitting inside of a compound and just kind of waiting for a lot of fights to go.
You know, real quick, you know what's wild about those rankings is that we've seen a lot of teams at the bottom perform really well. Vampire, DRS, and now Queso. But because it's the top teams haven't really been soaking up that many points. Like we saw yesterday, Vampire are in 11th place. They're 2 points ahead of the bottom 5. DRS are right back into the bottom 5 with 40 points. Like, these climbs for these bottom teams aren't going to be as, or haven't been as dramatic because the middle of the pack has been continuing to just keep, you know, push themselves higher up.
Yeah, and for Major Pride, I mean, that was a big save of the day, like, at the halfway point too, because today they haven't had the greatest start too. So good for them to be able to perform well. And you were talking about some of the top teams not being able to perform the way that we saw yesterday. I mean, BTR, that's a big question mark. Yesterday, after 3 matches, they have 55 points. Today, after 3 matches, they've only been able to get 10 points. So a big drop out there for BTR.
Yeah.
And I guess my question to then you off the back of that, Cameron, is like, did we expect Megatron to fall off? Was yesterday an overperformance? Is today more of the kind of performance we should expect? What's your thoughts?
I mean, I didn't expect them to get nearly as many points today as they did yesterday, but this is like a lot bigger of a drop-off than I expected. We theorized that the teams would be more expecting aggressive maneuvers, not just BTR, but also from themselves, that they need to go out and get the points. We've seen that from teams like Mimo Storm, even though they haven't been necessarily the most successful with, but we've seen teams like, okay, you know what, we're in this game, we got to actually go fight for stuff. But I at least expected Bigatron to stay in the mix. It feels like they're losing players from the very first fight, the very first interaction they have with another team, and it's putting them on the back foot, and they just haven't really been able to salvage too much out of those rounds. We saw this time they had a pair sitting in the center of the zone, and you know, they got a couple of placement points out of that, but not too much else.
Yeah, just kind of coasting off the points they built up day 1. I mean, at least that's the luxury they have, right? Is they're able to do that, but obviously it takes away from them being able to maintain a top 3 position. But one last team I did want to mention really quick here, 7, for Miracle Vibes, man. They held off Vampire, then they held off Farouk, and then they held off Tony K last second as he almost turned things back in his own favor. This team has been putting on some pretty damn good performances, thinking back to, was it the last Erangel we had, where they were able to third-party that fight. But it is time.
We're at the start too with Sandhawk. 6 eliminations to start of the day.
Yeah, I'm sorry I threw it to you, but we don't have time.
We're
heading to our final airing of the day. It's going to be match 4. John Allen and Zute, take it away.
Hey, I'd have much rather listen to what Seven had to say than listen to us drone on about these matches. But we are going to be heading into it nonetheless, so you're stuck with us for the final Erangel match of today. It should be fairly interesting. That military zone finish, I mean, it's always good to see military zones. I enjoy seeing how teams adapt to the chaos because it is always the most chaotic way to finish an area.
Yeah, and I'm surprised so many teams, especially with the very first military circle that this group has yet to play in, that so many of them made it across all safely. We only saw one player go down, and that was a casualty onto the military base itself. I expected more of like multiple teams going out, getting bridge camped, crossing late, but it was a nice balance. A lot of teams already have a good idea in mind of how to cross. We saw like Rook coming in from North Georgepol. Like, if you're gonna come in late, you need to come in extremely late, and it worked out for them there towards the very end. But we are heading into the next Erangel. Hopefully not another military base. Actually, I don't mind if I see another one. But so many of these teams really starting to show up on day number 2. Queso, Vampire, and the teams that did really well, like BTR, and not showing up today. And there was that interview at the very end of day number 1. They asked BTR, like, usually when you are very aggressive day 1, it seems like you guys will go to a more passive playstyle day 2. The answer back was no. We're gonna keep being aggressive. We're gonna keep up the pressure. But it seems like it might not be a planned thing, but more so just as the tournament progresses, the pressure gets to BTR. Now that they're in first, or they were. I think they're still in first place, maybe.
They are, yeah.
Now, they had a really good day 1, and then they feel the pressure of needing to maybe maintain that and not mess up and start making mistakes, and that causes them to play a little bit worse. We've seen that happen to a lot of teams.
I mean, there's also the factor of other teams focusing their adjustments around what BTR were able to do to the lobby yesterday as well. So potential, the gaps that they were showing maybe closed up a little bit. We'll have to wait and see, but either way, the bottom line is the BTR have not performed up to the same level, and that gap has closed to 8 points at this stage between second place, Influence Rage. And this, I just want to talk about Influence Rage a little bit, and this is something you've highlighted a couple of times now, is that they are just consistent, right? They are just always there. Even in that last match, they were able to do quite a bit from the central position that they had. They got 2 placement points and they stayed alive for a long time. Sure, they only got 3 points, but they were still putting up those on the board, right, to try and keep up with BTR, who got 4 points, and they did just that. So they're 8 points behind right now in second place. I'm expecting to see them start to survive later and later. The bubbles for previous stages in that third place have been around where it was 198 and 180, I think it was 180 something, 178 as well on the second group. So you're looking to get around that 185 mark. So still a long way to go for all of these teams. So consistency is key.
Consistency definitely will be key. One thing you mentioned was that gap closing, right, with BTR now just 8 points separated from second place. That to me is not even the important thing. It's the fact that so many other teams are closing the gap as well, because most likely it's the second place team that will pass you up, like, numbers wise, statistically. But now the fact you have all of these other teams to worry about because their point gap or closing that point gap as well is the biggest threat of all. And so many players just really going for this far parachuting plane drop. We haven't seen anyone get knocked out of the sky just yet. This is the most likely way it will happen.
Oh my goodness.
And BTR. Yeah, that'll do it. And they'll get the second one too.
What are you going to do? He's already got a UMP and a Scar as well. I don't think there's any way you get away from this. Lepage just hops out. He forces the player to strafe out from the rock and the vehicle, the secondary weapon. Is he going to hop into the back? I don't think so. I feel like that would be a little bit of a risk too far. But they get the knock, they get the flush. 2 points early for BTR. Found as Mikiel most likely also going to get flushed. Kenny hiding. He's going to be a survivor on the outside. Doesn't have any weapons, so he's happy that they turned. Hang on a minute. Have they smelt something? Do they know?
Oh, no. How?
Was someone else looking out? I think they know. Look at they have an off.
Oh.
I think they spotted it. Oh my goodness. Hide and seek at the start of the match for BTR. They pick up 3 points, and there's your return to form.
Okay. I mean, BTR are a very aggressive team, and that is pure aggression right there. Sem9 losing 3 players down to a solo just like that. Lepar padding the stats for sure, picking up those 3 UM points, and also, getting the damage numbers racked up. So good start for BTR. Also, good zone for BTR. It didn't even catch the circle. It is a hard eastern circle, and where we just saw BTR on screen is pretty much dead center circle. So that should give you a good idea of how far that eastern circle has popped up.
Yeah, that's right on that shelter area, that high priority set of positions, and they'll have their pick of the litter. With 3 points on board already as well, they can commit to maybe a little bit more riskier plays that have a higher potential into this match. I'll be interested to see if they just want to keep it consistent or if they are going to maintain that aggressive ideology that we are expecting and that they stated that they were going to maintain. We'll have to wait and see. DRS on that south side, currently by Farm, maybe branching out towards Milta as well. Bino Storm over towards Novo, staying in that drop spot as they will look to cross that eastern bridge, I'm sure, in due course. Demuerte over in Lipovka. Remember, they diverted to the south side previously over to Novo based on the circle that popped on that military island, but they are back in Lipovka now on the eastern side.
Demuerte on that eastern side, like you mentioned, they will have a good position too of their choosing. And BTR have rotated into Milta to loot because the off plane path drop, that is not a lot of loot to be had. Getting those quick eliminations early might slow them down just enough to cause a timing issue with them thinking they could get a nice center spot still and another team might already be there. So we'll keep that in mind. As many of the teams still looting, no one even has committed to a rotation yet. Taking a look around the map, everyone's still on their drop spot. Demuerte with that split on the east is the team that looks like they're about to rotate out of everyone else. Of course, given the fact that they have a nice position, they should look to get a stronger one. And Weibo Gaming, done looting Pachinki, just now starting to get in their vehicles and make their ways towards the east.
Trying to find their way on out of there. I'm sure they'll post up, leapfrog through Potato Hill, try and find their position out to the east. Influence Rage started to break south from Yasnaya as well, breaking towards the mansion area, towards that god compound as well. But I think we saw, if I'm not mistaken, was it Demuerte? I think it was Demuerte yesterday in that god compound who were able to fight off against Vampire, who tried to crash on in, and Demuerte just took them down. It was either Demuerte or it might have been Major Pride. I'm not entirely sure. I have to go back and double check. But either way, a really, really strong position if they want to take it. It's a little bit towards the edge right now, so maybe not as high a priority for them at the time being.
Definitely more off-center. D+ on screen, rotating their way in now, as Weibo Gaming has got a little bit more ahead of them. We might see a altercation if D+ still continues towards center. That rotation trajectory should just put them right into Weibo Gaming's path. Sem9, wow, playing that position as a solo? Maybe just looking for a knock and a finish and then getting wiped, but he's picked a strong compound to hold solo. I wouldn't be surprised if another team rolls up on that spot just as a jumping off area to go to further rotations.
To be fair, at the moment, with Influence Rage already far south, Genesis might look to go to this position, but they've already got a position in circle, so maybe not right now. It's only really brute force that I'm looking at could potentially go on into this position. But if they go over to the east side of Yasnaya, it's more likely that they're going to run down the coastline and into Demuerte and Influence Rage as well.
Yeah, he might be able to get this first spot all to himself in the first zone. It's a risky pick though, as Genesis, yep, stretching out a little bit, wanting to get more center. And the issue with this spot is that if the circle shifts, even if it's a little bit north, that position all of a sudden becomes a key power position. So even if you're like, have a spot a little bit, to the west, this spot is insurmountably better, and I think Genesis knows this, and he thinks it's clear. He thinks no one's here, and he's telling his team, yeah, this compound's free if we do want to take it next zone. So Dep will have to look for that quick knock and point conversion.
Is there a vehicle in there that he spotted or something? Because he is still taking shots.
Nah, it's just to make noise. So other players or other teams, rotating close by will be like, oh, I hear shots there. That position's already taken. And, keep the fingers warm. Aim at those little small openings just because, further on, later on in the match, you are going to have to do those quick reflexes when players are peeking out at you.
He's still going to hold on to it. Brute Force actually moving to the east side of Yasnaya right now. Influence Rage have broken out even further to the north of Kayovsky, scouting out that direction. Quite a wide split, and I don't think you want to hold that against Brute Force right now. With Demuerte moving in on that mansion side as well. Could be pretty tricky. Goodness me. Depp is really holding his nerve down here. But it looks like Genesis might not even go for it. Kayovsky might be the next to scout this location.
Yeah, circles shift to the west. That will put all the east teams closer, or moves them closer to the western side of the map. And Kayovsky, looking like Influence Rage, will take that compound. So Depp, good luck. Maybe he could catch one real quick and convert it. But, oh man, I'm just waiting to see what happens to Depp here. We've built a little bit of a story around Depp, but there is fighting elsewhere. It's BTR. This is the team that I really want to see start popping off. We've seen Vampire pop off. Maybe we could get the best of both worlds.
Looks like Superboy right now, close by to Forrest and Fabian from D+. On the outside, the backup is coming through, but it's not here just yet. If BTR can open with a knock, that's great news. Fabian now next under pressure, and I don't think D+ are going to want to go in if he gets knocked. They are so close, though, and they might have to commit. Fabian still just hiding. UMP doesn't have a DBS in hand, and the nade from Satalis to try and find the backlines gets value, but can they find a spray? Can they answer? Team Queso are here to play for a third party. Genforce trying to keep his teammate alive, but won't have any luck on that front. Satalis falls. Team Queso get dispatched. I think that's a fourth party getting involved. That's Weibo across the way, taking out that high ground position for Team Queso. Fabian falls next, and all four teams disengage from the fight.
Ooh. Name a better duo than D+ and playing really bad splits.
Yeah.
Not even, yeah, like the 2-2 they had were like the two power positions. One of the two power positions on this map, and they were trying to get both of them in this zone. Like, I don't know what D+, I don't know what they're thinking.
Well, evidently, maybe not much at the moment, because it is not working out for them, and the results...
More is not better. More
of,
power positions is not better. Not
if
when
we
you're
have
holding
more
a split.
locations on the map, there's a greater chance we get the final circle, right? That's how it works. It must be. That's how it goes. And they haven't readjusted that viewpoint for the time being. I'm sure there is a lot more machination going on behind the scenes.
Yes.
Behind that, we are being a little bit trivialized on that viewpoint. But it isn't working. You're right. You're absolutely right to point that out. And something will need to change if they want to keep up the pace. They're in 9th place right now. But they've only got 45 points on the board. And you look down to 12th place to 13th place, it is so easy to drop like a rock in the ocean through these tables, because it is still so tightly packed.
Definitely. BTR up to, I think it was like 7 eliminations now, so a very strong start for the team. Circle condenses once again, pulls a little bit further to the west. I think this is pretty much the zone all the teams were getting prepped for from the previous circle. So I'd like to see some nice execution plays here if a team does want to take a fight somewhere or push their way in, as many teams now getting into sight lines of one another.
Major Pride with a bit of a split towards the middle, regrouping there, maybe a wise decision. Team Queso under pressure as Weibo roll on up, take down 2 more of their players. They were able to take down 1 earlier. They knew the location that was being held. Look at that drop as well, right in front of them. 2 crates. Maybe a little bit too far down the headland and further towards Major Pride, though, for them to think about picking those up, getting those level 3s on board. Team Queso left down a 1, just Reyes.
Yeah, I literally mentioned seconds ago, this is a circle shift every team was kind of expecting, so everyone had a plan for this circle shift. And what, shouts out, this is our game plan, more than what Weibo Gaming just did. Just 4-man full send right into this pocket spot. It looks like it's like wide open, no cover, but the elevation does give it a lot of advantages. And just like that, the zone pops up. It doesn't matter how many people are there. We're committing to this. We have 4 players. We'll take the 4v4 at worst. Works out for Weibo Gaming. Team Queso, not prepped for it.
Not ready enough. I mean, obviously, they lost that player earlier, and so Weibo knew that there was a diminished power team up there as well. So really good conversion on that opening knock to the high ground that Team Queso held. You love to see it. Major Pride a little bit further to the compound towards that roadside and should be fairly healthy to hold on to that, at least for the time being. Muerte scouting out with Milky Way towards Vampire is pretty risky. Vampire currently still all 4 of their players alive on the southwest side near Potato Hill.
Circle about to shift once again already. We didn't see too many casualties on that shift. But then again, this was a circle everyone was kind of expecting, so players either already had the position in mind or just edging in. Everyone pretty much in the zone besides Rook on the north side and DRS on the northeast. But they should be able to just scooch into the very edge. And we didn't get to see it, but yeah, Depp from Sem9 is out. And 0 points, so didn't get able to convert anything. Rook pushing in here, decides to get more territory, and wow, a nice knock out of Rook. The opening's there, the trade is right back with that nade. 2v3 situation here as the fourth player really far away, and that's not good. Rook now just down to the 1 player in the compound.
Rami trying to hold face now against the rest of them. Has got the DBS, but it won't matter. The pump action, seemingly superior in that engagement. Mind able to handle business. They should be able to get these reses. There was a nice clip on the heel, but hang on a minute, what's this? There's other teams descending. It's DRS, it's Genesis. Both of whom looking to try and third-party this engagement, but Genesis stay closer to the outside, and they have cut off the supply lines here for Rook, for DRS. Everything's starting to go awry for them, and Genesis seem to be up top on this one. The off angle for Smile is looking pretty solid. Will have to move for the next zone, but look at the surrounds that they have as Rook are eliminated. Now it's brute force on the inside, looking to try and pick up the pieces. They might be able to stay up as 4, and I think DRS turned away.
What a reset for Brute. That third party at the nick of time. Vibes on the south side, taking a fight with Bino Storm. Bino Storm loses 1 player early on, and Vibes with that new circle shift. Looks like they're just restructuring here. They know this is a fight that they might have to take later on, and well, they'll keep a good numbers advantage with that shift there. So they'll take the fight later when necessary. Instead, I think what they're mainly looking to do is watch for any teams potentially wrapping on their backside before pressing this further issue.
Vibes trying to sweep past Bino Storm, but they've already been pressured out towards that position. On the south side of things, Major Pride lining up a couple of shots, and Weibo now trying to challenge Genesis on the roll-up, but it's going well so far. They're opening up for West Carry, getting that flush. Another player falls as well, and Weibo staying alive, nice and healthy as well. Soup not even going down there. Will just be able to throw those meds on board. They took out Team Queso, they were able to resupply, but in come to Major Pride. Now with a chance to take up this hillside, take up this front. Teams at the back, Influence Rage, might be able to move into a position of third-party Major Pride's assault here, but for the time being, they are going to survive. A nade over onto Sook opens up the sidelines, corrals Weibo into a position, and Ming is down as well. This is a great start, and it's only 2 players here from Major Pride.
Yeah, Major Pride with a really good timing, but they need to decide to press in further with their advantage because the players pushing are in open sightlines. And yeah, with the third nade knock, it should be done. It should be the go-ahead. They send the third player up for the push. Weibo Gaming. This pocket is great if they can't get assaulted by nades, but they will. Major Pride doing a nice execution play right there. They'll circle right back just in time to hold out the team on the edge.
Maybe having a chance over towards Influence Rage. Vampire also striking from the southwest side. They've been on Potato Hill for a while now. They're on a relatively decent split there, 2-2 at the moment. West and east side of Potato Hill, taking shots down towards Bino Storm and making Vibes' lives a little bit easier as well by taking out a player that was contesting them, that was holding them into this ditch that they sit in currently.
Just the 2 for Bino Storm, and I don't think he meant to do that. He shot a bullet, gave away his position. Maybe it's the nerves, maybe a little bit a slip of the finger, but Vibes will zero in on that location even more now. Divine, 1 HP, nade coming in.
Ooh.
Falls a little short, doesn't matter though. Yep, Divine, I don't think he meant to shoot.
That is unfortunate, but sometimes it happens. Razzie now, last player for Bino Storm on the south side. Over on the north, Killer remaining for DRS, IHC, swirling around that location. I think they know he's there. So he has got the auto shotty on the inside, maybe good for 1, but not even that will be dispatched and DRS fall. IHC playing as 4, but they're going to have to move south as the circle shifts.
This could be another big game for Vampire or BTR. Vampire with 4. They get a nice spot in the zone 2. Need to worry about the side of Vibes on the south. But BTR have been getting that Circle Blast on that east side. So picking a great location for them. Influence Rage should be looking to assault that compound, though. I don't see another place for Influence Rage to go, especially with 4 players. They have the power to take over a key position.
They'll be looking to try and mount up fairly soon. BTR on the east side trying to hold out with 3. Might be tricky. Demuerte moving forward, slowed down a little bit. They're right on the edge now. A mount up for Influence Rage. They're going straight up central here.
Okay.
Maybe going underneath Major Pride, close to Reyes, who's still alive for Team Queso over in the buildings. I think he's moved away from that now to try and just stay alive. But a lot of teams on this northwestern edge. You've got IHC now crashing into the back of Demuerte, trying to get through with that flush, with that knock. And they are going to continue their pressure. Another sent over to Milky Way down the hill. That's on the off angle. Far less likely to get rezzed here. A nade being cooked by Alex. A Molotov as well sent into that rock. Going long towards the tree. And there's a re-knock there. The burn is good. Alex steps into the fire though. Right up into the rock. I'm not too sure about that one. But he will fall down. Godless as well is eliminated on the sidelines as the damage comes through. Major Pride looking to third party. The reposition out towards that north side to look for the angles to slow down both of these engagements. And Corker is crunched.
Major Pride have been playing so well, picking their third-party timings, really understanding the lay of the land, picking their fights very nicely. It looks like they're all in the open with no cover, but they know just how the battlefield dynamics work. Third-partying everyone, not getting third-party themselves, picking up elims left and right. Now able to hold out a majority of the IHC team. IHC still have to press further, and it looks like Major Pride have set their sights on to IHC.
They certainly have. A lot of damage pouring out, a lot of knocks found as well. Major Pride's position on this northern edge is covered off so well by terrain towards teams like Influence Rage, like Vampire Vibes and BTR. None of them really have sightlines out this way, so it is a straight front-to-back fight between these two rosters. Nino, a little bit caught out there. Not too sure about the speed of relocation from that. Doesn't have the backup to take down Godless. And he might get the res onto Alex, and they might survive as 4 players, which is quite the turn-up against Major Pride.
Influence Rage, we saw that rotation earlier. I think we were both caught off guard when they just went straight towards the center, and yeah, this is why. I mean, it's a pocket that they could play in, but this pocket, very exposed. Vampire will lose that player down to 1 HP. Yeah, we'll get confirmed, and it is East. East has been playing phenomenal so far this week for the side of Vibes. And the push from IHC, you give them a little bit of a breathing space, and they will answer right back. It's still I think it's a 3v4. No, they have all 4 players up. It is a 4v4.
Major Pride taking a knock, so 2 players now left for them. They had to sacrifice Dino down on the low ground after he got knocked in that buggy. And then aid over to the tree to suppress them. A lot of damage. IHC really marshalling their forces here as they get that flush onto another player from Major Pride. Effect and Nomi now, 2 very, very powerful players, have 4 of IHC to try and hold out on this side. I've liked Major Pride's decisive and aggressive plays so far today, and they are keeping up pace with the top of the tables, but they might have bitten off a little bit more they could chew with IHC on this angle. Effect trying to spray down with that Grozer in hand, maybe fading back as Nomi's a little bit far away for that re-knock. Nade over towards Effect, not really going to have the impact it wanted.
All of this started with that nice knock from IHC onto the buggy, the DBS, Nomi, the 1v4. Yeah, not gonna happen. IHC up to 10 eliminations. IHC finally starting to show signs of life. You can see right there on the bottom right, they are currently in that 13th place spot. And so every team, even if you're in last place, yeah, you gotta be careful because there's a reason why they're at this stage in the tournament. Give them the right cards, give them enough breathing room, and they will come out strong. Vampire still slowly working their way in. It looks like Influence Rage have survived the brunt of the force, and they will stay alive with 4.
That crazy cross that they went for has definitely worked out. Team Queso finally eliminated Rez going down after a long run as a lone survivor. We'll add a couple of placement points to their tally. Influence Rage in this central, well, more central than any other team right now, to be frank, position that they were able to claim so early on. Very, very valuable. And this is the consistency that we've talked about. They're able to get these decent spots. Even if they don't win here, they should get a lot of points added to their tally and extend their lead over brute force. In the meantime, though, Bigatron, 8 eliminations on the cards as Vampire are getting shredded. They try and make their way forwards. It's not going to work out. But Bigatron, 8 eliminations. 3 of those were early into the game. Sure, hang on a minute. I'll take that back. Vampire, they were getting shredded, but they've just taken down a couple of players or 2 over towards that central area. Influence Rage are 2 players strong now after that crash.
Make that just 1, because another player just got knocked. It is all down to Federal to stay alive. And I guess this is their style, right? Even with 4, they're not going to sweep around and make a huge game, make a name, make a huge chicken dinner. Instead, they'll just kind of play that consistent style, just, you know, making their way in there, getting a few elims towards the late game, getting a top 5, top 4 finish. And, well, it worked for them in Brazil. It worked for them in Americas. I don't know about PMGC because it is a different stage. You kind of have to do something to set yourself apart, but we'll see by the end of the week as battle rages on. A lot of scrap fights, long range, no real damage being done just yet.
Federal finally taken down, Influence Rager out. Vibes playing as 4, trying to play off against IHC on the northern side, who are 4 themselves. They've been fighting through a lot so far. I think they're up to 11 eliminations, make that 12, as they have been through the wars, certainly. IHC a lot of nades, but few smokes in hand. BTR, a lot of supplies, but there are only 3 players.
U-Circle favors the side of Vibes on the south side. BTR also get the circle too. So it's on IHC to make a play here. IHC with 4 players up. I think Vibes also have 4. Actually, it looks like Vibes have just the... No, yeah, Vibes has 4 players as well. Let's see what BTR here can do with 3. I mean, with 8 elims. I think they'll surely get at least 1 more, if not 2.
Hoping to go double digits on this match. But IHC have other ideas. They'll have to make their move sooner rather than later. Vibes are just encroaching, making their way forwards and gaining control of the south side to give themselves that powerful position, to give themselves that overlook. Demo up into the tree. This is the first break. The rest of them trying to line up that train. They do not have a lot of smokes available to them, so they can't go for that big smoke train rollout that you'll see from teams who have got that utility at their disposal. Vibes are breaking out in the meantime.
IHC has almost made their way fully into the circle. And if there's no knocks yet, they might be okay. Sightlines are definitely there for all these teams to take shots at each other. Just have to peek around the corners of the trees, the smokes, the rocks. Damage can be done. But with so much distance covering, you know, all of these teams, even with 1 knock, I don't think anyone's going to make a full committal push. Not until maybe going into circle number 8.
IHC still slowly creeping forwards. BTR looking to scout out as well, getting a little bit more information. IHC haven't taken a knock yet, but I feel like it's just got to be a matter of time, right? With the amount of bullets sent out their way. We'll have to wait and see. BTR, though, right on the edge. Gonna have to look to move, and as soon as they crest, IHC do have the shots. Demo, though, finally has been spotted. That is Doc to be able to get that first knock. BTR starting to shimmy their way in. Look at Lapar, he's managed to get forwards, but he's taken a lot of damage. Godless is the next to go down for IHC in the meantime, and he steps up. Ziol on the off angle, hasn't been dealt with just yet, but I think they know that he's there. Apex will have that sideline over the ridge. IHC getting cut down.
Yeah, the circle continuing to punish them. Next zone just shifts once again a little bit away from the spot that they worked so hard to crawl into, and losing 2 players too. But I mean, with 12 eliminations, you can't have everything. Ziol needs to move into the zone now, but maybe with this circle, BTR can start fighting Vibes a little more, as they do get that knock. BTR with a big knock, and IHC will confirm that. So now, Vibes with only 3, this could be a win for BTR.
Potentially from that eastern side playing as 3. Alex has been re-knocked there. Unfortunate, but Ziol now left as a lone player. East is seen though, and he will go for the shots, will go for the spray, and fortunately Apex is there, but there's 2 players now up the top of the hill for Vibes, and BTR have the numbers advantage. Genfos, the chance over to Apex, but it's denied the sightline again. The dip back on in, and they play around the ridgeline. They are more central. They do not have to push. Can they close out this match and return to their former glory? We've waited a little bit, but BTR, they've been disappointing so far today. This is a little bit of a change, a turn around for them. Influence Rage were out a little bit early, although they did manage to get up to 4th place still.
This should be BTRs. They have the angle advantage, the positional advantage. Circle is going to push Vibes out first. But we saw this situation on day 1 with them against, I think it was Major Pride. They had all of the sightlines locked in on them. It was a 4v4. It should have been an easy win for BTR, but they dropped it. So it could happen again here.
I think it might be Demuerte. It was one of the two. You're right.
Yeah, one of the two.
It was a really good final stand for them. I think it was Genfos as the last player alive, getting 2 out of the 3, but wasn't quite able to get there. But with this sort of a position, I mean, it's even more powerful than the one they had before against this specific setup for Vibes. Genfos just continues to hold this ridge line. They've learned their lesson. Baron crawling across, but what can you do? There are still nades on both sides though, so potential for a little argy-bargy over the ridge.
5 smokes on Baron. I'm surprised he's not using it, and yeah, that is why. Now it's a 3v1. Surely BTR will close this one out. Apex last up. Might even look to deny the points. He's got that nade. He's going to need to lob 2 nades in a row with perfect impact, but BTR is going to do it instead. Oh, falls a little far. Apex tosses one out. That might have given away his position. Gets some nice damage. 3 more nades. The shot should connect soon.
He spotted one, and finally they managed to turn their attention out to Apex. BTR close it down. The start of today hasn't been the greatest for them, but that point buffer has kept them afloat. And with this chicken dinner, it was a pretty high elimination count as well. I think they were up to 12, maybe something around that. They have put another massive leap ahead of the rest of this lobby. A great start. They'll be over that 100-point barrier as well. And this is good to see. So they haven't just fully dropped off. They are still here to play.
Yeah, Bigatron is back here, coming into day number 2. I believe that is the MVP, getting a nice shot, and that is Lepar. And like I said, you know, when you start off the match with 3 free elims and you pad that damage number, it's gonna help you, especially if you got you got the chicken dinner, so he will be that MVP. And it looks like we can get the best of both worlds. Vampire showing up today, and BTR as well.
Absolutely. 4 eliminations for Genfos. In the meantime, Satalis went down before, which is why his numbers look to be so 0-based right now. And the rest of the 3 were able to leverage that eastern side. So really decent showing from them, playing on that eastern compound, forcing everyone to stay in those hills on the west.
Yeah, great execution out of BTR too. And I can't help but to think, though, this could have been Influence Rage's win. I thought Influence Rage would be the team to fight BTR, you know, given the circle we saw in that situation, and Influence Rage could have taken the win. But still, a 4v3 assault onto BTR of all teams. Influence Rage could have easily lost that just as well. So Influence Rage continue to be a little bit consistent, but it is BTR, you know, with that huge win. And things are starting to heat up even more now with BTR coming into the fray, Vampire Esports coming into the fray, and then quite a few other notable teams getting some chicken dinners.
I never had a doubt that Bigatron would be able to step up today when everyone else, all the haters out there. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just trying to talk about what I was doing with Vampire earlier today. It's Bigatron, man. We literally just questioned, in particular Cameron Davis, talking about how we need to see more. What they completely fell off from yesterday. I think they had 10 points on the day going into this match. And Cameron, they do step back up here. They do still show they are a team to mess with.
For the record, this was a group effort. We all brought the question up. We all identified that they weren't getting that many points for the first couple of rounds. You two were the ones that did the math. I don't know why you're trying to put this on me, but yes, Bigatron do come right back out on top. The beginning of this was that early game hot drop where they just caught all of those parachuting players off from the very beginning, which does elevate their elimination numbers just a little bit, the damage numbers as well for Lepar specifically. But that I like the idea that they played a really aggressive early game. They caught a couple of other players as well, even past that initial drop situation, but then slowed it down because in the mid game, in the late game, they were actually on the low ground. They didn't have as much priority over trying to take control of the zone, and so they played more to what the resources that they had in order to close this thing out with the 12 eliminations overall. So really good pacing over the course of what they had in front of them this entire match.
7, I don't understand, man. Every player I see, like it's like they're my hand. They're all holding their hands with their fingers up. Gilles coming in from IHC, another team that we literally, how we're like watching this game and talking about like towards the bottom of the leaderboard, we all kind of talked about how IHC is a team that we are quite surprised they're doing so poorly, but for them to step up in this match in particular is a fantastic showing. They were 16th place, now they're up to 11th, and that's how, you know, one decent game can really change the tides for you here, 7.
Yeah, and then for them is, can they actually continue on this momentum? Remember, this team definitely has the experience. What was it? PMGC 2022 Grand Finals, they ended up in 5th place. And I feel like that's why a lot of us were like, okay, what's going on with this team? They were able to respond to us before we even started giving them a little bit of BM, but I just want to see a little bit more consistency out of this team. And I completely agree with Cam, what Cam was saying there from BTR. The way they slowed down their play and just used those resources was wonderful. And in regards to Influence Rage, I was actually surprised that they decided to go straight down to the... Actually, am I surprised? No, I'm not surprised. It's Influence Rage. It's Brazil. That they decided to go straight down to the middle and just expose themselves from everywhere. Overall, great performances from someone from out of these teams. And also, I got a note on it too. Vampire Esports, they are starting to scout a little bit more. They just haven't been blessed by a circle. I want to see Vampire Esports blessed by one circle and see what they're able to do.
You know, I want to see Major Pride have to play the edges a little bit more. I don't know, I feel like a lot of the matches we've seen today out of this team, they're just kind of like, all right, we got a compound that's in zone, we're just going to kind of chill here and wait, and then we'll just drag out as long as we can to play into the late stage of the game, which, to be fair, there's nothing wrong with that gameplay, and that kind of gameplay could get you into the Grand Finals, which I would never knock you on. But I know Major Pride have more power behind this. I would love to see them get in a little bit more skirmishes and kind of show their dominance, but I can't really knock them too much with the results they've had so far.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a good sign that we're able to clearly identify a playstyle from them, and it's working reasonably well. Sometimes when people talk about teams being like center focused, they just turtle into a compound that's said in a little like disparagingly way. But I think Major Pride have a very clear game plan with that playstyle. They can't get punished if they get hard shifted off of. We do have a couple of stinker rounds in the books for them, unfortunately. But the number of rounds, they get a couple of eliminations, and even when their compound that they take early game ends up closer towards the center once we hit around phase 5 or 6, they always get a couple of eliminations out of it before they push into the zone, get a couple of more before they go out. So it is definitely a very clear plan. Their salvage may be weak compared to other teams like Influence or like the super aggressive For Miracle Vibes, who, you know, they have their own sort of peaks and valleys to sort of talk about, but still, I'm really liking that Major Pride are committed to their style.
I want to see them get a win, the elusive win. Same with
very true.
For Miracle Vibes, they currently are both teams without a chicken dinner. Get that out of your system, please.
Hey, I just had a chicken lunch. Let's see if they can have a chicken dinner. But before we head to the short little break here, the Game Awards. PUBG Mobile has been nominated as the best esports game, so make sure you guys go check this out and vote for us to be the #1, the winners. But of course, you have to do it all before December 7th, because that's when the voting will end. On top of that, maybe you can go vote for us on your brand new Infinix GT10 Pro, which was born for professional esports players to not really dominate the lobby, but to dominate the voting. So make sure you guys pick that up, check it out, and help us all out here and be successful. But we are going to head to that short little break while we get things ready to go for Miramar. We have 2 matches left to come today, and you're not going to want to miss it, so we'll be right back. Well, Miramar is going to be coming up next, back-to-back here while we finish off the day. We've definitely seen some teams have a much better result when it comes to this battleground in particular. But obviously, as we are about to dive into this one, I kind of want to pick your brains very quickly, as you saw we only have about a minute left, at which teams you think are going to excel in our last 2 matches of the day, or maybe teams that you hope to see excel. Seven, who do you got?
I want to see Vampire Esports, honestly. I'm still riding that train. I want to see them continue to do well.
They do bad in 2 matches. I'm calling it. They're out. They do well in 1 match, and you're like, I'm back in, boys.
I didn't say that we're gonna be out. I was saying that I was gonna start to worry. That was the main thing after the first 3 matches yesterday. When are we gonna start worrying about the team? But I'm enjoying the adjustments that they're doing. I mean, with the sub, they're playing with Nusi. They're doing a lot better.
Cameron, real quick, 1 team.
Major Pride. They did good at Miramar yesterday.
Okay. Well, let's find out. We're gonna head into our first Miramar update. John, Allen, and Zute, take it away.
I've managed to convert Zute as well to the Major Pride hype train. We're really enjoying watching this team, right? So I'm glad that Cameron highlighted them there as well. So they are such a powerful decision team. They're making aggressive, fast decisions. And Zute, you were saying that you feel like more often than not, it's the right one.
Yeah, real recognize real. All Cameron, me, you. Like, Major Pride, they are not, like, high up in the leaderboards. They're number 5. But every time we see them make a decisive choice, it's a good one. Sometimes the execution isn't fully there, but it's like this team is definitely worth keeping an eye on. I like how they're playing. Sometimes, you know, the cards are stacked against them, and they don't have the to continue further into a match. But when they do have, you know, the favorable positions, the right cards, they really play it to their chest. They really do as much as they can. And then you mentioned, you feel like, you know, once they get the ball rolling, sometimes it gets out of control, and that's when they start slipping up.
Yeah, there are a couple of times where they make good decisions for that current engagement, but once or twice they put themselves in a position after that engagement where it isn't as favorable to them. So for instance, their Dino getting knocked on that low ground position, sure, it might be valuable before, but they were punished for it. So thinking maybe a little bit further ahead in these multi-team engagements might be in their wheelhouse, but they are still performing very, very well off the back of that. I really liked, for instance, last match, their roll up towards the Weibo position, right?
Oh,
they went up that ridge line. They just utilized the smoke cover, threw those nades in. Weibo didn't stand a chance on that, and then immediately regrouped afterwards to try and hold that influence range. I think that set of plays, in my mind, is a really, really strong, solid decision, and I wouldn't have asked them to play it any differently.
Yeah, and I think even like very veteran teams wouldn't go ahead and do that, because there is a risk when you go up that hill pushing towards Weibo. There's a lot of sight lines onto you. It's obscured by a lot of tree cover, and if they were any slower with it, we would have seen Influence Rage, you know, knock the 2 players from the side of Major Pride, or we would have seen Influence Rage spot that out and push the 2-2 split. A lot could have gone wrong, but the fact is they had an opportunity, they went for it, and they executed it quickly and correctly. And yeah, that is why we are talking and taking a little bit of a focus on Major Pride. But now we're on to Miramar. We'll see what they could do in this map. As Cameron mentioned, this is one of their better maps. They did well in it yesterday. We do have a Southern Circle. Once again, we see a lot of these Southern Circles on Miramar.
Yeah, they are seemingly leading to that coast side. Not as dramatically south as we saw yesterday, obviously going all the way down to the South Islands near Los Higos. Very, very dangerous and treacherous terrain. Major Pride picking up a lot of their points from that match, remember? Because they were the team to get across first. But again, that is one of those fast, decisive maneuvers that they're able to make. They got across, I think it was, I can't remember which team it was ahead of, but they got across, okay, ahead of Queso, because they made that call first. They immediately went on the road, and they played on that south bridge and got so many points, and by all rights probably should have won, but that was another one of those mistakes that I was talking about, where they get a little bit ahead of themselves.
That's a very perfect example of them doing a lot of the right things, and then at some point biting a little bit more than they could chew. We'll see how they do this match. Very Southern Circle, taking a look at the map. The big teams not in the zone or far away from it. BTR on the north side, they will have to make a little bit of a rotation. Influence Rage towards the northeast. Rook, once again, in the far, far north. Rook seems to like their northern drop spots. And where is Vampire on this map? Oh, they're right there in La Bendita Graveyard. So they'll get a, I wouldn't say easy rotation, but they do have a nice one to make towards the center if they decide to do so.
Yeah, around that Minas Generalis area. Vampire gonna have to move a little bit south, but no close neighbors. Vibes, they've come off a really strong set of performances today, up into 3rd place as well, tied with Influence Rage, who we've praised for being consistent over the course of their point-scoring career so far in Group Yellow. So for Vibes to be able to draw level with them, a really, really good result for today. They'll be happy with that. 2 matches still left to play, though. And as I said before, that bubble sits for the previous groups around that 180 to 190 sort of area. Obviously, you want to be pushing up to 200 to be fully safe. So teams today, if they're over that 100-point mark, they are looking to be good for that top 3. At the moment, only Bigatron have achieved that, and Influence Rage and Vibes still have a way to go, with a 21-point jump still on the, in the horizon for them.
Bigatron, once again, with that point gap created against other teams, and it's a nice point gap against all of the teams chasing after them, as the 79, 79, 72, 71 points very close to one another. But Bigatron will be sitting comfortably for now. We saw it close down to 8, I think you said.
It was, yeah.
At what point was it? Just the last, before the last game, it was 8.
I'd have to go back and double check, but it did start to get very close. Yes, it was actually. Yeah, it was 80 points for Bigatron, 72 for Influence Rage. It was actually less than that. It was 7 the match before that. So they have managed to extend quite a lot back up to 23.
Man, it is right when you think you almost got him. You know, they're just like, nope, we're still better than you guys. And if this trend continues, I think we might see Bigatron, you know, widen that gap even more. Because the thing for me is, yeah, teams are catching up to them, you know, here and there sometimes, and Bigatron's dropping the ball sometimes. But it's a spread for me of the teams trying to catch up. Influence Rage, 4 Miracle Vibes, you have Brute Force, you have Major Pride. Weibo Gaming even started off today with a huge chicken dinner. But if you spread the points between all of those teams here and there, and then Bigatron just being consistently a little bit better, that point gap's just going to keep increasing.
You just got to keep up the pace. That's what it's all about. Consistency. Influence Ray is trying to channel that, get a little bit higher up on those tables. DRS moving from that north side now past San Martin, which holds Genesis right now, going past Picardo. Teams moving to the west side of Los Leones. You've got Beano Storm currently, the only team in Los Leones really. Weibo on that west edge on a nice 2-2 split. Vampire making their way down from that Minas Generalis drop. They will be just on the northern side of Los Leones now, looking for their slice of the pie to move forwards with.
Teams starting to condense here. Weibo Gaming in that center position. Vampire getting very close, so yeah, an easy rotation for them. They will make their headway very close to the center, if not center. Weibo Gaming will be standing in their way. BTR also getting very close to that central position. BTR, though, will have that church to work with just east of Chumacera, that church with the high ground that overlooks much of the terrain. Circle should be shifting soon, and wow, nice shot for Alex. IHC really good at shooting players out of vehicles, it seems. That last match, a pivotal moment when they overtook Major Pride. It started with a player being shot out of a vehicle. But that last match, the vehicle wasn't fully moving yet. This time around, it is. They can still hit it.
That's bumpy terrain out there on Miramar as well. So to be able to track that, really good stuff from Alex on IHC. To be able to find that knock and alleviate some pressure on the southwest side of the circle. It's a fairly central position as well, which is going to open up a lot more opportunity for IHC to move through that ground in the circles to come. We're waiting for that stage 2 circle, which is obviously a very dramatic circle shrink on Miramar. A very, very big removal of terrain. We'll see if it's a hard shift. Of course, it could go down to that South Island again. Who knows? But we'll have to wait and see. Can you imagine? Could you imagine if it happened again?
If it happens again, how would teams even adjust to that? More teams like decide to swim, or just, I don't even know.
I think It's a very different circle. We're not going to see it. So we probably won't talk about it too much because we're going over to Los Leones soon.
Yeah, I mean, this one is almost as difficult, right? You get a lot more options to entry into the zone versus Los Higos, but it's still going to be extremely difficult to navigate once you're inside Los Leones, and that's if it ends in there. The circle could pull away. Like, imagine a hard shift to the east. You get that mountain dividing everyone that did decide to go into Los Leones, and then the high ground cutting everyone off. It could get very tricky. I mean, no matter where the circle shifts at this point, I think it's going to be a difficult game for many of the teams to navigate.
A real difficult set of crashes now. Teams need to keep their wits about them. The buildings, the crates, the containers, the concretes, everything will be bristling with barrels soon enough. And the bullets will fly if you give them the opportunity. Northwest side, Weibo, they were set outside of Los Leones for quite a while on a 2-2 split. They now obviously regrouped into the west end. Influence, Rage have made their way in on the north side, as have DRS, maintaining that high ground instead of going into the settlement fully. A cache of vehicles around the side. Will BTR similarly trying to swing on into that west end that Weibo got in a little bit earlier.
Yeah, many teams centraled up. The west side is going to get very compact if we don't see more of the western teams loop around, but I don't think there's room to loop around much more. And for good reason, because we still have 63 players alive. No wonder the map looks so compact with barely any space. You see teams neck and neck right next to each other here. How many teams have committed into Los Leones? I'm counting maybe 5, maybe 6 even.
A lot of commitment at this stage. Could all be for naught, though. We still have a bit of terrain outside of Los Leones where it definitely could finish, but would need a couple of hard shifts. Vibes a little bit late to the Los Leones party, so they'll be languishing on the outskirts for the time being. Trying to take that high ground, find some picks, find some openings, scout out which buildings are available. In an urban environment, that is the most important thing. If you know that a building is free, it's a lot more likely that you can get there, even with teams around you, than if you spot an open location on an open set of terrain. So making sure you have as much information on the buildings on your side of the settlement, really, really important.
Nice headshot out of Lionel there. Put some damage in. And that helmet going to be a little bit worse for wear. But he'll continue the rotation and make it out alive. Circle now finally about to shift. This is the big one we want to see. And I like what BTR did here. Earlier we saw BTR further into the zone, actually. They were around one of the warehouses, but they filled back out to get more control to make sure no teams backfill them. So now with this circle shift, it also favors them. Vampire find themselves in the dead center of the new circle.
They are right on that correct side of Los Leones now. But that high ground position that DRS has also a lot of value to be found there. If they can hold off Genesis and Rook further over to La Bendita. Rook have been playing slow into these circles today. They've been staying out in the blue, trying to play that edge style. Trying to keep themselves nice and tucked away, but they'll have a fight on their hands soon. The Genesis in the vicinity. Alleyways being populated by vehicles now as Sem9 try and make their way through Los Leones again. Major Pride sat right next to them.
Oh, almost catches that player. If he went for the gunshots earlier, he might have even gotten the knock. Demorte, oh man, wrapping him from the south, and nice knock by Miracle, or yeah, Vibes. Getting a 1 for 2. Casualties on 2 different teams. Converts the 1 point. IHC taking a lot of damage. Demo can get revived here as he is saved. Zio going for that revive. Demorte losing that 1 player on rotation. None of these teams on the south that we just saw fighting are in the new circle either.
They're all going to have to shift up north and towards Weibo's position as well. The losing players for a crash could be disastrous. The back of the buggy, certainly not safe, but diversion. Good driving skills there coming through from Milky Way to be able to keep this back passenger alive. Influence Rage not so lucky in the time being because Rook have careened themselves straight on through that DRS hold. They're not playing edge anymore, but Punisher will go down. The buggy explosion will take him out of it as well. Lil Boy with some vengeance in the blood will be able to find what he was looking for and take a 1-for-1 trade on the aggression.
Influence Rage. Definitely didn't want to lose that player, trading a 1-for-1. Not good. The player just Oh. Oh, that was the passenger. Oh, that's so unlucky. Imagine you're the passenger, your driver flips the car, you're both stuck in it, and you get shot out. And the driver's just still chilling. They will get the revive, though. The reset is there. Still not in the zone. They'll have to continue on. As the Vibes team have been playing pretty well today. We'll see what more they can make of it. IHC had a pretty big game just now. Earlier on Erangel. This time being the opposition of Brute Force.
Major Pride still holding down a central area of Los Leones fairly effectively, taking shots out multiple different directions. IHC across this ridgeline for Brute Force. They're looking for that res. Looks like they might be able to find it, but there's a light cut from Ziol, who's opened the cannons, but not going to get that flush just yet. Finally gets that point on board to their tally, but can they get away from this one? Because there is still more damage pouring through. A lot of bullets sent back his way. I think there's an off angle from BTR. You can see he's turned his attention out there. Brute Force down to 3.
Circle shifts east back into Los Leones onto the high ground of DRS. So DRS have a big opportunity here. Same with Genesis as they get that favorable shift. And there's some compounds towards the center of Los Leones that is open on the east side for Genesis to navigate in, should that be necessary. IHC has pressed very close now to Brute Force. Brute Force losing 2. It is a 2v3 situation as IHC getting a revive on the outside. Demo, I don't think he has a first aid, and even if he does, he doesn't want to pop that audio cue. He does not have any meds, just boost. Demo keeping the pressure up, though, from the footsteps alone, allows the team to get the full reset. Now IHC is looking much stronger.
Demo has a death crate in front of him as well by that buggy, so potential to pick up a first aid or 2 there. Drops the smoke to keep him safe on the loot near that, so maybe, if he's lucky, able to find those supplies that he so desperately needs. On the off angle, with his teammates taking care of Ado as well, it's going to leave just Neos left standing for the side of Brute Force. No eliminations either. All 16 teams still alive. They are the worst position for it. They're outside of this zone. Demo does, in fact, get, I think, a couple of bandages there, but that's about it. Neos looking for a spray onto the party bus. 1 and 2 and a third as well. Neos tears them to pieces. There's only one player left in the backline. Ziol keeps them together, but can he go for the reses because the blue zone's pushing in? He doesn't have a lot of time. What is this decision going to be? They're all down, and that is all going to be picked up by Weibo.
Christmas came early for Weibo. That's for sure. Might even get the 4th onto Ziol here. And the laydown, Ziol, I think that vehicle was missing a wheel. Runs over. He's running behind the ridge line. Ziol will not get converted towards Weibo's side, but I don't think Ziol is going to make it much further into the late game. He has some open space he could play in, and I don't think anyone should be looking his way besides Weibo Gaming. So if he traverses far enough north, he'll be out of line of sight. He'll be okay, and 5 points so far. Not terrible for IHC, but they just had 4 players earlier, and it went to 0.
That is very...
Or not 0, it went to 1. Now it's about to go to 0.
It's very unfortunate for Ziol to try and move through. I feel like in these urban finishes, solos have a little bit more longevity, but in general, the position that he's in with Weibo knowing exactly where he is, it's just so unlikely, right? And the road up that he's going to have to go through is guarded by Vampire on that position with a duo out the back. It's Tony K and Ravenclaw on that western side to hold out in the 2-2 split that Vampire currently have established.
Beano Storm, is that a solo out of Beano Storm on that rooftop?
No, there's still these 2 players, all 4 of them alive, but it's just one up top.
Oh, that camera shot earlier had me tricked. I just saw 4 players of D+ and 1 Beano Storm on top of their building. This that could be the linchpin position, though, if they get an opening. He could come down from the top while the rest of the team pushes in from the bottom. You see Beano Storm realizing more than likely they'll have to make a move at some point, seeing if they could get any openings now rather than later with the nades. New circle pops up. They're sitting comfortably. Many of the teams are, as BTR just controlling the outskirts with a firm split. They're not going to be rewarded for it, though, as the circle doesn't go their way.
Ooh, the push comes through, and at the moment, D+ looking to hold very, very strong. They've lost Osal and Fabian's gone down, but they have taken 3 players with them. And Beano Storm just losing, bleeding out. just the one. Nanokuni on the staircase will not be able to find it. Does not descend in time. Does not play that off angle. Fabian will get res. They lose Osal, but they claim a really solid spot in Los Leones. The Vampire 2-2 split, though, on the west, still very, very powerful. DRS trying to make their way in as they descend from the high ground, and everybody's going to have to start to lose players, to expend their players in order to get into the central locations if you haven't already made it there.
Yeah, they make it in safely with 3. Nades might come through, though. A lot of players close around them. They're safe for now. And positional-wise, pretty center, so they could get another nice circle. But anymore, they'll just have to keep their fingers crossed. Down to 13 teams, 45 players remaining. This is a complete urban finish. BTR with 4 players yet have had to make a move as they're just on the edges of the zone. Demorte catches 1, and they might not even be able to get that revive because that area should be a nade magnet. No nades on Korka, however. Maybe his teammates have some that they could chunk over. Yep, nades coming in. That should be a confirmation.
Looking for another one as well. Rules taken very, very low. That next nade will be it. Korka gets the final tag with the M4 as well for that first point for Demuerte on the match. They lost Malo earlier, but they're in a position inside these buildings. At this stage, it's so tough to call a winning position. With these urban finishes, it could really go either way. Major Pride, sure, they have this massive high ground, but if you get knocked there, it's so hard to go for the reses. The 2 up, 2 down position that Major Pride currently have should be fairly powerful, though. Will stop players moving in comfortably on that underneath, and they'll have a lot of control over the high ground. The difficulty will come when they have to move. And I don't think anybody right now would be able to make a call, probably even above 50% certainty as to who's going to win this one. BTR on the outside, though, probably have the toughest time.
All eyes on BTR on the next circle shift. And Major Pride, you mentioned they're in a great spot, but that high ground's a little bit deceiving. I've played in those positions before. You have a lot of sight lines, but when players are running towards your location as your recoil is going up and they're running below you, it's hard to, land the shots as accurately as you want. And the biggest thing is your head is peeking up, and that's all the other players are aiming for. And it's almost like the other player's more favorable on that low ground pushing into you. So we'll see if Major Pride can adjust for that if the situation comes. Next circle, shifting out here. To the center, to the south, to the east. Where's it going to go? It centers right up. And BTR might have a little bit of a hill on that north to play with, but not enough that I think they will commit and group up as 4 and drive in and take one of the compounds now.
There is a little ridge line that they can look to play around in this area, but I think they're very close to already getting over it. So it's going to be very difficult to try and play, and they'll have to get to the west side of Vampire in order to try and find that. So I think they might have to just move forwards and hope against hope that Vampire don't take too many shots. You've also got Rook to worry about over on that east side as well. But unlikely that Rook can make that rotation cleanly with the number of teams on that north edge looking out this way. It's so dangerous, this circle. 13 teams, and honestly, I don't expect that many teams to drop in the next circle. So I'm probably looking at a stage 7 with maybe 11 teams still remaining at this point.
Yeah, teams will get cut down to like a solo and then just play in whatever little scrap edge they can and just stay alive. As Sem9 moving in forwards now, getting taken out by Major Pride. 2 quick knocks, and the points will get converted. No other teams there to steal it. And Deb, that is... Wow, that DBS actually almost knocked the other player. I was going to say, that is not the correct range for a DBS, but man, it almost worked. Not close. Not quite enough, though.
Until it really didn't. And then he went down. Tam tried to make his way through. The last player alive for Sem9. Trying to skirt around. They had a solo survivor in the last match as well. Try and see what they can do. BTR, hang on a minute. They're making a move over on the west side. On the northwest side, close to Vampire, as we hop on over to their POV. They are still 4 players alive. They've gotten up to that ridgeline, and will try and move on in. Rook have crashed in through as well. They didn't go out to that west and go through BTR. Instead, they're pushing in directly to DRS, and maybe a little bit better of a path forwards for them.
Major Pride now going back up to the top after dealing with the majority of Sem9. And yeah, I think it's going to be 13 teams still left alive. When players go down to solo, they'll find some other way in, and BTR commit to the rotation. They couldn't find the opening onto Vampire. Instead, they'll wrap around and wrap right into Queso and into the sightlines of Weibo Gaming. BTR now caught between 3 different teams.
But they are inside a building that is unoccupied currently. I think it's only Arturas who's close by for Team Queso. So BTR actually relatively safe on this west end. If they can stay away from the windows, if they can stabilize from here, they might have a good chance. You can see GenForce is split from them as well, giving them a little bit of an off angle. Vampire did get the res on board, but that took out sightlines from Vampire for a little bit of time and allowed them to establish.
And Arturas just got knocked too. This is, oh man, shooting gallery for so many teams. Yeah, stay away from the windows, like you mentioned. Every single window, because everyone's looking in on that way. Next circle about to pop. Who's going to get blessed? Is it going to center up? Is it going to hard shift to a certain side? We'll see in just a few moments.
Vampire were able to land a knock over towards BTR as well. They'll have to take some time and get that res. This is the high ground difficulty that you were talking about, right? They're low up there, and look at the angles that are currently being held by Vibes. On the outside, they're going to have to run down that bare open scaffolding stairs as well. I don't know how likely it is that they can get there. I think the only way to get down there without taking damage is with a vehicle, but you have to have had a vehicle up there in the first place, which is basically impossible.
For how long it's going to take to run down those stairs, you're better off jumping off, getting knocked, and your teammate reviving you. Like, that might quite literally be more efficient. But Weibo Gaming now having to make their rotation convoy in 4 vehicles. They get across the road, they make it into some cover. They got to spread out for the nades, though, as they are distancing themselves a little bit, going for a heavy aggressive push to get as much control as possible before the team can respond. And they're good for now. And I think they have secured the position. It's just Big Milo.
There's the knock-onto effect on the high ground from Major Pride in the meantime, so they'll have to figure that out. Big Milo still trying to hold on to the pieces for Team Queso. No eliminations found this match, and Weibo still staying all alive. Effect actually tries to jump off there, but does go down, I think, fully to full damage. I don't know if they got the res before that they went for that. We'll have to wait and see. But still, Big Milo holding on this right side. You've got Influence Rage with sightlines out toward this area as well to try and slow down this push coming through from Weibo. A vault up from Smile. Looking for Doc on the backlines. There's a player close by as well. A nade well cooked could be the end of him. Or wipe the smile off his face. Doesn't quite get the knock that they were looking for. They can't quite find it. This time around, they'll just back off. East, though, pursuing. I don't know how that spray with the UMP didn't land, but finally gets that knock. The M4 swapped onto for the flush. And now turning his attention forwards to Smile again.
East spearheading the team right now, getting those 2 eliminations. And this is D+. D+ coming in with 2 players on that eastern side. Is this the same side that we're seeing the fight? It might be. They're all so close next to each other. Smile keeps his smile as he gets that point, but should go down here to Doc. Doc's got that DBS, but D+ very close by too. The DBS is good. Now he's got to face 3 more players in the form of D+. D+ with the DBS, the M4s, the UMPs will get the finish.
The res is possible underneath the staircase as well for D+, so they can play on as 3 after losing Osal earlier. In their scraps they've been through. Major Pride, they lost their players on the higher ground, and this is exactly what we were talking about, right? Did they extract enough value from this match? I mean, they got 5 eliminations so far this game, and they aren't going to be able to get any more with that final nade from the Muerte sealing the deal. So, yeah, Major Pride, they stayed too long for my liking on that high ground. I mean, to be fair, they got in it quite early when it wasn't confirmed to be a Los Leones finish, and they were kind of would have liked.
Yeah, like I said, it's a little bit deceiving, that high ground, and how perceived strong it is, because it's really not that powerful. Weibo Gaming still with 4. Thought they were maybe just down to solo Suk, playing the huge off angle, taking a page out of Big Milo's book maybe. Not playing with the team. I mean, sometimes it could work out really well, and sometimes this could happen where it's just like, why didn't you group up with your team? Suk, maybe the smokes will help out. BTR, are they in zone? I think BTR are close enough into the circle where they'll just keep watching him. Rook still continuing on their warpath. They're down to 2 members, but they're picking up the Elim points.
That was pretty dangerous. I don't think they knew there was a player on the inside there from DRS. Fortunately, they were able to take him down, but only 2 players alive. That could have been a little bit more disastrous than they would have liked. 3 players alive. for Influence Rage. In the meantime, they're just going to try and keep on chugging away from the middle side of this circle. BTR with 4. After a difficult position on that northwestern side, have managed to get on in and looking to establish a path to go further east. Muerte down to a nade as D+ move on in.
This is stage 9. It's going to go down to the middle. And all around the circle, our players still up.
Big
man, this is going to get very crazy now.
I thought that was going to take all of them down almost immediately, but no, they find cover for Bigatron. And you're right, everybody is just going to be crunched on in. 1 player from Bigatron falls, Tony K on the outside, 2 players from Vampire have been knocked. The cross from Genforce covered off, easy pickings here for Vampire. They're going to need to get out soon enough though. Schweppes and Ravenclaw, I don't think they're even going to be looking for this res. It would be really quite dangerous to go for it, but Tony K's going to the wall. You get one of them up, maybe, if you're lucky, but the zone is closing. You do not have a lot of time. In the meantime, Influence Rage trying to hold off against Rook. It's 1-for-1 on the trade, and Default of the backlines looking to try to hold off Federal, but no, it's not going to happen. There's a knock from the off angle, and now it's just down to Kayovsky for Influence Rage in the middle here.
D+ coming in with that third-party group that's 3, looking a lot stronger when they're not playing split. They could even win this one. There is still Weibo Gaming with 4. Fights all around. Vampire Esports maybe even got the reset up to 4. They're going for it. That blue zone closing very slow. Taiwaski, UMP in hand, 1v3. He's just trying to stay alive. Weibo Gaming, how's their position looking? It looks like Vampire have the advantage on top of them. And oh, Influence Rage also going to look this way as well.
Vampire have a lot of open ground in front of them now, and it's going to be hard. Big Milo goes down in 5th place, but there's a lot of other teams starting to fall now, like flies, as you would expect when there's 8 teams into Zone 9. This is what happens in these late finishes, in these urban environments. Kayovsky, last player, drops down, looks for a shot, doesn't quite find the knock, and now D+ playing as 3. Vampire have the numbers. Can they close down another chicken dinner today to send themselves further up these tables? Ravenclaw spotted. Default on the high ground is going to be able to do so much damage to them, taking down 2 of the back lines. It's so unlikely that they can get it all back, and Ruka still going. The high nades will find a bit of damage, but nothing more. Fabian is taken down, and the drop from Eugene. D+ handle it, and the push forwards. Vampire still going, trying to play on, but it's just Pony K. Default still raining bullets down from the top, but finally they're dispatched and across the lines. Who was it? I don't even know who was able to close that one.
I think it was Vampire.
It was so chaotic, but is it Vampire to find it? It is indeed a chicken dinner from the sidelines, a second today, and they are back with a vengeance once more.
Wow. You know what? I know Vampire looked rough on day number 1, but I knew in my blood this match was the match that they were going to win. I should have even called it, you know, coming into circle number 6, that this was going to be Vampire's win. What a game for Vampire. That was a mix of the circles, definitely, you know, giving them just that slight edge needed. But man, it's not easy, not in that urban environment, even if you get the zone a little bit towards your way. But I don't think it was a coincidence that Tony K getting the MVP twice now when they get the chicken dinner. Tony K putting in a lot of work for this team, and he was the one that made that cross that went for that reset up to 4. If he didn't decide to go for that and decided to just keep himself alive, Vampire would have only had 2, and you saw Default on that little high ground position. That would have been the end of Vampire. So everything coming together for the side of Vampire. Tony K really stepping up once again, and this is the Vampire Esports that, you know, everyone so feared.
Root from the high ground in those final moments as well. So impactful on the dynamics of that final engagement. It looked like Vampire might have just been taken down by it, losing those 2 players behind. But Rook, in the end, were just crunched out by that blue zone. If it was any more towards them, if the center was any closer towards Rook, I think they win that, to be honest, because the blue zone was the only thing that stopped them from taking that one fully. D+, they just about missed right towards the end, but a really, really intense final circle. There were 8 teams alive, like you highlighted. Really crazy stuff for Vampire to be able to come out on top.
And this time we see D+ not going down early, playing a split. Maybe, you know, they're going to make that adjustment now where they already have. I like to see that adjustment coming into future games. But for this one, I mean, Vampire, they're back. They're back in form. They're putting up points. How many more can they get? There's still just one more match to go.
Well, it could be one more, Zute, since we only have that one match left. So we're going to find out as Vampire is still climbing the leaderboards here. a complete resurgence from what we saw on day one. Almost night and day here for the Vampires as we need to continue this momentum forward if they want to break through the top 3. But honestly, gentlemen, Seven and Cameron, this Los Leones finish, there's no way you could have predicted who was going to win that period with how many teams were left alive. We were watching it, we're like stage 8, we're like, okay, well, Cameron's like, okay, maybe we'll lose 2 teams here, but stage 9 is where it's going to be a bloodbath. And obviously, Vampires, they love blood.
Yeah, I think the big play to celebrate for Vampire Esports was Tony K going and getting that reset. I was thinking that was silly to even try and go for 1. But really, it's actually D+ that put in the most work here. They got the most points. They got 10 eliminations. Vampire, on the other hand, only got 5. So run that last zone multiple times through. Vampire could easily have gone out with fewer than 10 points off of this one, but the 10 eliminations coming in from D+, I think, was the stronger thing. You also get 8 from Rook, you get 7 from Weibo. For a lot of this is just a good round for teams that were really edging closer towards the bottom or already at the bottom to get a whole bunch of points to try and put them back into that middle section. Because one thing we were talking about while watching this game is just how packed that center is. I know that was a conversation, Seven, that we had last week, but I feel like this one's even worse.
Yeah, this one's definitely worse. And even though it was an urban finish, even though Vampire wasn't able to put up a lot of elims, I do have to give them props on the splits that they've been working on. They actually been working out great. And they forced BTR. One point, BTR was almost going to crash on them. They forced BTR to just rotate south and keep going, which I feel like if it wouldn't have been because of that, if they would have lost early players with that fight with BTR, it would have been a completely different story. So we got to give them props here for Vampire Esports. And like Suta was saying, could they maybe, win another one? I think the record's 2, right? They will break the record.
Stalwart.
Here. 3? Oh,
Stalwart in Group Green.
They could tie it then.
They could tie it. It'd be very difficult. What I'm happy to see, though, is Forrest, man. Forrest and Fabian. The 2 players at a D+, who I always look to have a stellar performance, and I feel like we've yet to really see Forrest step up until this match with his 1,000 damage done. Maybe D+ are coming back as well. We're obviously talking a lot about Vampire, but we know the power that South Korea has to offer here. And also for Default as well, for Rook, we were talking about how they were seeming to be the punching bag in the last few games. It's nice to see them have a decent result here. As we look at the leaderboards, Vampire, they've been able to make it into the front page at 8th place. It's still not too far off. Obviously, 21 points to them in 3rd place, but considering where they start the day, Cameron at 16th, I think they'll be happy with this result so far.
Yeah, but the last time they had a really good win, the next round, they immediately dropped back down to like 10th or 11th. You were saying it's only like 20 points, 23 points between them and 2nd and 3rd, right? But look also how close it is to just dropping right back down to the bottom. And for Rook, they had a really good game too, but they're still in 12th place. They're still in the bottom 5. This is, at this point, the trajectory that we're going right now with so many teams having good round, bad round, back and forth, no one's really been able to really clear away. In fact, even Bigatron is struggling to maintain their distance in front of Influence. I feel like this is going to go down to the wire so much more than we're even used to throughout the rest of this entire weekend.
I'm with you. We've been talking about teams that dropped off. I want to see a little bit more out of Brute Force here towards the end. Remember yesterday, Miramar was the map where they actually were able to perform really well with a 1st place finish and a 3rd place finish. Right now, things are not working out for them. Was it yesterday only those crazy circles that allowed them to be able to position like that? That's what it's looking like right now. I'm hoping that's not going to be the case for Brute Force.
I mean, also for Brute Force, they were in top 3 at the start of the day here as well. And they've been following it slowly down the leaderboard. And obviously, you never want to have to go to the last chance of the survival stage. I should say, you obviously want to go to the last chance because, well, it's your last chance to get into PMGC Grand Finals. But you'd obviously like to qualify right off the get-go. But I don't know, maybe one of the things that is really hurting them is the fact that the teams have had time to research and look back at the VODs, look back at the matches, and maybe their playstyle has been figured out a bit. Maybe, like I said, Seven, it is all about the zones, but one thing is they have to change things up here and look to perform. But looking at, Influence, Rage, Bigatron, I feel like we haven't really seen any teams be super consistent today other than Major Pride. I feel like they're averaging like almost...
Influence are actually the most consistent team that we've seen here. They're in 2nd place. And they've been holding down that. I mean, even yesterday too. They've been holding down that 2nd place position for the longest time. They're not winning any of their games. They're barely reaching podium too many times, but they're always getting the eliminations. In fact, you can even look back at the previous week and compare their points trajectory. Like Nongshim, surely they're in 2nd place right now, but they're always getting something out of each round.
Okay. Well, you don't have time 7. we're going to actually head back to our casters to see how things are going to break down in our final match of the day. John and Zute, let's dive into it.
Hey, look at that. I mean, we've been talking about Influence Rage as well, though. They are just always there, and you were talking about them as playing in a similar way back in America, Zute.
Yeah, and I'll pull up the stats in a little bit, but man, even that last game, after that huge, crazy ending, we were talking about who got first, that blah, blah, blah, so on, and I looked down the leaderboards, and right on the second side, right on the second side, I pointed out to you, hey, look who got 6 points. It was Influence Rage, just like sitting there, nonchalantly, don't mind us, we'll just pick up our points here and there, so that is how they play, and Cameron pointed out they are the most consistent team out of all of the teams. And in Americas, it worked out for them. In Brazil, it worked out for them. They got first in both. I know I keep mentioning it, but it's like you have to mention them in some shape or form if they're not going to get the big games. If they keep sneaking in, I mean, what else can we say besides they're just consistent?
Absolutely. I mean, they're currently 43 placement points, 42 elimination points. Very, very level, very consistent on that front as well. In fact, they are the most closely matched team in terms of placement points and eliminations, with a 1 point difference between the two, which is not seen anywhere else on the tables. Fantastic setup for these players. And you're right, you do have to keep talking about them, because if you don't, people will forget about them in a way that came back to bite teams like Alpha 7 and Loops back in the Americas region, right? Because you were saying that in the final days, you were talking, oh, Alpha 7 have this major performance. Oh, Loops having this incredible performance.
It was between Intense Game, Inko, Alpha 7, Loops. They were having huge, like all of the teams that I just mentioned were having huge games coming into the last, final day. And I remember casting it and not really ever mentioning Influence Rage in the last 2 days. And then at the end of the tournament, they win by almost 20 points. And it's like, how did that happen? Well, they just kind of,
got 6 points on their bad games. Exactly, right? That's exactly what you want to be finding.
Yeah, so now I feel like I almost have a duty to point this out. So if by some chance at the end of, this week, they're second place or even first place, and we didn't even talk about them much at all, it's like, this is why. So I want to point it out now, so when it does come to that point, it's like, hey, we told you so, and we saw it coming. We knew what was going on. And Influence Rage, that is their style. They're sticking true to it. Vampire Esports, though, they're coming back with their own style of these huge, massive games. Let's see if they can keep that up.
Absolutely. And I just want to wrap back for a final congratulations, I suppose, to Influence Rage, is that there isn't much you can do about it, right? It's not like they're doing plays that leave them exposed. They're playing safe, consistent playstyle, and because of that, there are very little weaknesses in that playstyle. Sure, you can pick off players, sure, you might be able to get an early engagement, but beyond that, the counterplay sits at be better with a gun, and that is not easy at this level.
And also, their playstyle isn't the easiest to figure out either. For them, to recognize these safer plays, because teams like to study the game-winning plays. Coaches, there's a lot of analytics that you can look into, VODs of how to win a match or how to put yourself in a top 3 with points. And so a lot of other teams will mold themselves after that, and it's easier to identify too. But just like on that Erangel game, when Influence Rage with 4 kind of just went to the middle and the wide open, I was taken surprised by that. You were caught off by surprise too. I thought they would push down East, take out BTR, and if they did, they would have won the match because BTR won the match. But that is not their style. Instead, they won't go for the risks unless if it's needed. I think if they start slipping down in the point table, this is a veteran team that I think will make that clear-cut adjustment of hey, let's go for the game-winning plays now. We need the points. But right now, they don't need to. They want to make top 3. I don't think this is a team even necessarily aiming for first place with the way that they're going about it.
I mean, have you ever seen the film Moneyball with Brad Pitt and Jonah Hill, where they take on the whole baseball pre-existing concept of what does well in a tournament? I think we are getting a remake here, but it really spoke about.
Sounds like a really good movie. Just those two actors.
By the way,
I think I'm gonna have to check that out.
It is a very good film, but its main point is that you're not buying wins, right? You're trying to buy runs with play. You're not trying to buy a batter. You're not trying to buy a baseman. You're trying to buy runs by creating this roster. And that's exactly the strategy that Influence are going for. They're not trying to get chicken dinners. They're not trying to, well, I mean, they will get them if they're given the opportunity. They have got one already so far this stage, but they're not trying to go for those, as you talked about, plays that can be more easily identified. They're trying to play to their strengths and get everything that they need done, which is exactly what they're doing. And potentially, if this is observed by a lot of other teams, we could see this be a major fashion in the next coming year as well, because I really, really like what they've been able to achieve so far. And I hope more teams try to look to perfect it. But the difficulty is, the more teams try to do it, the less effective it is.
Man, Yuhai, always the showman right there, now known as Superboy. I think he might switch back to Yuhai. I don't know. He always switches names. But what you're going back to, I want to tie it up with a nice, quick analogy. So you're meaning like buying runs, or they were buying runs, not bats, and etc. So essentially, it's like if you were to interview teams and they say stuff like, "We're focusing on getting eliminations," or "We're focusing on getting top 3," or "We're focusing on getting the chicken dinner." You ask Influence Rage what they're focused on. They answer with, "We're focused on getting points."
Yeah,
right?
Exactly. Which is what all teams should be looking to do, no matter where they're coming from. So you just want to level out your entire play. And obviously, that's kind of quite easy to say, but actually executing on that is not always.
It's a unique play style. Not many teams at all ever do it. And if there are other teams that do it, it's hard to focus in on it, right?
I think perhaps they were allowed to develop this incredibly strong strategy because of the region they sit in as well, because Brazilian teams, as we've talked about, very aggressive, very focused on getting massive games, right? So they are maybe sat in a position where they're one of the few teams that can perform at a high level and to choose to take maybe a little bit more of a backseat in the dynamicism of the rest of that lobby, and profit vastly because of it, obviously winning out that Americas region and coming through and being able to do so well so far, being in a position to directly qualify at this point to those grand finals. So, I mean, yeah, really, really strong stuff. We started out last, Miramar, highlighting Major Pride. I feel like we've done that deep dive on Influence Rage now as well.
Yeah. BTR, what's your deep dive on them besides they just have insane... Like, do you see like a weakness? Because that's just that last match. We saw their macro gameplay, right? They covered every option possible in a nice, in a nice way before having to commit into the Los Leones. And even then, right before they committed, they still explored every single little possibility on which entry to make in. So I feel like BTR's macro game is on point. I feel like obviously their gun skill way above everyone else's so far from what I've seen. What's your take on BTR?
Like, potential of their greatest strengths can also be one of their weaknesses that we've seen. They take incredibly strong off angles, right? They like to establish control over a lot of terrain and research the terrain before they go for an engagement on it. But that does leave their players a little bit vulnerable sometimes, and they're getting picked off. Certainly that's what we've seen today. Is their propensity to lose a player or two a little bit earlier on. Obviously, they're still able to win with 3 players, as they showed back over on one of the Erangels. But for me, I feel like there isn't much I would change other than, I don't know, don't get shot on these rotations, on these wide angles. Maybe be a little bit more passive on that. Have you got a different opinion?
No, but I have something that could be their weakness.
Okay.
So they're really good against other teams that are playing optimally because they will account for it. So is their weakness playing against players or teams that are in suboptimal positions, positions that, they shouldn't be in, and then they get caught off by surprise? There is that argument, right? You see it, you definitely see it in the lower stages where, a veteran team will come into a group of more amateur teams and they'll still probably do really well, top 3. But things will happen where it's like, man, why is that player still there? Or why is that team still there? It's like they shouldn't be there, and we don't account for that because it's not optimal, and then they'll lose a player or two. So could that be, one of BTR's quote-unquote weaknesses? I don't know if you had to pick one.
I'm not sure. I mean, it's quite difficult to really, obviously, And that, I mean, that's the main challenge for all teams at this level.
Right.
If you can identify their weaknesses easily, then they're not doing their job, right? They are not playing to the best of their ability. But today, BTR, they have lacked the power that we saw in day one, but they've still managed to put up numbers, to be honest. They finished yesterday, I think it was on 70 points. So they managed to get 36 points today so far, which is just over half of what they were able to get in day one in the previous match. But they still have one more game left to go. If they can push up over that 120 mark, they're looking pretty good on the day. By just having a little play with the camera, Tony K enjoying his time before this remake.
I really love how day 2 has been playing out too, because I think it keeps every team in just enough of a way where the morale is high. Like, I mean, just now we saw Vampire, right? Tony K feeling really good. They get 2 good chicken dinners. They're only in 8th place though, but that's such a huge turnaround for them that they're happy with it, and the morale is good. They're keeping themselves in. BTR, they had a huge performance day 1, and a lot of pressure coming into day 2, and they started slipping, but they showed us, hey, day 1 wasn't a fluke. We didn't just get lucky. We'll still get in good games here and there, and that is exactly what they did, getting that chicken dinner. So they keep their morale up. I mean, Influence Rage, we talked about them. For Miracle Vibes, they've just been consistent as well, kind of like Influence Rage. Weibo Gaming, they started off with a huge chicken dinner today, keep themselves up, keep their spirits high. Like, all the top teams, like names you want to throw out there, have had a say today in some shape or form to basically continue the running for that top 3 going into day number 3 and day number 4. No real team, out of the many expected teams to do well, having to kind of, bow down.
No, not just yet. I feel like IHC still have more to offer after their performances so far today. They have been in some unfortunate situations. They're currently in 11th place with 51 points, but I think even down in 11th place, it is still possible. 3rd place sits at 83 points right now, so that's a 22-point difference at this stage, which means that it's 2 or 3 good games to try and push your way back up there. If you can get 10 to 15 point matches, then you can start to close down that gap. You're probably looking to close about a 50-point gap in terms of where it will be over the next couple of days. So they're wanting to profit a little bit more than that though. So 1 or 2 chicken dinners, that's all it's going to take. I say that's all. It's more than most people have been able to achieve so far.
Yeah, a chicken dinner at this level, definitely not easy. Players right now still waiting. I want to see if we can catch, I forgot which player it was, but they were doing push-ups the last time we had a little bit of a break. Got to keep those, the blood running, fingers warm, and based on those high fives, it looks like the players are posturing up once again to get ready to go into the last and final match. And something I noticed, some players, using a pillow for that elbow arm support. I never really considered doing that. Usually I'm just more hunched over onto a desk, but in the long term, I think that might be the play.
I think we've had pillows at PMGC for a while. I've got actually 2 pillows from various global tournaments. I've got one from Berlin, actually, all the way back in 2019 at the PMCO.
Like the ones the players were using?
Yeah, one of the blue ones. I stole one.
You took one of
Sorry, no, I didn't. I was given one by production. They gave me one. And I have that. Yeah, it's really good, actually.
Do you know whose pillow
2019.
it was?
I don't. I feel like I did know, but I've completely forgotten. I'm going to say Paraboy. Let's go with that.
Okay, sure. Sure. Yeah, you got Paraboy.
It's definitely Paraboy's pillow that I've got.
Yeah, next thing I know, that'll be put up on auction.
Seven's just reminded me. It's actually Mortal's pillow.
Okay,
from India.
Seven's in on this, isn't he? He's getting a cut. I'm on to you two. I'm on to you two.
Hey man, were you competing at that one, or were you there in any capacity? I can't remember.
I never used the pillow, so I should have. Maybe that would have let me qualify into a PMGC Grand Final. Maybe that was the missing puzzle piece for me. But hey, at least I got to PMGC stage a few times. That's more than can be said for a lot of other NA players. So I'm going to roast myself, but then I'm also going to credit myself just a little bit as we finally head into the very last match of the day, John.
That's true. Well, you got to give as good as you can take, so we'll see if these players are going to live up to that standard as well. The playing path reset. We're out to the eastern side of Miramar this time around. It was a hard south cut before, so potentially a couple of teams more pleased with this one.
Yeah. Oh, wait, we've had what was the... This is a little bit unprofessional, I guess, but what was the playing path before the remake?
Sorry, the playing path south side was...
Oh, okay, so it was heavily skewed south.
Yeah, it was heavy south again.
Oh, okay, all right, okay. So yeah, this one definitely a little bit more favorable. We had such a long break. I forgot the playing path earlier, but yeah, this one a bit better. Not for the teams that go towards that far western spot though, so we still might see some engagements there. If you take a look to the west of Hacienda, a lot of colors floating overhead, and we've seen a lot of players, you know, use this very long drifting strategy. No one really getting knocked out of them just yet. BTR did catch one onto Sem 9 on the Erangel match, but that was it so far.
I mean, they caught one out of the air and then picked up two more, right? That was their big.
And then they won a match.
Lead. And then they won, exactly. So
Yeah.
being able to pick up those three early on bumped up their points total quite significantly. Not that they really needed it that badly, but it will be good for them nonetheless. Obviously, the only team currently still to break that 100-point barrier. Well, I reckon that's worth a couple of points. Those fancy flips there from Brute Force. Didn't even flip the vehicle fully.
Yeah, the flips, +1/+1 right there. Mikhail with the Winchester. We saw some Winchester nice ones too. I think that was last week though.
Yeah.
Not any has happened this week so far, but can't sleep on the Winchester as he is about to get picked up. So the circle has popped. It is southern, but not too far south. Not like the Los Higos one. Thank God we're not going there again. As exciting as it was a cluster. And uh-oh, BTR, one of their members getting caught by himself. I don't think he's going to make it out of this.
Nope. Has two first aids as well, but there's just too many players for him to find cover. That's an easy flush.
Yeah, I'm taking a look at exactly what happened here. Maybe I think this might be Genesis seeing the circle and adapting to it to rotate in to loot elsewhere. So the timing of this rotation really caught off the BTR player by surprise.
Yeah, it was a little bit tricky. They'll play on as 3, the last match of the day. With their 106 points, they currently have, well, a little bit more of a closed gap between these two teams right now, right? Because you've got, what is that, a 21-point difference between Influence Rage. I think it was 23 at the start of the previous match, but with Influence Rage being as consistent as they are, of course, they're able to put a 2-point dent in that. And Slow and Steady wins the race. If you can profit 2 points every match over BTR, in the end, you're going to be able to take that one home because 2 points every match over 12 matches is worth 24 points, and that is more than the gap currently.
Yeah, but that's if no other teams do better than that and pass you up and BTR, right? So a lot of things to factor in, but simple maths means you are correct. We'll see how much that plays out. We're about to be done with day number 2, so we're almost basically at the halfway point. And looking at the leaderboards, this is not exactly what I would expect, but I think all of the teams that we know, players and viewers expecting to do well, have been doing well, pretty well so far.
I think other than Vampire Day 1, I think that's a pretty spot-on analysis, to be honest. Influence Rage was certainly in the conversation. BTR definitely a force to be reckoned with after winning the SEA versus PEL clash, remember? They came first in that region, beating out a lot of really strong teams from both regions, including Vampire, including Weibo, who are both playing against them here. So definitely were on a high from that performance, looking to try and continue that power. It's working for the time being, but I think, yeah, the only team that has lacked performance where I think people would have expected them is Vampire, but they have put those 2 chicken dinners on the board today to keep themselves within that 20-point striking distance of the bubble.
If it wasn't for that terrible day 1, I think they would just be sitting in the top 3, somewhere around there, right? Probably not past BTR, not with their crazy performance, but they would be very close, if not in to the top 3. So maybe Vampire, you know, just deciding to give us a show, give their fans a little bit of just clench their fists a little bit and then make them realize, like, wait a second, I always believed in Vampire. Kind of like 7.
Absolutely. I think, well, Jason's the main culprit on that one, isn't he? He's always calling it out right at the start. I never had any doubt. You mark my words, one day NA will make it to the PMGC finals and he'll be, I've never had any doubt that NA were so good. I loved them all the way back in 2002 or something when they were born. Where they were.
That sounds like what's something that Jason would say.
I knew that they were going to win. That's exactly what he'll say. You can quote me on that.
Okay. A lot of teams rotating, and we're not seeing a lot of action in this one just because the terrain's so diverse, right? The center of this zone isn't hard shifted down south where it's like majority high ground, so you want to get in the high ground. There's some high ground, split with some low ground, split with some, high ground again, and a lot of easy road access ways. That's a big thing here with a circle like this. You have roads running in north, south, and east, west in many different ways, so rotations is as easiest as it can be on Miramar with this first zone, which is why I think we're seeing a lot of teams take their time on this one. The center is getting filled a little bit, but not as much as, the other maps that we have seen, simply because rotation's a bit more affordable now.
Yeah, and the plane path being on the far side means that the teams that broke out early just sort of extended away from the rest of the pack. It gives a nice even spread over it. At the moment, Mikado kind of the major gathering point, but it's slap bang in the center of the circle, so you kind of expect that.
Yeah, it's going to be that circle 2 that we might see, teams started to quicken their pace, decide to take more advantageous spots as, teams will figure out a bit more of which positions are more powerful. Because as shift to the east changes things completely, shift to the west changes things completely. This is almost like one of those Erangel zones where, there's just so much different dynamic terrain that no teams really want to commit too hard center on the first zone. And it's easy to rotate on Erangel. And this one, with the roads, it's easy to rotate as well. A little bit more difficult when you get into the hills, but there's a lot of options to be had. And Circle 2 will be coming up very shortly. BTR did lose that one player early on, but that's pretty much all the action we've seen so far.
And it wasn't too dramatic. It was just that little scrap right at the beginning. So still arm's distance for these teams from one another, but BTR might have spotted a brute force player or two looking for the spray downs. Tracking across the vehicle, gets to terrain cover. BTR establishing other forward positions as well. Still playing on as 3. And they'll try and keep on going. They lost Genfos earlier on, so they'll be playing with the rest of them in tow. 3 players still active. The circle goes over towards brute force, slap bang in the middle. They get a crate as well. Look at them. They're having a great time over there in the compound. BTR pretty close to it in the concretes too.
Yeah, now with this circle shift, suddenly the dynamic power positions are kind of almost locked in. You got the high ground on the north, you have your strong compounds, you take your pick in the middle, and on the south side, it's a high ground, but a bit more difficult to deal with as many teams can play along the hedges, as we'll call it now. It's mixed with the hills and ridges. I think you should trademark that, because it might be a casting term in the near future. Yeah.
I think you should stop bringing it up, actually. That's a better option.
Okay, all right, okay. We'll go with the hills and ridges instead.
Thank you.
As teams are starting to fill in. Vampire coming in from the east. We saw in that last match, they could very easily win a match without just being in the center. We'll see how well they do in this one.
Bino Storm right now in 16th place. The team from Japan. We've seen a couple of decent positions from them, but they just haven't really done too much. They haven't been able to get late into this circle, and I'm hoping that maybe they can have a resurgence later on and live up to Reject's legacy from that first group over in Group Red, I believe it was, in the first week of the league stage, placing in 4th place. Currently not able to marshal that sort of power. Major Pride, they've spotted Vampire, or at least the outpost thereof, and are not in a position to go for a full crash just yet, but we know what Major Pride are like. They can absolutely turn on a dime for this one.
Major Pride in a decent position. a lot of options here, but if they have to go much further north and cross that road, that's where things will get very difficult. Still 63 alive. Pretty much all the spots taken now. Bar maybe one compound in the gas station near Central next to Brute Force is not taken. But outside of that, no easy spots to take. Next circle is going to really spur things into action. Two teams on the north, I see, and Sim9 all the way down south in the blue, not even coming into play yet pretty much. But the two teams on the north, Rook and Genesis, both teams might contest for that high ground should it shift north onto them.
Still, only the one player to go down so far from Bigatron, the only casualty of the lobby. The Vampire disengaged, Major Pride unwilling to step forwards on it. Reasonable. Don't want to go further away from the center. Zone just about to start to pop. A central road running right through the middle. Major break on the shift.
I was going to call out Brute Force with a big split right there. I think they will group up though, unless if their names were D+. I'm still going to call out D+ for that until I see them actively group up in a match when they're split in the middle. But yep. Brute Force groups up right there. And I like that split for a second, right? He went to that compound on the north because if it hard shifts to the north, that compound right below the hillside is the access way up. I've seen teams manage to win games there. But here comes an engagement now between Team Queso and, Murte. Furia with the nade in hand.
Around the edge. Not quite able to find the opening just yet. Team Queso rolling on up to Demuerte's position on this high ground, and it's looking good actually to start for Team Queso. Demuerte didn't find any opening knocks. They've got the outside angle as well. Malloy did get traded off. It actually is fairly isolated for this roster, so it's 1-for-1, back to forwards, and Milky Way has to descend away from these nades. 1-for-1 right now on this engagement, on the scrap. The nade pouring into the upstairs position, but Team Queso, they're playing all the way down.
Looks like Demuerte might give up this fight, as this spot no longer that crucial. They could just hop forward in front of them and still have a viable spot to play in that's even more central. Vampire on the south side. Oh, this is going to get tricky for Vampire, having to cross north in future circles, fighting out of this position. They do still have 4 up, so it is doable. Sim9 will rotate ahead of them, but the Vibes team just in front of Vampire as well.
BTR in a really solid position in their compound that sits closer towards the road as well, ahead of a lot of these engagements on the south and on this west side. IHC, a nice split on that western edge as well to maintain a lot of control around the road. I'll be happy with that for the time being. You see Demuerte going to be turned away by that. Team Queso going to allow the disengage. Neither team wants to continue. They've already lost a player.
Yeah, Demuerte did what I was saying. They could just hop in front of Team Queso, which is a better position, more central, and a more advantageous spot to take the fight against Queso should it arise. So they put the pressure, they lock Queso in. That's a good play. Both teams lose one, however. As D+ coming in from the east side with 4 players. Let's see what D+ can do, fighting in from the edge. We haven't seen this too much. Almost gets an opening onto DRS, but the bullets do not connect.
Fabian launching that nade on through, just being the point at the moment towards their location, but Forest goes even closer. The Molotov on that top of that ridgeline just slows it down a little bit. D+ on the eastern side, you can see how corralled they are into that eastern edge. Next zone just about to pop as well. I was talking about that BTR compound. I think it's going to be really valuable. The high ground to its west is still very, very hotly contested, and with that circle, BTR's position just got even better.
Yeah, the real estate value just skyrocketed. That position, unless if a team full commits crash into it, which could happen, but it's going to be very hard because they're surrounded by other teams that are protecting them. BTR could just weather the storm in that spot with 3 players, and they still get enough sightlines where they could third-party other fights where teams crash into other positions. We'll see how it works out as Weibo Gaming finds a nice little pocket to play in further into the zone. They'll stay up with 4 there. But the teams on the north side, looking at Rook, looking at Genesis, they're going to have to commit somewhere. There's some open spots still. And actually, with a zone like this, maybe not too many players or teams will go out.
Maybe not. It's Still, all 16 teams alive for the time being, but really, really difficult moves being made right now by Muerte. They found a bit of cover here on the high ground and towards the buildings as well. Milky Way is a little bit low, but has to hop out. Hits the deck. It's a Tireless, can't quite find it. The inside of these concrete buildings, nice to hold, and you can see the angles they actually have up to the high ground out to their west now. So a difficult position to crash. I think it's either Vampire or Major Pride, the most likely teams to look to this position, but Weibo sit in the way of Major Pride making a clean push across. And Vampire a lot further away, going to have a lot more ground to cover, so difficult nonetheless.
D+ doing donuts right now, trying to bait out more nades, trying to catch a player maybe peeking over the ridgeline, and not any openings offered to D+, so they're going to not decide to keep going for that and drive the other way. And this is a playable spot in this ditch. We've seen it quite often. Just to survive for now. Weibo Gaming's close by, but they can't really, crest that hilltop because DRS is going to have easy sidelines along with Influence Rage. So D+ will stay safe for now, besides nades raining in.
I'm interested in what IHC are going to be able to do here. I said I feel like they've got more left in the tank in that 11th place position. We've seen some decent sets of plays from them, and they had a good spread on that western edge. They're going to look to play that edge and move in from that western side, but that high ground to the south that's so still contested is still very, very treacherous and difficult to navigate.
Very difficult indeed. 59 still alive. Yeah, not a lot of players going down. This shift onto this zone pretty much is the zone that everyone's kind of prepped for too. So everyone has an idea of just where to play, where to inch in. And that is what majority of these teams all did. Looks like D+ lost one player on that rotation to this dip. Next circle, where is it going to go? I mean, I imagine in the next zone, we're going to see at least 20 players go out. There's not much more left in here for players to hide in.
Yeah, especially these teams starting to get really heavily pressured towards the edge of the zone. I'm looking at Bino Storm, I'm looking at Genesis, I'm looking at Team Queso. These teams, very, very difficult positions. If the zone shifts away from them, it's going to be very hard. I think Vampire have a lot more opportunity than most teams towards the edge, but similarly, DRS over on the eastern side. It's very difficult to move past that brute force position, but it does keep that northern side of the road in. The northwest, very, very dangerous. That south side with Major Pride and Bino Storm as well.
Yeah, that southeast side is going to light up. Same with the northeast. And I think that's almost, I'm not going to say perfect circle for Vampire because I think they'd rather get the circle. But this is a circle where they have the option with all that info on the high ground to pressure the east or pressure the west in forms of third party. And they're pretty safe to do so with either option, unless if we see some crazy wrap out of Bino Storm. I see Divine wrapping down south. That might be a wild card play that the side of Vampire isn't prepped for, but they've committed to the west side with two players. They're getting very close. They're looking for maybe third parties or just looking to push players off.
Ravenclaw and Tony K pushing the rotations from Sem9 and Team Queso further up north. They've now got the backup. I think that's Schweppes coming through as well. The third player from Vampire moving on in to establish that line to blockade the south side rotation. A roll over the ridgeline in the meantime, coming through from D+. Influence Rage trying to hold it down, and it's looking pretty solid. D+ fall. Influence Rage hold down the ridgeline, hold down that corner of the road that gives you so much cover from the teams on that south edge. Difficult to get these reses now, though. They'll have to be quick about it.
Vampire now pressuring Queso. Queso, the next team, looking to get ejected out of this position. And I like what Vampire's doing here. I think Vampire already knows where they're going to play in the circle, and it's not here. They're just here to pick up points, to put out pressure, to weaken teams that will be near them in the future, and essentially force them elsewhere for them to third party later. So Vampire playing very well, unlike day number one. Great nade out of Sem9.
Right on top of Papi Potro, finds exactly what they're looking for. With the zone closing in, you can't go for it, surely. Artura's maybe with a chance, but the blue zone's going to envelop very soon in stage 5, and the flush from Tony K is going to be there at the point for Vampire as well. Artura's maybe with a little bit of revenge over towards Sem9, but doesn't quite find the knock. The players are starting to fall. A difficult position for Sem9, but they still have to move further.
Sem9. So close to the zone, yet so far. A lot of opposition that they still have to deal with. Meanwhile, Vampire just taking their time, taking their shots in. Depp getting a nice confirmation. There's 6 eliminations for Sem9. Make that maybe even 7 after that knock on to Alex. And is that the opening that they want? Are they going to eject down to the low ground? No, I think he's just getting into the vehicle to get more sidelines onto the last player. Zayol in the smoke, trying to stay alive. 1 nade left for Depp. He wants the point.
Go on, go long with it. Is the nade going to find it? It's not even needed. It's the spray down from Tam instead. They pick up a lot more points there. 8 eliminations for Sem9. They've leapfrogged IHC as well. I asked what IHC can do from the western side. The answer is not much, unfortunately. They did get cut down in the open there from that high ground position of Sem9. Now, teams on the southeast starting to come to a head this conflict as Ravenclaw goes down for Vampire on the west.
Did Influence Rage just pick up more players into their trap? It looks like they found more crates. Yeah, Influence Rage in a nice little spot right there. And oh, that circle's going to be great for Influence Rage as well. Genesis might be a threat, or they should be a threat, but with DRS also close by, Genesis and DRS on the east side might have to engage each other. Influence Rage are just going to have their way with it. On the south, though, Weibo Gaming are looking to make a play. Many teams all around the edges have to make a decisive play, and Vampire are down to the 2. They were looking good, but now it's Sem9 instead on that southwest with a strong position.
Yeah, they lost Tony K as well as Ravenclaw on that northern edge. Newsy trying to play that back foot. And with BTR in the way, still playing as 3, they're having a good time of it. Newsy spotted. Sem9 looking to pick up even more points now, up to 9 eliminations so far on the match. All 4 of them still alive, but they still have to push past Mwete into BTR as well.
Yeah, that's going to be a difficult one. And if they crash into Demorte, BTR is going to third party. Good nade from Schweppes. Last up, though, I don't know how much more he could do here.
Vino Storm also eliminated. East, the last player from the Vibe squad, will be trying to remain in that shack, but will be pushed out by the blue zone fairly soon. At the moment, Brute Force on this northern side in such a strong position. They have control over the hill to the south side of their compound as well. Prepod has folded back in a little bit to the rest of the team, but they're playing as 4. They have the compound. Anyone who tries to move forwards to them gets spotted by Influence Rage as well.
So many teams in key positions to gatekeep multiple squads out. And the problem is the multiple squads pushing in is going to be fighting each other. I think at most maybe just one team that's currently not in the zone is going to make it in intact as 4. But it's going to be a far shot. Schweppes still dealing so much damage. Trying to convert at least 1 more point before going out.
A lot of forwards, looking for the burner. Sem9's health bars are very, very low, to be fair. Needs to be careful, though, because Lapart has that angle. Spray down for suppression. Pushes over the ridgeline. The challenge is there, and he gets the shot. Crucially timed. Has 3 first aids. Hit the deck, get the heal on. Sem9 are trying to pick up the pieces in the meantime, but he's doing the work. As Genesis try and cross out into the open as well. They're up into the ridgeline, but Influence, Rage have other ideas. Will be a difficult position on that south side. The roll downs come through as well for DRS.
DRS on the east side, yeah, this is that Mayhem and Influence Rage are third-parting everything. The blown-up vehicles used as cover. DRS down to 2. The other team of Genesis eliminated, I believe. And Influence Rage now just, you can almost say they're just chilling. But hold on, Weibo Gaming over the road in the open. That shouldn't be allowed. Yeah, Weibo Gaming are getting cut down by Major Pride now. I don't think Weibo Gaming timed this push correctly. Yeah, they're down to 2. They're okay. Major Pride should be taking shots there. Maybe the sightline just out of range. On the other side, Demorte coming in, trying to take out BTR. And BTR will finish that instead. Sem9. Did Sem9 go out? No, Sem9's still up with 4.
I don't know quite how that happened. Schweppes did fall as well. Just Federal remains for Influence Rage as Brute Force lighted up. I think there was some nades through from Major Pride, who have now managed to get 5 eliminations. A 6th point on board for Brute Force as well on their elimination total. They're looking to climb the ladder so far. Major Pride up into 4th place as well with a good game to close the day. Could be in with a chance at ending in that top 3 spot, as well as Brute Force looking to carry on with that north side of the road power with all 4 of their players alive. Major Pride have still got 4 as well.
Yeah, pretty much all the fighting done. Besides the southwest, I think the big fight now is Sem9 and BTR. As you can see, they are locked in engagement very close by. A new circle already pops. Major Pride has got a power play to make onto Brute Force, but Brute Force with 4 will be difficult to handle. Rook sliding in with that solo player on the north, and East still alive for the Vibes team. A third party from Major Pride onto BTR. That's going to help out Sem9 a lot, because I think I did catch a lot of Sem9 players getting knocked. A second ago, Satar getting a knock right back. He's the last one up now, though, for BTR.
BTR have held in these concretes for a long, long time. They got 5 eliminations to their name, which is a good result, even if they go down here. And speaking of good results, Influence Rage, remember, still consistent. They have got their 6 eliminations, so they've got a decent bit of points just to keep on going, keep on rolling. Major Pride taking a knock to the zone. Not sure about that one from Naomi. Stayed out for too long, and I'm looking back a little bit. Yeah, just drove around in the blue zone and got knocked. I don't even know if it was shots. It might have been Sem9, but I think they're preoccupied with BTR. So, misstep from Naomi.
Yeah, big misstep. I watched that feed just now play back. There was no white lines shooting towards his way. So he just went out into blue and knocked himself in the most pit. I mean,
hang on a minute.
The DBS, still good.
It's in
par.
It's in the hands of it's in the hands of BTR, so you know it's going to be strong. They're back on it into the fight and regrouping with 2. I mean, with 2 players, they've still got a lot of power. Naomi, however, sees an opportunity. Naomi did get fully flushed, by the way, which is going to leave them a little bit unhappy about it. But Dino spots Lepar, and that gives them so much more maneuverability for Major Pride on the high ground on the east side.
Man, you talked about it before. Major Pride make a huge move. They cleaned out the east side, and then what's the mistake they made? One of their players goes out into the blue and gets himself knocked. It's when the adrenaline gets pumping, when they're doing things right, something ends up going wrong. They can still win this with 3. Let's see if it's possible. Brute Force with the zone once again. 4 players still up. BTR. So hard to finish out. I don't know how they still have 1 player alive. Effect with a great nade. That's a big opening.
It's pretty big as well for the players on that south side, because Ado was their main linchpin to keep them nice and safe. The lone player from Sem9. What can they do against Major Pride here as well, as the flush goes through onto Ado? As the nade elimination comes through for effect. Mind 2 nades of his own, and we're down to 5 teams.
Mind readjusting now. He has to be the more forward position, it seems. It's going to readjust a little bit closer to his teammate. Huge smoke path out of, I do believe that's Major Pride, as they are going to go into the push, taking shots long range too at a different team. Heads on a swivel. A lot of sight lines that they have to worry about. Nades pre-cooked into the smoke. No one's there though.
Not quite just yet. In fact, actually moving into the danger zone up into the shack. The bombardment comes through. Nice and coordinated from Brute Force, but it's not really going to find too much. The second follow-up volley with a Molotov puts effect back behind the building. Tam making that mad dash in the meantime. Relatively unspotted. I wonder what Satalis is going to see about it as well. Tam seemingly low on that medical supply. Major Pride have made their way into this zone as well, but they'll have to play for the center, and right now, nobody has that advantage.
I feel like Brute Force could have utilized their util a little bit better. All of them cornered in one spot, and they couldn't get a knock, but Major Pride will get the opening. That should be the push. A second one quick to follow. No, it does. Now it's a 3v1. All down to the last player. Quick peeks is necessary. He gets 1, he gets 2. The 1v1, it's a close range. The M4, the spray down, it is good. Dino will clutch that out, and he could get that full reset, because no other team is really a team. Everyone else are solos.
You need to be careful, though, because you peek out, you're gone. 10 eliminations found for Major Pride. This could be the game where they finally convert on their position. Just play it nice and safe. Get your teams back up, and that is exactly what they're able to find. The rest of the solos fighting it out for second place at this point. Barring a wild coordination, you're just going to see the chokehold that Major Pride have on this from the south side of the road and close this one down. But Rook has 3 nades.
Not just that, they're going to have to cross the road first before anyone else. Look at where center zone is. It's so far away from Major Pride. That kind of makes all 3 players look their way. Oh, they have a vehicle, though. That's going to help out a little bit. As, okay, they spot out 1. I think with that threat gone, now Major Pride could be much more safe in securing this win.
BTR taking a high placing position as well. They got 6 eliminations. It's a 3 versus 1 now. Just Satalis remains. He's sends a couple of shots into the tree. The blue zone's there as well, and Effect picks up the final point. Major Pride closed down day number 2 with a chicken dinner. A lot of points added to their tally there, and that should see them up into the top 3. A lot of momentum gained with that final push. Influence Rage, maintaining consistency, and BTR always relevant in the conversation.
Yeah, you can see how happy they are, and with good reason, right? They get to the cusp of greatness so many times with their great decision making, their team play, but something always goes wrong for them, and this time finally they are rewarded and they are ecstatic at a great time too. The very last game of day number 2, the halfway point, and they were in the top 5 if I remember correctly. With that win, ooh, that just really shoots them up that leaderboard.
They got a whole load of points there. They started the match on 76, so they're definitely within striking range, that 83-point bubble as it was. I imagine that we're going to have seen that, and I imagine that also Influence Rage will still have been able to keep up that 3rd place. So BTR, Major Pride, Influence Rage, that's what I'm thinking for the top 3 at the end of day 2 at that halfway mark.
Damage numbers are in effect. The MVP, 792 damage. Thinking back to that match though, Major Pride, they just worked in from the southeast if I'm not wrong. A very difficult position working in from the southeast, backstabbing Weibo Gaming, taking out Influence Rage. A lot of sightlines to be wary of. This was not an easy win whatsoever for Major Pride, but they made it work. And not, I gotta also say, the very ending, the 3v3, no, the 3v4 against the north side of Brute Force, they took that in very dominant fashion.
Yeah, really, really solid position for Major Pride. They were fighting through and through and through. A brilliant showing to close out the day will be that 2nd day finish, which means the halfway mark has been breached. Let's head back over to the desk to take a look at the standings.
The standings are definitely going to be interesting here, John. As you mentioned, Major Pride finally getting themselves a victory here after they've had a pretty damn good performance today. Also, a couple of other teams you have to keep in mind. The likes of Bigatron outperforming Influence Rage here in this last match. I mean, the gap they already had at 29 points is going to continue to extend. Brute Force having a decent game. Honestly, Seven, there was a couple of different teams having a pretty good result here in this last match.
There was. I mean, to be honest, MP, I'm so happy that they finally got that chicken dinner out of the way. Now I'm going to be looking forward to tomorrow. Hopefully for MV, we'll be able to see a chicken dinner out of them because it's our teams that are consistent. As I was mentioning earlier, two teams that were in the top 5 situation with no chicken dinners. Good to see them get that out of the way. With 14 eliminations too, that's impressive to see right there. And some of the other teams that definitely needed extra points, you know what? Hold on. Let me slow it down. One team that didn't need the extra points but ended up getting more points, BTR. Good to see them being able to finish off the day here with Miramar, considering that Miramar yesterday they were doing absolutely awful.
Yeah, I'm actually just really excited to see Sem9 pull out a really good run. Sure, Major Pride won from the center position, which is where they, you know, historically like to play, at least in this group, right? But Sem9, they were the team that were coming in from the edge. When we saw that shift, look, the cast was looking at Vampire, pushing him towards the north. It was actually Sem9 that stopped that push and then did their own push to go that direction. And that's going to put Sem9 in 10th place. I believe they were, what, 14th place going into this? So again, just another example of one good round getting the team out of the bottom 5, but as you can see, the points are still very, very close. We are starting to see some separation. I'm looking at the gap between 6th and 7th as one of them, and then of course at the bottom between 14th and 15th. But this is such a tight finish. We're going to be seeing this bottom 5 teams go in and out of it, I think, over the routinely over the next 2 days.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, obviously, we saw Rook able to step up with default today. IHC as well, having a really good match earlier on today. DRS even had a really good game. So yeah, there's definitely possibilities for like Queso, potentially Sem9, potentially D+ to fall out and actually drop into, well, being knocked out the entire event. Just to quickly head back, though, to our Bigatron topic about Influence Rage. Yeah, they build up a lead against them, but then you forget Major Pride with a victory actually clawed back at the lead. So that 25-26 potential point lead is only turned into, I think it was an 18-ish? I didn't catch the number. Yeah, okay. So it's still a decent enough gap, but at least for Bigatron in particular, right? I don't think they have to have an amazing next 2 days whatsoever because they have like a 30-something odd point lead over 4th place. So they're looking pretty comfortable to make it into the Grand Finals. It's just about holding on and maintain that position. Whereas, why are you shaking your head, Seven?
No. Don't try to give Big trying to buffer. Okay.
I mean, they have a buffer.
How that works before. yeah, but don't try to slack off. Come
No,
on,
I know. We've in the blink of an eye, just as we've seen teams skyrocket out of the bottom 5, we could see a team just completely shut down and fall out of the top 3. We actually saw that last week with Enigma Galaxy. So I think despite maintaining first, there is a little bit of concern how BTR have been quiet on a few 2 rounds today for anyone to be like 100% confident that they're going to remain top 3 by the end of this weekend, much less first place overall. Now, we've seen some amazing rounds out of them even just today, so there's definitely the possibility that they will maintain there, but it's not a sure thing.
Well, for us, we're going to head on the stage for an interview with Formerical here to hear about
Adaptation is the theme for day 2 of the 2023 PMGC. And what a day it was for MV. This team started off at 7th place with only 38 points at the beginning of the day. And now they are here in 4th place. With me, I have Dok from 4MV. And first of all, how are you feeling right now?
자, хамгийн анхны асуулт. Док, чиний сэтгэл ямар байна?
Сэтгэл маш өндөр байна. Энэ тэмцээнд анх удаага оролцож байгаа болохоор сандрахгүй ер нь амар гоё мэдрэмжтэй л тоглож.
So, I'm feeling great right now. Even though this is my first tournament, I don't feel any nervousness at all. And right now, I'm enjoying every game I'm playing.
Enjoying every game he's playing. I can definitely see it in your game and your playstyle. And honestly, you know, coming back to your scores here, I mean, for you guys, not having a chicken dinner has never been a problem. This is not your first rodeo getting on top 4 or top 3 with no chicken dinners. So is this something that you guys want to... What did you guys change from day 1 and day 2 to pull this off?
За, танабагийн хувьд эхний өдрөөсөө 2 дахь өдрөлөө шилжихдээ ямархуу тоглолтууд дээр засаж алдаагаа засав. Учир нь яг л танабагийн хувьд бол chicken dinner идэхгүй байх нь ямар нэгэн асуудал биш байна шүү дээ. Танабагийн хувьд дандаа ингээ 3 4 байранд ямар нэгэн chicken-гүү үргэлжлүүлж явдаг. Энэ та нарын үеийн нууц юу вэ?
Эхний өдрөөсөө 2 дахь өдрөлөө ингээд алдаагаа засаж орж ирсэн гэвэл rotation тал дээр алдаагаа ер нь амар сайн засаж орж ирсэн. Тэгээд chicken идэхгүй байгаа асуудал нь гэвэл тоглогч бүр хувьдаа нэг багахан алдаа гаргаад тиймэрхүү л байгаа. Тэгээд chicken идэхгүй ч гэсэн оноогоо сайн авч байгаа болохоор энэ сэтгэл өндөр байгаа. Маргааш бүр илүү хүчтэй орж ирнэ алдаагаа засаад.
So from day 1 to day 2, our first mistake was with mistakes on the rotations. So first we fixed on that, and on the no chicken dinners, like there is a little mistakes from each individual players. So right now we're feeling down on that, but we're getting our points, so we don't feel any like sadness at all. We're happy.
I mean, speaking about that, I mean, you guys did say that not getting your chicken dinners is something of a mistake that you guys have done. So it does show that getting a chicken dinner is something that you guys are trying to do. And what's stopping you from closing a game, honestly?
За, танабагийн хувьд бол одоо ингээд chicken dinner-д амар өртөд байгаа. Даанч идэж чадахгүй байгаад байна. Яагаад идэж чадахгүй байгаад нь ямар нэгэн шалтгаан байна уу?
Түрүү хийсэн чинь тэгэл хувьдаа нэг жоохон алдаа гаргацгаагаал. Тэгэл тэрнээс бол нэг тэгэж өөр амар шалтгаан гэдэг юм байхгүй. Тиймэрхүү л байна да.
Okay. As I said before, the only mistake is that individual players' mistakes. And otherwise, I don't think there's any other mistakes that we are quite performing at this moment.
That means that we can definitely expect something huge from you guys tomorrow. So let's talk a little bit about the ladder in Group Yellow. So right now, the top team is BTR, and they have such a lead compared to the other teams. Can you share with me a little bit about what you think BTR is doing right compared to the other teams? And do you think that your team is able to kind of overtake them?
За, одоо болохоор шар группийнхаа шилдэг баг болох Bigetron-ийн талаар ярив. Тухайн Bigetron одоо бус багуудаас оноо илүү яваад амар дээр гапта яваад шүү дээ. Танабагийн хувьд Bigetron-ыг одоо үргэлжлсэн 2 өдөртөө дэшигээ давж гарч чадна гэж бодож байна уу? Тэгээ Bigetron-ийн хувьд яг юг зүү хийж байгаа болоод дээр байгаад байна гэж бодож байна.
Bigetron-ийн хувьд олон удаа PMGC-д оролцсон болохоор тэгээд одоо туршлагатай тоглож иж магадгүй. Гэхдээ манай баг сүүлийн 2 өдөр дээр нь гарахыг ер нь хичээнэ. Өөрсдөндөө ер нь 100% итгэлтэй байгаа.
About Bigetron, I think that it's because they have participated in many PMGCs. They got the experience, so that might be the point. But about us, we feel confident in ourselves, 100% that we're gonna take them down in the remaining 2 days.
That's right. Remaining 2 days. Thank you so much, Duc, for spending time with me up here for the interview. And now we have come to the end of day number 2 of 2023 PMGC. While BTR has put a huge lead over the rest of the teams, 4MV, our obviously underdogs of this PMGC, is going to show us whether or not they'll be able to close out the games. They're having fun. I'm sure the other teams are as well. So, going to toss it back to our panelists to close tonight. I'll see you guys tomorrow for more 2023 PMGC Group Yellow.
You know, I like to hear that out of Doc. They're not really too worried about closing out games. They're not too worried about being, one of the few teams in the top without a chicken dinner, because you know what? They're still performing extremely well. They just need to fix those individual mistakes and then be closing out some matches. But we can see here individual leaders. Nomi again, guys, still top damage as he maintained it from yesterday, and Lapar as well maintaining the top eliminations.
Yeah. I mean, despite the team, again, I feel like I'm going to be repeating myself with this, but despite a lot of the victories, a lot of really good individual rounds going towards teams across the board, we're still seeing a lot of good action averaged from Major Pride, from BTR, Weibo as well, though not quite nearly to the same level. I'm still, of course, remembering the Los Leones finish for them, but okay. Day 2 MVP is going to go to East. This isn't too much of a surprise. Whenever we do see For Miracle on our screen, East is generally putting in a lot of the work.
I just like that he said they don't mind not getting the chicken dinner or being able to close out the match, considering that MP was now able to close out the match, able to get that chicken dinner, and got pushed up all the way to second place. Especially when we start getting towards the last day on Sunday. A lot of these teams that are especially in the top 3 are going to be looking to get those chicken dinners, looking to close out those games. So, yeah, they might be used to not getting chicken dinners like Tash Bunny was saying there, but I don't know. That mentality doesn't sit well with me.
Interesting that he actually had, by the way, East there, the most average damage per game on the day. So that's kind of cool to see. Obviously still behind Nomi at the moment, but they're starting to make some moves, make some strides. And the fact is, they're still top 5 without a chicken dinner. So for me, that's a very, very strong team, especially when we saw towards the earlier stages of the day, almost able to pull off the 1v1v1 to close things out. But gentlemen, I mean, that pretty much wraps up our day here. I'm kind of impressed, but I think, Cameron, you kind of said it perfectly. I don't remember if this was on air or if this is where we're watching the match. It's been a very scrappy 2 days. There hasn't been that clear domination out of one team. Yes, Bigatron, it was all about them yesterday, but going to today, there's been a lot of other teams having their individual moments. But I'm curious if that's going to be maintained into day 3 and obviously day 4, and if so, who the hell are we going to end up with making through the Grand Finals at the end of day 4?
I think it's going to maintain. Your guess is as good as mine for who's actually going to be in the top 3 once it's all said and done.
Vampire.
7. What would you do if Vampire don't make it top 3? Put your money where your mouth is.
Oh, wow. You almost made me say something that I actually do not want to do. I don't know.
Wax your eyebrows?
I'll think about it. I'll let you know tomorrow. No.
Maybe. You know what? We'll make this deal. If you're wrong, then you have to buy me an Infinix GT10 Pro phone. How about that? Because I want to dominate my competition in PUBG Mobile. It was born to be in these hands. But at the same time, I'm kind of sad because I want Vampire to make it in the Grand Finals, even though I kind of predict they won't make it through this form of the tournament. So I don't know, win, lose, either way, it's been a great day of action here at PMGC 2023. But you have to wait until tomorrow so to continue our games. We're already past the halfway point, and we're getting ever so closer to getting towards those Grand Finals in Turkey. We'll see you tomorrow.